just to let you know. All right. So hello, everyone, and welcome to Winona.
The Writer's World mini workshop, which is funny to say it's a mini workshop because I counted it up and I think it's 6 hours long.
So yeah, but it's mini though, because it's not over like 4 days or something, right? So I'm Jade.
And I'm Winona, and wow.
We do the And I Thought Ladies, and you can find out everything your ladies are doing on www.andithoughtLadies.com. Yeah, because Rose is here. We want her to talk and have as much time as possible. So Rose, without any further ado,
would you like to introduce yourself?
I'll do that. Yes. Are the sound levels okay?
Oh yeah, it's fine.
Okay, cool. Good. I do a lot of Zoom, but you just still want to make sure. Hi. I'm coming to you from England. It's 3 p.m. and it's very funny because last night I said, wait, it is 10 a.m. Eastern time. I suddenly had it in my head. It was 10 a.m. Your time. And I don't think y'all would have been sitting there at 5 a.m, for a writer's workshop, unless you are totally hardcore. Anyway, so I'm here. It's a lovely afternoon in England, and I'm going to talk to you about stairwell books. I've been here for about 16 years. And we started Stairwell Books just before we left America in 2005, because Alan Gillett, my husband, and I had been running an open mic, and we wanted to say a goodbye present to the regulars who've been coming to our poetry and prose open mic for 2.5 years. To back up, about 10 years before that, my upstairs neighbor had said, Rose, you got to do something for yourself. And my daughter was little. And so she goes, what do you do for your fun? I go, well, I'm a single mom. She goes, okay, what do you do for fun? And I said, well, I used to do poetry. She goes, okay. And then so she came back the next day with a newspaper cutting. Here's a poetry open mic, handed it to me, took my daughter by the hand and said, you're thrown out of the house. So I went over and I did this poetry open mic, and it started something in me, and I started writing again. And so she and I would meet in the stairwell between our 2 apartments, and she would let me read all my poems to her. And that's really why 10 years later, when we wanted to come up with a small press, we called it Stairwell Books in honor of her, and creativity and partnership and mentoring and friends listening to friends. And that's really where all the writing starts from anyway. Like all businesses started at kitchen table, all writing in the world starts when you say to a friend of yours, I've written something. Would you like to read it? Would you like to hear it? And so that's really where Stairwell Books came from. We brought a book out. We made all the mistakes, like all of them. And then we moved to England, and I lasted 2 months, and I wanted to make a new open mic. I was going to not have one anymore, but I didn't last. And so we started a new open mic. And then we realized, no, actually, the writers that were here were really special also. And so a couple of years passed, and we brought out another book called The Exhibitionists, because it takes place in the exhibition pub, and a poet performs an exhibitionist in a way. And so that got number 10 on the top 10 small press anthologies that year in 2008. And then one of our regulars, who's a novelist, said, oh, I love this. I love the cover. I love what you've done. I love how you've done this. Would you bring up my novellas? And we said, sure, why not? So those sold a lot. They did really well. And so after that, we just started doing a bit more. The thing about our company that I think really worked for us is that it was a hobby that just grew. If you are going to start as a business, you really have to have a plan. And we didn't have a plan, but we had other jobs, which was helpful. But if you are going to do a business and you want to do publishing, you really have to have a plan, an idea, a marketing plan on what would sell in your area and who you would market to and that sort of thing. So that is something that I'm sure people can ask me about, and you can email me about it too, because I'm very open about helping. I love mentoring. I've been mentored, and I will mentor. So that's why we're Stairwell Books. That's why we're publishing what we publish. From novels, we moved on to taking on Dreamcatcher Arts magazine, a lot more novels, more poetry collections. To be honest, we make more money with the novels, so we do more of that. We do poetry collections now, like oh, I don't know, it's a love affair. We just do it because we really love poetry, and we promote poets. We really like to promote, well, all small presses do, to be honest. We promote voices of people who just don't often get into print. We're not, they're not John Grisham. They're not someone who's known. There are folks who are diverse. They are folks who are LGBTQ. They are women. They are people that aren't white men. We get a lot of folks like that. We get disabled people. We get people who can't get their voice out any other way. And we give them a platform. I was talking to the ladies before I came on about a book that has made us, actually. After we're an overnight success after only 15 years. This guy came to me with a manuscript a couple of years ago, and he said, what do you think? And it's about a divorced dad trying to get custody. And I said, all right, if the woman is the bad guy, go away, because I don't want to hear it. And it's not. And so when we finally brought it out, the other thing, if you're going to bring a book out, have it ready 5 months in advance, trust me, in a box. So we had it ready well in advance. The distributor was happy. And we sold 460 copies of the book at one time before it was even released. And I think it went to Hudson News because it's a book set in England, but also Germany. It's basically a travel book. It finishes on actual Christmas Day. So it's a Christmas book. It's divorce from the dad's point of view, but the mom is not an evil person, which is good. There's comical characters, there's poignancy. It's laugh out loud funny. It's shed a little tear. And so it's pretty good. And so
excuse me, Rose.
Yeah.
Someone wants you to say the name of the book so everyone can just say it though. Read it.
Yeah. You're so right. I'm very bad at that. It's called Shadows of Fathers by Simon Culleton.
All right, thank you. I'm going to go back to my non-moderating world.
No, that's cool. That's what you're supposed to do. So Simon Culleton wrote this book, and it's called Shadows of Fathers, and how basically the line in the book is he doesn't want to become one of those shadows of fathers that sees their kids once a month and slowly recede from their child's life and just buy them things, and they never really see the kid except for that. So that was his goal. And so he sold all these copies at once, and it got us noticed by the distributor. So now we've got better deals with other distributors, deals that they give to tiny presses that sell 5,000 books a year. And we're really only selling about 3 or maybe a little less than 3. And so that's a really big deal. That's getting us cheaper printing rates and bigger distribution and all that sort of stuff. So that's really good. So the things that we'll publish are historical fiction, some nonfiction, some short story collections, some genre fiction, like crime, sci-fi, fantasy, that sort of thing. One of our big books coming out shortly is called Needle Him, and it's got a needle, right where the L should be. And it's set in a mental hospital, and it's set right around 2000. And it's written by a guy who's been a patient's advocate and has also been an inmate, an inpatient. And it is like Catch-22 meets Cuckoo's Nest meets Faulty Towers. And it's a satire, and it's funny. It's funny. So, and one of the reviews on the back is from the woman who edits Asylum, the radical mental health magazine. At last, the book I've been waiting for. So we're really getting really good people like that. What am I looking for in a submission? I want a manuscript that will dazzle me. I want a manuscript that I can't stop reading. I want a manuscript that I go back to read for fun. Like I've just spent $15 buying it in the local bookshop. I want one that I'm just going to go back and read that manuscript. And so I want one that I can't stop thinking about. I want one that I think, we're watching this on TV last night. Oh God, no, that's that book I'm reading. And, I think it's real. I think it's happened. I think it's people I know. And so it's got to be stuck in my mind and dazzle me. And I can't stop reading about it. And when I edit a book, I'm going to read your book 7 or 8 times. So by the second time, if I'm like, oh, it's this part again, it's not going to work. But if it's the 7th time I'm reading, I'm like, oh, it's this part again. I love this part. Then that's really good, because I love books. I'm going to always give a book a chance. I'm going to give the book I'm like a book's mom. I'm going to be like, I still love you. So I'm always going to be like that with a book. But someone in a bookstore is not that. They want to be impressed. They want to be dazzled. They may have just a little bit of money to spare, and they want to know that this is going to be the book for them. So they look at the cover, they look at the back, they go through a little bit, and they're not going to give your book a chance. So your book has to be the best book you can send me. It has to be one that dazzles. We only do about 20 books a year, so 20 different titles a year. So if you did send me a manuscript and I'm like, I can't quite, it really is not you, it really is me, because we really have to put all our resources into just a few books a year. So there's that. So send me one that I just can't stop thinking about. Don't send me 15 pages. Just send me your elevator pitch. You can send me a couple of comps. Everyone's all about that, Harry Potter meets Hunger Games. If you want. I just want to know, why is this thing special? Like you would say, the elevator pitch. What would you say to a guy that's going to make it into a film? How do I decide that a book is successful? Well, yeah, 500 copies. No, but also, if it's a book that you're happy with, I'm happy with, and we don't lose money on, and your voice gets out there, that's a win. That's really good. I mean, that's fine. You know what? If you do sell hundreds of copies, I'm cool. If it gets out there and you're selling millions of copies and you get yourself a mansion, I'm super happy for you. This is great. But this is as close to immortality as we get, isn't it? This is our chat. This is it. So if we can have this, and it's in the Library of Congress, and it's over here in the British Library and all of that, that's great. And I think that's a really good thing. All right. Any advice for readers? I wrote stuff down so I wouldn't lose track, but I'm always scatty. Write, and read. Some of the poets I've met over the years don't want to read other people's poetry because they might be better than them. They probably are, but they're not you, and you're not them, and you're gonna be 100% different. And every person's voice is unique. Every person is unique, all of you. So read someone else's stuff, take some things on board, read everything, read the genre you like, and then you suddenly realize that you're not reading the book you want to read most of all, and that's the book you have to write. So do a lot of reading, go to open mics, go to workshops, workshop your writing. If you go there and they're mean and they just pick on you about every comma, and leave. Don't go to where you feel like you're afraid to say anything, but go to where someone can give you criticism and take the criticism. And you don't have to actually do it, but you can listen to it. But all the different people are your audience. They're the ones who might pick up your book in a bookstore. How do I see us developing in the future? I think we're on our way. We're trying to get in England an Arts Council grant. At this point, I'm like a rocket ship, and I can't get out of orbit unless I get a huge infusion of cash. I got to hire people. I can't do everything with Alan. I'm editing everything. I'm proofreading everything. I got 4 or 5 interns, but I'm the last word. Alan's doing all the book covers and the formatting. So we need to have that little bit, if we get a huge success or a win or something like that, that'll be great. But that's the next thing I really need, is enough to actually hire someone to help me and to get a tiny office space and go from there and have someone do the admin. So that's where we're heading for it next. We're selling books in America. We're selling books in Australia. We're selling books all over England and Scotland.
So Rose, it's time for questions from the audience. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm done. Thank you.
Questions
That's
from
good.
the
You
audience,
just
though.
got me.
I was just like,
no,
it's wonderful because she always has such great information, right? And you're like, I don't want to stop it, but I have to stop it. All right.
No, you have to. Very good. Very good.
So anyone have any questions from the audience? Oh, okay. So
distribution. Yes.
Yeah.
Distribution. Okay. So if you can get a distributor, that's really cool. It's hard to find one. We do use Ingrams. You might find them. They're the biggest printer in America. You're probably going to be dealing with them anyway. The books we sold 460 copies of, that was $7,000 in merchandise. We're going to get 1,000 of that because they print them and they got paid, and they distribute them and they got paid. So they get paid and paid. But you do want that. They have the reach, though. They have the reach. Otherwise, they're coming to your house and you're going to the post office and you're hoping DeJoy doesn't lose your package and all the rest of that. So that is something you want to try to do. I recommend Ingrams. They don't have the best quality control in the world, but keep an eye on them for that.
So anybody else? Stephanie, George,
Kathy?
Kat.
I feel bad if we stopped her early and
Any questions?
No, that's okay. That's okay.
Anyone?
I can pick right up again.
Girls.
Yeah.
I feel like Rose just gave my whole talk.
That's why I go first, lady.
So I have.
Right?
Oh wait,
we have to.
Where can people find more about you, Rose? Where can they go and buy your books, find out more about you, and like maybe contact you?
Yes, I am. You can find me at rose@stairwellbooks.com. You can go find us. Stairwell Books has a US web page. It's a little underattended, but we will sell it to you in dollars and you don't have to pay crazy pounds and stuff. You can tweet me at Stairwell Books on Twitter. You can find us there. My intern Caitlin does a lot of that, but I'll get there eventually. You can say, Caitlin, get Rose. We have great interns, and you can get help from the local universities because these kids need to know what it's like in the real world anyway, and they'll work for you. And then some of my interns go on to get big jobs, like work for the Hay Festival, work for Oxford University Press, work for the Observer, write for other newspapers like that. So they do go on. And you get better at editing. Yeah. So it's all a learning experience.
So much, Rose. And I hope that you and Kim become really great friends because we want all of our small presses to do well.
Yeah, and we got to stick together. We got to beat off Scamazon. Seriously.
Yes. We're
All
working
right.
on it. We're
Well,
working
No,
on it.
wait, before we leave, I just want to be like, Rose Drew. This is Kim Davis. She owns Madville Press. Kim,
Yes,
this is
Rose
Rose.
Drew.
She
And
owns
this is,
Sarah Book.
and this is why we had y'all both come, because we wanted y'all to meet each other, because we know wonderful things are in the future. All
And I'm
right.
married to an Englishman, Rose, also published in England. So, hey, we have many connections.
All right. Thank you so much for coming, Rose, and taking time out of your afternoon. Next speaker.
Oh, what? Who is
Rosemary.
it? Oh, it is Rosemary. I do not want to mess up your name.
Oh, but
So
if you do, that's okay too. Don't worry about it.
All right.
No.
No. So we'll have you go ahead and introduce yourself.
Okay, I'm Rosemary Wattola-Tromer. And hey, I'm so happy to join you guys today.
We're happy you're here.
Yes.
I thought it'd be fun just to do a very short writing workshop, which means we won't be doing much writing, but I'll give you a bunch of ideas for things that you could write yourselves. And
I just wanted to say that the person after you hasn't showed up yet, so you might be able to go longer.
Who knows? Who knows?
you know what? I don't think I could because I'm going to go skiing, but I have to meet my husband. So, but I'll take a few minutes if she's not here. If he, she, they. So I thought, I mean, if I could do a writing workshop about anything in the world, I thought, okay, what's the poem that changed my life? What's the poem that I feel like saved me? And do just a little bit about that and thematically. And it's really what Rose was saying earlier. If you want to be a writer, then what should you be doing? You should be reading, writing. So that's what we're doing, that piece right now. And can you help it? Can I share my screen? Am I able to do that? And
Give us 2 seconds to make you co-host.
yes, darling.
There you are.
Thank you. So a couple of things. When I'm just starting to write, often before I jump into what the actual poem might be, I give myself lots of space to just think bigger. So I like to start with what I call 3 writes. And that is, I take 3 questions that I just ask myself. They're all somewhat on the same topic. And then I spend 3 minutes per question. So it's like 9 minutes of free writing time to get myself in. So in this case, the questions I have for you, and I can send this document, by the way, to the ladies, the lovely Winona and Jade, and they can get it to you. So let's share my screen here.
Oh, we hope so.
We try to be lovely most days.
I think you are. That's my assessment. So if you see right here, I have these 3 writes, and here are 3 questions, and I can put them in the chat bar too. Write about a time you played in the dark. Write about a time you wished it would be dark. And write about the last time you were in total darkness. So like I said, we're not going to get to do this right now just because we don't have a lot of time, but these 3 questions, and I'll just go ahead and, nope, we'll just stay right here. Just using those as a way to get yourself situated in the moment. What I like about doing these 3 writes, where it's just 3 questions, is that typically I find there's not a lot of anxiety about answering them. There's not a lot of pressure to get it right. That's why I like doing them, because sometimes when we sit down and think, I'm going to write a poem now, we get a little bit uptight and stressed out, and it's supposed to be good, and we get in our own way. So then let's read this poem together. You darkness that I come from. And is anybody else willing to jump in and read the poem out loud too? If we read it twice, I love to hear poems twice and in 2 voices.
I love reading out loud. I'm happy.
awesome.
Go, Rose, go.
All right.
Yeah, but
Rose, go for
I
it.
did a poetry workshop years ago and all they really want to do is hear me read poems. They didn't want me to do nothing else. All right. You Darkness That I Come From by Rainer Maria Rilke. You darkness that I come from, I love you more than all the fires that fence in the world. For the fire makes a circle of light for everyone, and then no one outside learns of you. But the darkness pulls in everything, shapes and fires, animals and myself. How easily it gathers them, powers and people. And it is possible a great energy is moving near me. I have faith in nights.
Beautiful.
lovely.
Thank you. And is someone else willing to read it too? So we can just hear it.
I'll
in two
give it a
voices?
shot.
Yeah.
You darkness that I come from, I love you more than all the fires that fence in the world. For the fire makes a circle of light for everyone, and no one outside learns of you, but the darkness pulls in everything. Shapes and fires, animals and myself, how easily it gathers them. Powers and people. And is it possible? And it is possible. A great energy is moving near me. I have faith in night.
Oh, beautifully done, both of you. Thank you so much. This is the poem that saved my life. I think this poem is tattooed in my heart now. I carry it with me everywhere I go, and recite it constantly. I sing this poem. I love this poem in part because it is a love poem, right? It's a love song to the darkness. And at the time when I read it, it didn't feel possible to me. I was in the proverbial dark night of the soul and wasn't very happy about that. And then for Rilke to turn around and say, you darkness that I come from, I love you. And I went, wow, is that possible? It certainly is. So when I think about a poem then that leaps out of this one to do your own writing, can you write a love poem to the darkness? Just like Rilke did. You can even steal his first line. I'm a giant fan of stealing other people's first lines. You can always chop them off later, but just to have something to start with. Darkness, I love you. Think about what is possible in the darkness that is not possible at any other time. The other thing I love about the ending of this poem is that he moves us toward uncertainty. I happen to love poems that move toward uncertainty. And it is possible. A great energy is moving near me. So how could you, as you're writing, just consider that? Can you start with certainty and move toward uncertainty as you write? The next poem, oh, I can't quite see it all here, can we? It's close. Oh, that might be the end. This is by Danusha Lamaris, one of my favorite contemporary American writers. Oh, Darkness. And in this poem, she makes the darkness personal. She takes it and brings it her own darkness and explores it and finds ways to praise it, and then offers us an invitation at the end. Could we have two readers for this one too? Oh, Darkness.
All right.
Awesome. Thank you, Kathy.
Okay. Maybe I better put on my glasses. It's a small script. Okay.
I can make it bigger for you.
No, it's fine. My arm is so brown and so beautiful is the thought I have as I'm about to turn off the lamp and go to sleep. I look at it a moment in the soft glow and I see it briefly, as though it belonged to someone else, a reddish kind of brown, like a toasted almond, only flecked with the fine gold hairs of summer. It occurred to me that I've always loved the brownness of my skin, the way just now I stopped to admire my own thigh, its deeper tone against the crisp white of my cotton robe. As a girl, I wanted to be dark as my mother, whose skin shone against crimson malachite plum. I loved the way that gold gleamed against her neck, the way dark skin forgives the accumulation of our years and griefs, and still goes on, pliant and smooth and new. It made sense to me that others slathered their limbs with oil, with unguent laid themselves out on roofs, on decks, on banks of sand, gave themselves to the mercy of the sun. Though when I seek a synonym for dark, I find dim, nefarious, gloomy, threatening, pure. Is the world still so afraid of shadows, of the dark face of the earth falling across the moon? The dark earth from which we sprung, to which we shall return? What we do not know lies in darkness, the way the unsayable rests at the back of the tongue. So let us sing of it, for the earth is a dark loam, and the night sky an unfathomable darkness. It is darkness I now praise, the dark at the exact center of the eye, dark in the bell's small cave, the secret cavity of the nucleus, the quark. How hidden is the sacred quickening in the dark behind the visible world. O Yahweh, O Jehovah, henceforth I will name you Inkwell, ear of jaguar, skin of the fig, black jade, Our Lady of Onyx, that which I cannot fathom, in whose image I am made.
Beautiful. Thank you. I guess we only have time to read it once, but thank you, Kathy, for that. And there's so much to notice about what I love about this poem, as with most of her poems, but particularly for this workshop, thinking about doing our own writing about darkness. I love how she gives us that invitation. Let us sing of it. And then she makes this list of all the dark places. Check it out here. For the earth is a dark loam, and the night sky is an unfathomable darkness. The dark at the exact center of the eye, dark in the bell's small cave, the secret cavity of the nucleus, the quark. I just love how she brings all these in, and then she comes up with all of her own synonyms for dark. So instead of dim, nefarious, and gloomy, we get skin of the fig, black jade, ear of the jaguar. So I think the invitation is to write a poem that sings of the darkness. And you could do like she does, make a list. Some of the best poems are lists, a litany of where you find darkness. And consider, like she does, also creating new synonyms for the dark. Our Lady of Onyx. All right, well, I think that's 10 minutes. So I did have another poem to share, but at this point, we could certainly do questions.
Thank you. And questions quickly. Anyone have questions?
If not, I have a question. I just want to know, how many times were you poet laureate?
I've been poet laureate a bunch of times. It's true. 1, 2, 3, maybe just three.
Okay, we have a question in the
and
chat.
then a bridesmaid.
And then a bridesmaid. I love it. So, okay, question.
And the bride, don't forget that one. Okay,
Okay.
form. Do you work with forms?
Oh, well, I would say absolutely yes. I love form, and I used to be like a strict form girl. Like I loved sonnets and I wanted to work specifically, like I can't even tell you how many sonnets I've written. I love blank verse. So just writing an iambic pentameter without a rhyme. I love just letting myself be driven by a rhythm. But now, I guess, and by now, I mean in the last, 5 years, maybe, I find myself really doing more of just allowing the form to emerge as it is. And that means, what is a form? Like a form could be just a list, or one of the other poems I had that I wasn't even going to do today, but that I considered for today was Let Evening Come by Jane Kenyon. And that poem has this repeated, let evening come, let the evening, is that what it is? Something like that. Let it come, let the evening come, let the evening come. And that repetition, just kind of pulls in the whole poem. It becomes like a lullaby then, and it just softens everything as she's surrendering to something that might be frightening to her.
And people want to know what the third title for the third poem.
Yep, here I'll go ahead and let you know that the one that I thought I'd do that I just found this morning, so I switched everything around, was Evening by Dorian Locks. And you can find that actually on her website. And I'll go ahead and put all of these poems and the prompts in the chat bar, so you'll just have them there. There's links to all of them also.
And where can people find out more about you?
And read your poems a day. You still do a poem a day, right?
I still do a poem every single day, and you can find those at 100fallingveils.com. That's all spelled out, 100fallingveils.com. Also, here, I just, oops, didn't quite get that in there. Oh, it won't let me. Why not? Well, I'm going to send, here, I'm going to figure out how to get you
Is it
this.
spelled
handout, friend.
100 or is it the number 100?
It's all spelled out, 100fallingveils.com. And so you can read my daily poems there. And if you're interested in finding out about other workshops that I'm doing or bio information, or I have lots of kind of free content on my website with what I like to call thought shops, that would be something like what we just did, where I just give tons of prompts and lots of poems and throw them at you. That's at rosemary.com. You just have to spell it right, ROSEMERRY.com.
Thank you for joining us today. Now go back to skiing.
Yes,
Okay,
have so
ma'am.
much fun.
Hey, bye.
Thanks, friends. Thanks for inviting me today. Have a great rest of your day.
You do the same. Our next speaker is Janet Todd.
It's more of an interview.
Interviews.
So I guess we got to get on our P's and Q's. now.
All right, let's do it. P's and Q's. Janet, are you here? I know.
Unmute.
Ah, there we are. Hi, Janet.
I should say, I wish I'd come in on this earlier, all these lovely poems and things, but I don't, well, you probably can't hear it, but we're in the middle of a storm. There's a sort of gale thing out there, and it's knocking over my little pots and making leaves everywhere, and it's all together. You probably can't hear it, but it's called Eunice, which is ridiculous, actually. I think you make these storms sound so cute by giving them little names. So, a sort of 90-mile-an-hour gale would be something, but saying that Eunice is coming, you think, well, yeah, why not? Anyway, it's out there, and I'm sorry I didn't come in earlier and listen to more sensible people than me, and people who are actually doing workshops and things, which alas, I am not.
Okay, honestly, we asked you because you
Anyway,
said
sweeties, it's so nice to see you girls again. You
It is great to see you. We really had the best interview.
I didn't think you meant to be funny, but we were laughing.
I don't know
so
what we were
hard.
talking about, but we became rather intimate in about 5 minutes. Yeah, but I have to say that I said I'd love to come on. I'm most honored, but you said something about a career and so on. I can never really imagine a career. It's not. I wasn't of the generation, where anybody really had a career. That was a sort of man thing, a chap thing. We sort of lurched from one thing to another. If you couldn't do shorthand typing, then you had to do something else. But the idea of actually sitting there and saying I was going to have a career, that never really occurred. I think I'm just kind of old. I'm also English, which that wartime generation, which is what I am, was very keen on putting girls down. You weren't really supposed to blow trumpets or to do anything very much. And if you wanted to write or do, you sort of did it quietly until you could improve a little bit. And then maybe you could become a hack somewhere. But it was, unless you were in the kind of upper middle class, it wasn't really much of an option. The thing, I don't know what people said to you when you were a girl, but here the one thing that was always said to you is, who do you think you are? Every time you did anything, they'd say, well, who do you think you are? And you'd say, well, I'm a mouse, I'm a very small, very humble person.
How did you overcome that?
Well, I overcame it by going to America and realizing that I had all this inbuilt, well, I was quite boastful and pushy and snazzy inside. I had a demeanor that was always very sort of defensive and modest and deferential and so on. And so I carried on like this, putting myself down in what was a 1950s British way when I got to the States and realized it wasn't working at all. I mean, it was just everybody. What I think was happening is people take you at your own evaluation, which is probably a good idea. But if you sort of said, well, I wrote this little book and it was wasn't very good, but I've written it and it's published. People would say, oh, it's not very good then, and that would be it. Whereas what you expected them to say is, oh, never mind, let us read it all the same. And I never got that response. So I slowly, I think, I was there 14 years, so it took me a while, learned that I ought to be a little bit more pushy about what I did. I also had a sense that if you didn't write something that was amazingly astounded the world and was perfect, if you weren't going to write Wuthering Heights, why bother? Whereas now I think quite differently, now that I'm old and it doesn't matter. I think that's right, let's just keep doing. And also the notion of exposing yourself. You always have to say, well, of course, that isn't me. I seem to have written a heroine who's really rather like me, but of course, it is not me. And that would go on for a bit. But now I think, well, yes, I put a bit of me in quite a few of them, as I have in the biographies, actually. I mean, in a biography, which I did before I started writing novels, I really should have kept myself more out of it, but it's quite difficult. Particularly one, I think the early people, I'm sorry, I'm rabbiting on. Do you want me to rabbit on? Should I just?
Yeah, you were doing great. I wanted you to cover biography.
You
started out with all this diffidence and was supposed not to do anything. And I sort of stumbled into university, and I've stumbled from job to job. I hadn't meant to be an academic. I was always whatever it was because I couldn't do something else. I mean, I go to Africa and I do all this African literature. I get to America and they don't want that because I'm not Black. So it's, it's a different world from the old African universities where I was teaching. So that's out. So I can't get a job. So I do something else. And so it goes on. Then I came back to England, where in the 1980s, and they seriously didn't want the kind of feminist stuff that I was doing. So I had to kind of retool again and look as though I was, a really serious critic, writing books on 18th century hymns and things of a more masculine character. And then slowly that showed up and I could move jobs in a way that I couldn't have before. So it's been a kind of moving with the times, never quite being in fashion, but sometimes being where the fashion wasn't. You could feel the fashion was there, but it never quite got to me. So it's been a bit of a muddled life, I think.
But you have a life with a career.
It did make a career.
Like early life was so dominated by the war, it was so.
Which war? Miss Todd, which war are you talking about?
And whatever you did was never as much as what they had done. That was the sort of endless thing.
Which war are you talking about?
Sorry?
Which war are you talking about?
The Second World War, ladies.
I wanted everyone else to know.
We knew.
We have so many.
I was born in the First World War. Not even I was born in the First World War.
Well, then you look
no, and we got bombed out, and so I was born back in Wales because the house was bombed. But I don't remember that part. I only remember the end of it. But then rationing went on for another 10 years, nearly. So there was never any things and never any goods, and there was a kind of weird attitude to the older generation. They had suffered, they had done everything, and we should not. We were sort of put down for a while. And then if I was a little bit younger, I'd have been in the baby boomer generation, and they, in a sense, create the 60s and 70s, but I'm that little bit before it. So it kind of, it was a funny period, very funny. And I think the ways that people bring up children has changed so radically that I brought my children up in a totally different way from the earlier ones. So I think everything has changed there, but one is never quite sure one is in sync with the times.
Now,
Do you know you're in sync with them? Because I never know whether I'm really in fashion or whether I'm out of fashion, whether I'm the right thing or the wrong thing, whether I'm woke or unwoke, whether I'm, wherever I should be.
So, Ms. Todd, we have one more question.
You have a question, dear lady.
Yes. So you started a university. Can you tell us about it?
I started what university?
Yes. Which university was it for women who were coming back to school?
Oh, that, yeah. Well, yes. My last job, my last actual working job as opposed to writing novels, which is great fun, but not exactly lucrative. The last job was as head of a women's college called Lucy Cavendish College. Sadly, however, it is no longer a women's college. It has gone mixed. I mean, for very good reasons. It never had any money. So, you know, it had to do something. But it was a college in Cambridge. It's one of the colleges of Cambridge University. And it was for women who sort of like me too, which is why I liked it so much, who came from uneducated backgrounds, who had often not gone to university at 18, when most people do, and who'd maybe had children, maybe they'd had a job, maybe they said later, I would love to do this. I would love to do something now, intellectual. This is my moment. And that college was for them. And it was really good. We had some wonderful people, you know, and we had quite a lot of you know, refugee women and migrant women and so on. You know, they would, whenever we had enough money to pay for them.
Thank you, Ms. Todd, so much for coming on. Can you please tell people where they can find out more about you and those lovely books that you have written?
What?
Oh, can you tell people where they can find out more about you?
Oh, well,
and those books you have written?
I've got you very kindly mentioned, because you ladies know all about the media. You told me all about it last time. This is what you do. You put yourself on the media properly. Well, I had a web page, but somebody set it up for me, and I'm finding it very difficult to put anything on it. So it may be a little bit out of date, but it is janettodd.co.uk. And
exactly. Yes.
Is that what it is? Yes. And
yes.
I sell my books through, well, I have a publisher who sells them through Amazon, but I'm fascinated about I have never self-published. I don't think I have the skills to do it or the ways to get to actually deliver it, a book.
Well, if you hang on the
I'm fascinated by what it does. I mean, if there is no if there's no editor and there's nobody above you, how do you know its value?
So if you hang on the conference today, you can find out.
I know. If it hadn't been a storm, dear ladies, I would have been there, but I've been out there holding my fence, which I think is
okay. No, it's fine. It's fine. We'll have it up and we'll send you the link. Don't worry.
Will you? I'd like to know how you do it.
Yes, we will happily do a Zoom with you so we can talk about self-publishing.
Well, somebody is talking about self-publishing in there?
Yes, today.
Oh, that's good. Well, I did it. I mean, it's interesting. I used to publish with major presses. My biographies came from university presses and big commercial ones, mainly because I actually wanted a bit of money from them, but though I never got a lot, but got some. But with the novel, but they sort of edited them as they wanted. You know, if they said take out 500 pages, out you took it. And if they didn't want the pictures, well, they went. So it was quite a dominating relationship. But doing the novels, which has been fun with a much, much smaller press, they've been so much more involved with it. And I think that's wonderful. And so I imagine when you do your own publishing, you're even more involved. I mean, I've got pictures in the last novel I did. It's a novel, but I've taken photos and put them in it. It's because I love a picture book. And that I could do this, called Jane Austen and Shelley in the Garden. And it's kind of about, it's about women coming to the end of their careers, coming at the point of retirement in their 50s or 60s and wondering about what to do next, how to do it. And I'm wondering about relationships. What about a community instead of a couple? What about living alone? What about it in some way that is actually companionable to the self? So it's about that, but it's also a story. And it's about sort of women searching for something through looking at different ways of living. And the fact is I could put pictures in that.
We have to pause for questions.
The name of this book you're describing, Janet.
Dear ladies, hang in there.
Okay.
I have it about my person.
I want to see it.
Voila. Does this come out in the right way? I never understand.
Jane Austen and Shelley in the Garden.
In the garden. And you see, it's got lovely pickies in it, you see. Look at the pictures.
I love it.
Thank
And
you
it's
so
really-
much, Miss Todd.
And this is what she feels like, you know, all cozy and that kind of thing.
Oh, that's
Thank
awesome.
you.
Thank you so much, Miss Todd, for coming on and sharing your wonderful wisdom. We always
I
love
haven't
to have
given
you
you-
on.
I haven't given any wisdom yet. You're going to have
You
to have me
did.
on again. I'm going to get
did a
up some
great
wisdom
job.
for you.
You did give a great job, and thank you so much. Unfortunately, we have to move to our next speaker, which is Mandy Hayes and
Kathy Murphy.
yes, talking about Popwood.
Thank you, Miss Todd.
Thank you so much, Miss Todd.
Oh, bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Oh, come on. Kim's supposed to be on.
Okay, I'm here. Is
Who we
Mandy
talking-
here?
Who am I talking on? Oh, I must mute. Mute.
No, Mandy is not here, but
Mandy's not here.
you're here, Kathy.
I'll jump in. I'll jump in till she jumps on board. But first I want to say the programs I'm hearing this morning get me so excited about. I run the largest international Pulpit Queens and Timber Guys book club in the world. We all meet and discuss in conversation with our authors, our reads around the world. We've started 800 plus chapters in 21 foreign countries. So this is like music to my ears, Janet. I've got your book. I'm taking notes on everything. But this all began because I went to college and I had to drop out because I had two sisters following me, and my parents told me that I had to pay my own way through. I had no skills. I was a lifeguard in high school. It's really hard to be a lifeguard in college when there's no places to go. So I became a hairdresser to work my way through college. And I did it because I saw it as an art form and I wanted to have an art degree. And so 7 universities later, 43 years later, I did graduate from college with my BFA in fine arts and minor in art history. I have worked with my hands my whole life doing hair. But the reason why I started the book club, and this is what we're talking about, how to get your books in the hands of book clubs, is because that's what I did in the salon. I would talk books. You know, there's 3 things you're never supposed to discuss in a salon: sex, politics, and what's the other one? Gossip. And so you talk about books, it's all uplifting, it's all good. And so I would give people books and then they wouldn't give them back. So I thought, well, I started out as a children's bookseller. I became a book buyer, a bookstore owner, a book publisher's rep. I have become an author, all in this 65 years of my life. But I started the book club because when I opened my hair salon bookstore at the same time, the community book club that didn't even have a name invited me to what I thought join them in the small community. I lived here in Texas. And I went to the book club and it was wonderful. I mean, we had a 4-course lunch prepared by a chef. It was enlightening. It was fun. I got to wear a hat. I love to dress up. And at the end of it, we were sipping cordials in this, you know, this front parlor in this beautiful Southern, you know, Gothic home. I said, what are we reading next month? And the hostess jumps up and pulls me out into the gallery of her home. And she whispers to me, she goes, Kathy, I'm so sorry, but we didn't invite you to be a member. We invited you only as a guest. So I was so embarrassed because I was much younger then. I went back into the room and nobody would make eye contact. And so I excused myself on the, you know, I have to get my children from school, whatever. And as I was driving home, I thought, who made up the rule? They said only 8 could be in their book club unless somebody died or moved away. I couldn't join. So I thought, who made up these rules, these boxes that they put us in? I mean, women are put in boxes every day. And I'm not one of those people. I'm one of these people that I'm one cat that will not get in a box. Okay. So I decided to start a book club. And I decided to crown us all kings and queens because don't we all deserve to wear the crown? I mean, bussing tables, being a lifeguard, you know, doing hair, these are all hard working jobs where you're on your feet all the time. I deserve the crown. So I started the Pulpwood Queens of East Texas. And this grew within a very short period of time into over 100 members in a town that had a population of barely 2,000. I was pulling in from a 3-state area, from Arkansas, Louisiana, and Texas. So we crowned girls queens and they started their own chapters. And the very first thing that happened to me was I got featured in Oxford American Magazine, which is a magazine of good Southern writing. And when that story published, Hairdresser to the Authors, because I do author makeovers when authors had come into my shop, which I still love to do. From makeup, I used to work for Elizabeth Arden. I used to do the Red Door clinics. But what I'm saying is that I don't think normal, Janet. And I think you are ahead of your time, or I think you were mostly ahead of your time, because all the things you mentioned are things that were just a little bit ahead of what's being acceptable today. And I think I'm kind of that way too. I mean, who would dare to put a tiara on somebody's head unless you were the Queen of England or Miss America? You know, it was just not done. But I have on mine today. It's in the form of a headband. And I crown everybody queens, and my book clubs have grown so big. And we've always read international books that the past 2 years, we changed our name to just the Pulpwood Queens, to the International Pulpwood Queens and Timber Guys, because men are in our book club too. Book club Reading Nation. And Mandy Haynes, I wish she was here. I don't know what's happened, but she is the executive director of my book club. She lives in Florida, and she championed my book club by starting Reading Nation magazine. It's the only magazine of its kind that features all of our authors for our readers, with inside stories and excerpts, and it's free. You can all go to readingnation.com and read it. And I learned about all people like Winona and Jade. I learned about Kim Davis from Madville Publishing. I'm learning about, Rose Drew. I'm learning about Janet. I'm learning about all the people that are here. I see Brandy. Hi, Brandy. I'm good to see you. I know all about her, but I'm learning all these new people, because if we all join hands, no matter where we are in the world, and we, instead of thinking about agendas of this is what I'm doing it this way, if we all start working together, there is nothing we cannot do. And it took, a young mom living in a small town in East Texas to start this crazy thing. And since then, within 4 months, we were on Oprah Winfrey's Oxygen Network, the Oprah Winfrey Show, Good Morning America. And so then I had an author come through that said, you should write a book about this. And I go, well, I'm working on a novel. And she told her agent. Her agent calls me and says, you need to write a book about this. So I did. I wrote The Pulpwood Queens, Tiara Wearing Book Sharing Guide to Life. And then my agent took me to New York, and it got bought by Grand Central Publishing, and ta-da, we're everywhere. We're on our 3rd book. Mandy just edited our new book. She did the whole thing, work in progress. 59 of our authors are in here. We're doing a new one this year for new authors. We're on a mission of joining with people like Winona and Jade and all of you to show that reading is the best entertainment in the world. To me, it's always been the poor man's psychiatrist couch. I grew up in a very dysfunctional family where a lot of children who have bad parents or parents who are not present, we tend, to go one way or the other. You either go into drugs or alcohol or who knows, crime, whatever. For me, I dove into books because of teachers and librarians. So today, everybody wants to know, how do you get your books into book clubs? Well, the first thing is you have to get out of your comfort zone, and you have to send inquiries. I mean, the ladies, they send me more inquiries. I go, yes, 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 to everything they send to me, because, it's all about us sharing them. I'm going to have them on my Kathy L. Murphy channel. We're going to keep doing things, but I've started a writer's club, a book and film club. I even have now the Pulpwood Queen Shah Rukh Khan fan club. He's my favorite actor. I've got a new Mama Cats book club for small children. We've got the Cool Cats Mandy runs for our middle grade readers and up. We're trying to cover every aspect of reading, all genres. The only one I do not accept is erotica. I'm a former Sunday school youth group leader. I just can't. I have a lot of children on my site, and I do slip. I'm from Kansas, back in the Flint Hills, and do slip once in a while with the S word, but I'm real. I mean, this is who I am. I'm a small town Kansas girl that thinks reading is the best thing you can do in your lives.
So people want to know, sorry, Kathy, people want to know how to get in contact with you, because we're just getting it all in the chat. And I was like, oh, let me say it.
It's you spell this all out lowercase, the pulp, P-U-L-P, wood, Queens with a plural s.com, the Pulpwood Queens. If you Google the Pulpwood Queen, Kathy L. Murphy, you're just going to get a lot of information. My email is the Pulpwood Queen single, just no s.com. And you can always contact the ladies. We keep in contact. They know how to get a hold of me. And a lot of you that are here today, I know who you are too. And I'm going to stick around and learn about all of you. We're creating a tribe of readers around the world. And and I have this big philosophy. I don't know why nobody's thought of this before, but there's so much fighting and all the things that we thought we were over is raise this ugly head again. Racism and this political world is just getting horrible. But I have this philosophy that if you hold somebody's hand, you can't fight. If you're ever in an argument, ask for that person's hand. They cannot yell at you, fight with you if you're holding hands. And so that's why when we actually meet in person at the end of it, I have everybody hold hands, and I just can't tell you the power in that. And unfortunately, we can't do it right now because of COVID and this pandemic that we're all dealing with. But we can lift each other up. There's room for 1 million reading programs in this country. 1 million, millions. I mean, just in India alone, there's billions of people. I mean, I want international book clubs to jump on board. We're getting international authors. We have Book of the Month, International Book of the Month, and Bonus Book of the Month. And then I have some extras that I just throw in because they're just such great books and I couldn't get a hold of the author. So I'm serious. I'm serious. Matthew McConaughey, he lives, he grew up just 30 minutes from me. Can't get a hold of him. And I finally got a hold of his publisher and I asked him, could he come to our convention and just speak for like this? And they said, they didn't even give a chance to even ask him. They just go, no. I just started laughing. I go, okay, well, thanks. I'll try again another time. Well, I was talking to New York Times bestselling author Adriana Trigiani, and she goes, I've got Matthew McConaughey coming on my show. Let me talk to him. And she said, let's see if we can get him to come to your girlfriend weekend. So, it's all about don't burn a bridge ever. Don't ever burn a bridge. Just say, well, I'm sorry that didn't work out. Love you. But, I'm into people who are like-minded and want to create a world where a betterment for all people, all nationalities, all cultures. And, I'm just about as white as you can be. I mean, honestly, the light in here makes me look invisible. It's ridiculous. But I love reading that poem this morning because I suntan myself to death because I've always wanted darker skin. I'm an odd duck. That's all I can say. But I really do believe that, it doesn't matter where you're from, what economic background, what culture, what color, what race, what religion, what political affiliate. If we all read together, we're going to understand, have more kindness, more empathy, and, reach out to me. I want to hear from you. International reads especially the publishers all want to send me Queen books. They want to send me Southern books because I'm in Texas, which Texas is not really kind of considered anything but Texas. We're not Midwest, we're not Southern, we're not, we're just kind of our own entity. But I am right here in East Texas, and I would love to hear from all of you. Questions?
Thank you,
Yes.
Kathy. Thank you. Questions. People have been asking how to directly contact you.
We got that in the chat already.
We put it in the chat, but if you want to put it in the chat.
Pulpwoodqueen@gmail.com, and it's on my website. My address is on my website. If you join as an author member, there's benefits. We get you in our international newsletter. We can get you in our magazine. We have great advertising. We literally, my Pulpwood Queen Dream Team, I have a group. I have Paul Roberson, my webmaster. I've got Robert Gwaltney, who heads up my book and film club. I've got Betty Hunt Koval, who's our cheerleader. Stephanie Chance, who's now our international travel expert. And then I've got Mandy Haynes, who is our executive director. We all work together 24/7 promoting all of you.
Thank you so much, Kathy. I'm sorry that we didn't have a long spot for you, but thank you so much. And I think she's going to be sticking around, y'all. So
I'm sticking around, man. I may have to lose a sweater. It's warming up.
Well, all right, so
I
y'all,
got my coffee. So
we would love for y'all to continue to talk to our speakers in the chat if you have more questions for them. And we're going to our next speaker, which is Kimberly Davis.
Hey, Kim. Okay, I was fussing around here trying to figure out if it's me next.
Yes, it was. I'm so sorry. We're running a little
behind.
We're running behind, but we just had to have
No
good information.
problem. I get about 100 windows open, and then I can't find who I'm talking to. Where's the screen? What am I supposed to? I'm sorry. It happens when you get older. Good morning, everybody. Happy to see friends here. Kathy Murphy, George Drew is one of the authors at Madville Publishing, where I come from. This is George's book. I just had to show it because he's here. It's called
What's the name of it?
Drumming Armageddon. It's poetry, and then we'll have a book of George's essays coming out in July, I believe. I forget what month it is, but we've got a book of his essays coming this year as well. But George is one of our dear friends, and so I'm a small press owner. Like who did we talk to this morning? Rose Drew, yeah, and so similar sort of story. I think our press is younger. We started in 2018, and as I was transitioning from my job at Texas Review Press, where I had been looking after things, kind of keeping the wheels on the bus while they searched for a new director. But I was there for a couple of really solid years, and I had to do everything. The boss died, and I knew how to run the place, so I did. And I met George, was one of the dear people that I met while I was there, and that really probably fueled my decision to go ahead and do Madville as much as anything. And also just the difficulty of being a woman over 50 and finding a job. We've already kind of touched on some of this, but the jobs are not out there, but I've got the skills. There's a lot of stuff I know how to do. And I had some dear friends, both of whom have since passed away, beg me to publish their books. And I started out thinking, okay, I'm going to guide them into self-publishing, but they were older and they didn't have the skills or the wherewithal to maintain the books, right? Or to market them or do any of the things that they might need to do if they wanted the world to see their books or have them edited or laid out properly. So I bought a block of ISBN numbers and formed a company. What can I tell you? It then took me 2 years to make it a nonprofit. We published 12 books of poetry, fiction, and nonfiction. And the nonfiction is like essay collections and memoir. Yeah, so that's what we're doing. 12 to 24 a year. We're gonna get real close to 24 in 2000. My big old dog is here getting in the middle of the books. we're getting close to 24 books next year. We've got 2 books a month already under contract through May of 2023. So we're small, mostly voluntary workers. I like Rose, I pay editors and layout people who are, God love them, they're still my interns from when I was at Texas Review Press. They were my interns, my graduate interns at Texas Review Press. And I just keep going back to the people I know, because I know and they know what I'm asking without me having to explain it too much. And so anyway, we have a lovely staff. And it's about 6 of us, I would say, all together that put a book together. And it takes us about, it's stretching out now. We start, if we accept your manuscript, we will have read it. We have editors who read in advance, acquisitions editors. We will have read it and they will have submitted readers' reports to me to tell me whether or not it's the sort of thing that we should publish, or whether we should ask for corrections and have them resubmit it or whatever. I get it's like a little short 2-page report that I ask for. And so the process is at least 18 months long, I would say, from the point at which we say, hey, we like this, can we write a contract? To the point at which it actually launches, the book actually launches. And we try to have it at a point 6 months prior to launch where we can have a hard copy in our hands to start promoting. So that's a kind of a calendar that we work from. So I hate for people to be disappointed when they find out how long it's going to be before their book comes out. It's going to be a really long time. But if you want the book to sell, if you want to get it in front of people, you need the lead time. You need the time to really work on the layout, get the right typeface, get the right cover. We love our covers. This one came out yesterday. And this Mike Hilbig, it's short story collection, quite experimental, on the edge, very different. So I would say that a lot of our stuff is literary. However, we're moving into magical realism. We're moving into fantasy. We're hoping, fingers crossed. Plan is that we are going to launch a fantasy oh my gosh, I forgot what it's called. Imprint. Thank you. A fantasy imprint. We're going to launch a fantasy imprint.
Because just of your enthusiasm, but also you mentioned
fantasy. Okay, I was saying we have several fantasy titles coming out. We play an experiment. Here's something new. We've been trying this 8x8 format. This one also came out yesterday and it is absolutely gorgeous. It's flash essays. So we experiment a bit with form. We've got some standard format, but we've got some more experimental titles as well. This is Jerry Lefemina, and he is he's a master of the short form. He's a wonderful poet. And so this year we have his, it's essays, flash essays, but it's a sort of it's a wonderful rambling stream that he wrote over a 24-hour period. And I don't know, we love Jerry, and we highly recommend this book, The Pursuit of Meditation on Happiness by Jerry Lefemina. And then we're trying a little bit of hardback. We work with Ingram, as Rose talked about. We work with Ingram, and they do print on demand, and it makes it, that print on demand, that technology makes it possible for people like me and Rose to exist, because we could not warehouse all those books. Print on demand allows us to print, a few at a time.
So
Fabulous. Thank you so
does
much.
anyone have questions?
You probably want to know where to contact her and what kind of book she's looking for.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, madvillepublishing.com. MADVILLE publishing, just as it sounds, .com. That's our website. You'll find everything you want there. What we're looking for right now is we have an open poetry submission period for a book about poems about Dolly Parton. You can read about that on our website. There's a button up in the navigation, or you can find us on submittable.com as well. That's the only one we've got open right now, but when we have other things open, we'll let you know. But in the website, subscribe to our newsletter. We'll let you know there, or find us on Facebook, Madville Pub, also on Twitter, Madville Pub.
Can I ask something?
Yeah.
I'm fascinated by the little press phenomenon. I mean, it's amazing. There's some wonderful things coming out all over. How much do you liaise with other little presses? How much is there a kind? I know that you can all go through Ingram, and I know how useful that is. But can you liaise with them?
This is a new thing, and I'm looking forward to trying to do more of that, liaising with other small presses. Yes,
I'm excited for the Kim and Rose liaise. Like I'm going to be like hovering over social media. I know something big is going to happen between them.
May I suggest, could y'all start a small press magazine?
Yes. And y'all can both do it and like together.
That is what you need. In which you could read about everything from different countries all over.
Right, and then like your interest.
I like that a lot.
I got
really
like
like
goosebumps.
Oh, I'm excited.
Okay, now all I request is that I be in it.
Oh, I can get
Fair. That's fair.
Can the ladies get an ad? Like, could we just get one? Okay. But I mean, it's going to be beautiful things. I know it's going to happen. And this is why we love doing conferences, y'all, because
Our next speaker. Oh, did anyone else have any more questions?
Comments or concerns?
Yes.
They're gonna. I think Kim can hang around, right? Just a little bit.
Yes.
So
I'm
she'll
in
be
no
here
rush.
to chat if you didn't want to just do something, or maybe she'll be open to doing, or maybe her and Rose or whatever will be open to doing like a breakout room, or so we can probably set that up for y'all. So let us know in the chat. Next speaker.
The next speaker is Brandy. Brandy, I have a special request from you because you're a
For you.
dear friend. I have a special request.
Okay, what's the request?
Could you just run us through the first 3 steps of self-publishing, because Miss Janet Todd asked and we promised that someone
Yes.
will tell you how to self-publish.
Today.
Yeah,
Finish up whatever you're doing. I'm so sorry. Thank you.
I just want to hear about
that's
it.
okay.
It's
Yeah,
the new
no,
world.
the first 3 steps of self-publishing is 1, have a book and make sure it gets edited, because trust me, if
Yes.
you don't, you will regret that decision for the rest of your natural life.
Yeah.
You might as well be tossing your work in the garbage can, because that's about what it's worth. Second, make sure you get it properly formatted. Formatting is huge in terms of how readable it is for somebody. So don't, it took me 6 weeks to learn to format my first self-published book, but it was worth the effort, and I've gotten considerably better since then. Invest time in learning how to do it right. Third, make sure you have your cover, because that is going to be the key. If it's not a good cover, don't expect it to sell. I'm not going to say that mine are the world's best. My first few self-published books, they probably look okay, but they're not the greatest. I would do them differently. And in fact, what I'm about to tell you about, I am doing differently in the next 6 weeks. So anyway, and then once you have the book formatted, the cover selected, go with Ingram Spark. Don't do yourself a favor, buy your ISBNs, make yourself a publishing company of your own. Don't go through Amazon, because bookstores hate Amazon, and you'll just be going uphill both ways trying to get your book in the bookstores. So make yourself your own publisher of imprint. If somebody tells you that they're going to assign you ISBNs, that just means that they're going to be the publisher of imprint, not you. And it also means that they control the ISBNs you don't. So you don't want to put yourself in that position. Make sure you get your own ISBNs. Make sure that you register with the Library of Congress, because libraries do care about that. And it's how they're going to tell whether or not you're the real deal. So, you know, a lot of people skip those steps. Some of them don't even know those steps exist. But that is a crucial and important part of being taken seriously for your work. Register your copyright. Now, you don't technically have to. You own your copyright the minute you write your book. But what registering your copyright does is allow you to sue somebody for copyright infringement if it happens that they take your work and run with it, or, you know, use large portions of your work without either permission or paying you. So most people don't have a leg to stand on. They can't sue because they didn't register their copyright. So do yourself a favor, register the copyright. It's maybe, I think it's $35 through the government. By the way, the Library of Congress control number registration is free. That doesn't cost you anything. The copyright registration, I believe, is $35 last time I looked.
Brandy, you didn't have to explain the whole thing.
Babe, I'm
Just
so sorry. Like,
Well,
that was like that
that's
is kind of
okay.
talking
I
over
got
the
on a
top of
about
roll.
your characters. Go for that.
And I just sort of went. I figured if it was useful information, I was going to provide it. So actually, it's funny that because this lecture that I'm about to give, the creating a character backstory, is based on the book that the last book I got published from somebody else. It was basically, I started out with creating a character backstory because I was having trouble connecting with my character and I hated the story the way it was going. That's why I wrote it. I needed to get into her head, the main character's head, so that I could understand her better. So I sat down and I did essentially an interview with her. And I know that may sound funny for those of you who have never written fiction, but I do say that the best way to know what it's like to be God is to write fiction. You will create wonderful characters. You will build a perfect world for these characters. You will have all these plans for what they're going to do. You will drop them into the world. You will tell them what you want them to do, and they will do the exact opposite of whatever it is you told them you wanted them to do. They will go their own way. They will make their own decisions, and it's up to you to kind of figure out why they're not doing what you want them to do, and it's usually because you don't really understand them yet. I used to think that it was about creating a character backstory. I now think it's more about discovering who this character is. And that does begin with their backstory. The honest truth of the matter is that the past is the gateway through which the present develops, and the present is the gateway through which the future unfolds. So if you don't have grounding in what their past is, you don't have the foundation you need to understand why they're behaving the way that they're behaving in the present moment. It just becomes a sort of loose connected bunch of actions with no logic running through it. Knowing their backstory gives you that logic and that understanding of why they're making the decisions they're making and what impact those decisions will ultimately have. So, believable characters have a past. Just like we have a past, your believable character has a past. You could probably write a character that didn't have a past, but it would be weird. It would definitely be a premise to a story, like a character who has no idea who they are or where they came from. That would be an interesting premise for a story because it would automatically set them apart and make them very weird. Make them, it would be a good thing to explore as a writer, is what would it be like if you didn't have a past, if you literally didn't come from anywhere, and everything was happening to you in this present with nothing for you to make a decision based on. So the past doesn't stay in our past. See, the subconscious mind doesn't keep track of time. It has no concept of time. It is, everything that happened to it is presently happening to it as far as it's concerned. All those incidents that happen in your past, this is where triggers come from. Trauma that we haven't healed, and then we come across something that triggers that memory, that triggers and puts us right back in the situation where we were at. So if you don't know your character's past, you won't know what's going to trigger them. You won't know the people that will remind them of their past. You won't know the incidents that will come up that will trigger a moment, a flashback, a sequence. So you really do need to know their past. I am an international speaker and award-winning author of Creating a Character Backstory. That was the second book that I ever published. The backstory is all about the time before the book begins. So you don't need You need to know your character's backstory, but please don't dump it on your reader. They won't thank you for it. There's ways to work in the backstory that make sense and that are logical, but you don't need to dump it on your reader. That would be a huge mistake.
So Brandy, how do you have a request to put that book that you were talking about in the chat?
Yes, absolutely.
Again?
Yeah, it's creating a character backstory. Now, I am revising the edition that is on the web, but that's what it is. This is, remember how I told you to register your copyright because you can't go after somebody for copyright infringement if you don't? Well, the person who published creating a character backstory hasn't paid me royalties in 6 years, but guess who can't go after them because she didn't register her copyright? That's right, this girl. Anyhow, so be sure to do that. Yeah, there are 5 key components to a backstory. Your major losses, grief, and pains that happened in their backstory, the major victories and triumphs that they've been through, you know, the things that they've done that they're proud of. These are moments, you know, like you hear it all the time. The guy who was a quarterback, the winning quarterback in high school, and 40 years later, he's still talking about that. That's his backstory, right? That's his, we live those shining moments as affirmations of the goodness of our humanity. And if we don't add to that collection of victory moments, then all we have are the past moments. So don't do that to yourself. The third is love and relationships. So much of who we are and who we become is based on the relationships, the family relationships, the people we loved, the people that loved us. They influence our beliefs, they influence our experiences. And so knowing who those people are is important to creating your backstory. The education and occupation, why did they become what they became? You know, education and occupation influences both what you expect from a character, what you expect a character to be. If I walk up, if I see a garbage man, for instance, a lot of times the automatic assumption for most people is that a garbage man probably is a garbage man because he doesn't have a lot of education. So if you find a garbage man who's a PhD and just decided to check himself out of the corporate world, that's going to be a surprise. It's not the expected result. Personality, habits, and quirks, that's the final point of your backstory. Where do those come from? Where did they develop those things, those habits and quirks? And then out of the past comes your present. So out of those past things comes the goal that your character has for this present story, their motivation for that goal, because a goal and a motivation are not the same thing. Two people may want to become millionaires, but they won't be motivated by the same reasons. The defining belief that they hold about life, the universe, and their place in it. And that belief may not even be something they're consciously aware of, but it guides their decision-making process. And then the greatest strength that they have, and then their greatest weakness. The greatest strength usually develops out of that defining belief, as does the greatest weakness. So for instance, somebody may have a belief, I'm not lovable, and they end up pushing away every attempt that people make to love them because of that defining belief. It causes their greatest weakness, which is their insecurity, their underlying insecurity. It will also cause their greatest strength, which is their ability to believe in other people who don't believe in themselves, because they want to give to others what they didn't receive themselves. So that's all about creating a character backstory in a nutshell. Any questions?
Brandy, first of all, amazing. I'm sorry, y'all. You can tell that Brandy, we work very closely together. So amazing, as always, Brandy.
Thank you.
Oh, Janet has a question. Let me unmute somewhere.
She's right there. She's
Okay,
right there.
yep. Let me ask her to ask. Okay, we did. Okay.
I'm unmuting. But
Yes, okay.
no, I was just going to say, I found that really interesting. It was great. And just to blow a little horn here, that was something I was writing about in my book. How do your characters manage to tell a story that other people need to know so that they can enjoy it? And I went back to, because I write about Jane Austen a lot. I edited her, and I've been living with her for years. Anyway, she's kind of in my head, like she's in my character's head. And I saw her struggling with that as well. There are times when people just come in and write a letter and say, hello, this is what happened to me. Or in other times where she gets it in very carefully. And in her earliest books, she's actually quite awkward about it. You know, it's too long, it comes in wrongly. But by the end of it, she's doing it very carefully. And I think it's a wonderful throwback to the, as you will know, the early novel, the Renaissance novel, where people just came in, and every time a new character came in, they sat down, and everybody sat down around them and said, no, tell us the story of your life. And then sort of 20 pages later, they were still telling the story of their life when somebody else rode in and they said, well, now you tell the story of your life. And by the time you have about sort of 6 layers of these people telling their stories until you come out. And I think a lot of, you know, the later novel plays with this. There's a lot of the old still in us. We want to tell the stories, we want to tell it, but we've got to tell it oblique, you know, in the way.
Right. Well, one of the things you can do with the backstories that you create so that you do get the most out of them is that you can compile them into a book that you can release to your fans. So like, instead of information dumping on them, recycle the content and make it available. Tell them all about it, you know, and that's fine in that book, right? You know, but don't information dump in your book about a backstory, because backstory can be interesting, but it's an interruption to the narrative.
Thank you so much, Brandy, for coming on
and for doing the ad libs.
Yes,
3. I mean,
we appreciate it.
You really got into it. I really meant 3 sentences. That was like total. Like I thought you were gonna say get an editor,
no worries.
get a cover, get an ISBN.
No worries. Brandy will be sticking around. Right, Brandy. And let us know if you want to have a breakout with her, or she'll answer some questions in the chat. But we have to move on to our next speaker, which is Angela Anderson. Oh, Brandy, please put in the chat where people can find out more about you.
Hey guys, how are you doing?
Did we just lose Angela? Angela, would you like to introduce yourself?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, and I sent you a message in the chat. Do I have access to share my screen?
Yes, you should.
Okay.
Try it out.
I'm gonna share my screen. I'm gonna talk really fast. This is so exciting. Hello, everybody. Let's see, let me share my screen. You said I do have access. All right, can you guys see that? Yes, okay. I'm going to go really fast because I know that time goes by fast too, guys. I'm super duper excited to be here. If you don't know, I am Angela Anderson of Angela Anderson Presents. Just consider me your literary midwife. I'm going to talk to you really quickly about Marketing 101, and we'll get started because, like I said, I know time is of essence. All right, now my screen want to act up. Let's see. Well. All right. So who am I? Of course, I'm Angela Anderson of Angela Anderson Presents. I have several literary shows, Angela's Literary Tea, Angela's Literary Cafe. I have Fun Friday with the Fun Friday crew. I do all things literary, from literary coaching to editing to marketing and promoting, all of that good stuff. As I said before, you can just consider me your literary midwife. All right, first up, boys and girls, we're just going to talk about marketing briefly. What are some things that marketing is? So it provides information, it drives engagement, builds brand awareness, promotes sales, and it boosts growth. All right, Marketing 101. Marketing is important because it allows businesses or authors or books or what have you to maintain long-lasting and ever-present relationships with their audience. And if you guys don't know anything about me, I am like the relationship queen. It is so important for you to build quality relationships with your audience, with your readers, with those that you come into contact with. And it is, for me, it's a part of Marketing 101, because if you have those relationships and things of that nature, it will make marketing be more fun and more authentic. Marketing is a must-have. It's an ongoing tool and strategy that helps businesses grow and flourish. So even you as an author, it will help you to grow and to flourish. It's an opportunity for engagement. I know sometimes we have authors that may be introverts and things of that nature, but through marketing, it definitely is an opportunity for you to engage, as well as its customer engagement, to help your company to be successful as well. All right, 6 steps to help you market. Get organized, get a website if you do not have one, leverage on social media, set up a claim for your business online. Like, for example, if somebody was to Google you, what are they going to see? If somebody was to Google Angela Anderson Presents, if somebody was to Google the And I Thought Ladies, what is your claim that you've set up for your business or for you as an author or an entrepreneur? What is that claim? What does it look like online? Create local awareness and establish a network. So even in your local spaces, a lot of times, of course, yes, you want to be known everywhere, all over the world, international. But what are you doing to set up your claim in your local area as well, and to, of course, advertise? Because if nobody don't know about you, about your work, then how can they contribute or find your work and things of that nature? All right, marketing 101, marketing as a skill. We're going to talk about that a little bit, knowing your social media platforms and how to be effective on social media. All right, I like to use, if you ever heard me talk before, I like to use that lights, camera, action approach. It just makes things much more easier. And in that lights, camera, action, just think about lights is to presence, as camera is to content, as to action is to engagement, and you definitely need to know the rules. All right, lights. So like I said, you're going to have a presence. You want to have a purpose. You want to be intentional. And boys and girls, you want to play to win. All right, camera. Like I said before, camera, think of camera as what it is to content. And if you guys are in this this field, if you're an author or what have you, if you're on social media, if you're just out in the world with marketing, you will probably know content is king. What does your content look like? What are you putting out there into the world? All right, this one I love. Creativity with excellence, guys. It's so important for you to feel free to be creative. And when you're free to be creative, it makes you more authentic. It makes you stand out or what have you. That when people see your name, see your brand, see your books or what have you, when you are creative and getting it out there to the world, it grabs people's attention. So I love that creativity with excellence. The next one is support system, a community with groups. Make sure you have a support system, such as like the And I Thought Ladies, some of the individuals that are in this group, I've worked with them before as well. It is so cool to have a support system and a community. And the next thing is with your content, guys, make sure that it is quality content that you are putting out there. All right, your content should do 3 things, boys and girls. If you don't remember anything else that I say today about marketing and your content, take down notes for these 3 things. It should educate, entertain, and engage. So when you are creating content, think of ways that how does this content educate someone? How does this content entertain? How does this content create engagement? All right, action is the next one, guys. So action is what it is to engagement. And engage is getting people involved or what have you with that. And in engagement, you should do these 3 things, guys. Build relationships, have consistency, and make sure there's some type of interaction. All right, guys, think about action as this. Again, action and engagement, they kind of go together. Ask yourself these questions. What are you doing to build quality relationships? What are you doing? Are you consistent? And are you interactive? All right, that's it. I know that was quick, but that was like a basic 101 with marketing tools or what have you. Of course, if you have some questions and things of that nature, I'm here to answer your questions as well. All right. I'm gonna stop sharing.
I was gonna say, where can people find out more about you? So that's the question.
But there it was.
No, there it was at the end, and wow, you rolled through that.
I'm assuming you're used to presenting that.
So I know I only had like 15 minutes and then 10 of that and then question and answer too. So I was like, you know what, let me give it to them quick, fast, and in a hurry. Of course, if they have questions, feel free to ask your questions as well.
Well, where can people find out more about you, right?
Okay, they can find out more about me. My website is AngelaAndersonPresents.com is my website. I am on social media. You can find me on Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn. I do play around on TikTok a little bit as well. You can find me in those places. On Facebook and Instagram, it is Angela Anderson Presents. And as I stated at the beginning, I have two literary shows, Angela's Literary Cafe, Angela's Literary Tea. I also have a third show, which is today is Friday. It's called Fun Friday with the Fun Friday crew, myself and award-winning authors Vanessa Miller and Vanessa Riley and Pat Simmons. And then I recently have a new show with Honey Mad Co. It's called the Honey Mad Co. Pop-Up Show, which I am the face and the host of that show as well. So if you are on social media online, you can definitely find me.
Fabulous. And I know we have a couple of small presses here today that would love to get some of their people on your show. So
I have one question before we roll on.
I wanted to ask, I have a question. I need you to put your information in the chat so everyone can see, and then we'll know.
How do we get on your show? Oh, Tanya has a question. Never mind.
Tanya.
I have a statement. Go ahead, Tanya. I want to say, Angela, that was brilliant. I have seen the extended version of this, and for you to condense it into such usable tips in a short period of time, magnificent.
Thank you.
All right. So how can people get on your show?
If they go to my website under contact, they can fill out the contact form and submit that to be on the show for that. If it's authors, depending on what it is, of course, I would need like information about your book, things of that nature. I also have another platform, What Are the Right Reviews? So again, the easiest way would probably be to send the contact form. And I don't know if some of them know, but I also do coaching services. I also have master classes that I teach as well. So outside of the marketing and promoting, I like to be in front of students and teach as well.
Fabulous. Thank you so much, Angela. I hope you can stick around for a little bit. Somebody might have some more questions for you. And please remember to put your information in the chat. We really appreciate it. Our next speaker is Bethany. Oh, Bethany Jett.
Hey.
Hi. How are you?
You look amazing.
As always.
You look great for our interview too. So I'm not trying to say, but you just look so cute today. I love it.
Oh, thank you. So much energy in this room. I loved that, Angela. It was amazing. I just followed you on Instagram. We are not friends.
Bethany, go ahead and introduce yourself.
All right, we're gonna jump in. Hi, my name's Bethany Jett. I'm traditionally published nonfiction, 6 or 7 books, one under a pen name, and my companies are within the writing and publishing industry, but my sweet spot really is on marketing strategy. So last session was amazing. I've got my master's in communication where I got to focus on marketing and PR. I love the world of nonfiction in particular, but really coming at it from the reader's perspective and how we really get that message across where readers can take it in. And I'm excited to talk today about how to find time to write. So I've got 5 tips or best practices that can go underneath that. And the first one is there's never time to write. So I think that's the number one problem all writers find is never enough time, especially when you have to balance the marketing. So much marketing, whether you're indie publishing, that's all on you. And even in the traditional publishing world, so much of that marketing falls on the author these days too. So you have to make the time. So there's really 2 ways to do that. You can get up early, stay up late, those kinds of things, or I like to call it find moments in between. So I call them the in-betweeners, in-between moments. And so sometimes writing can't be a full hour at a coffee shop, where you're so in a writer mode. Sometimes it's getting 300 words down in between meetings or staying a little bit after work or working on a lunch break, trying to get a word count in. People who write fiction, my mom's a best-selling novelist and she writes fiction and I write nonfiction. So thinking about process, one thing she does when she's writing, she'll go back through what she's written the day before, and then she'll start there and continue. My process in nonfiction is a little bit different. I'm thinking about how the chapter breakdown section would be in a book proposal, and I kind of write in headings or subheadings. So just getting some of those chunks out onto the paper. And if you're writing for children, particularly picture books, my friends who are children's authors, they think in terms of spreads. So what is the book going to look like when it's open in front of a child? And sometimes that writing process is for them thinking about how it goes on the spreads, but it's so hard to find time to write. I think we're all there. The second kind of best practice is to know your process. So not only do you need to know what time is going to be best for you to write and when those in between moments are, but is that process. So going back to what I said about fiction, nonfiction, and children's, depending on what you're writing and thinking about where do you need to be? Do you need to be at home? Do you need to be out in public? And sometimes that can be a little bit of your personality. Sometimes if you're getting energy from having people around and it helps you be creative, then make those times, those special moments to be able to get out and sit somewhere, whether it's a library or the coffee shop. And if you're introverted like me, I like to be home and cozy, but sometimes being in my office or any place where I am in a work mode doesn't help me write. I need to go someplace where I can be creative. So sometimes just taking a laptop outside or even handwriting sometimes can kind of get those creative juices flowing, and keeping a notebook in your bag is always a great idea because you never know when inspiration is going to hit. And I don't know about you, but I've had these moments where I think of, oh, I've had this most brilliant idea, and then I cannot remember it, 2 hours later. So know yourself is really big. A third one is to set deadlines. So if you are under contract with a publisher, then those deadlines are set for you and you have to meet them, which can help kind of motivate you to get writing. If you're a procrastinator, which I also have to say that I find myself falling into that category, I tend to be more of a binge writer. So instead of being practical and writing every single day, which I think is a good practice, I tend to write in binge chunks and stress my family out, which is really sad. But I know that's happening. And so you can give plenty of warning if that's your personality type and it's not going to change. And sometimes giving the kids pizza and some fun snacks helps them, kind of behave while you're trying to get your writing done if you've got kids at home. Let's see. Oh, if you're into publishing and you don't have that publishing deadline set by a publisher, setting internal deadlines can really help. So that can be a deadline in terms of word count. Maybe it's 500 words every day, no matter what, or 1,000 words every day, no matter what. Sometimes you could say, I'm going to get 3 chapters done, 3 essays done, whatever it is that is going to move you towards your goal every single day is really important. And then that leads me into number 4, which is to block off times on your calendar. So knowing when the best time for you to write is, where you're going to write. But the big thing I think for writers is that sometimes we can put ourselves last and we can put our books last sometimes because life happens and someone always needs us. And sometimes the writing project gets pushed back. But the one thing I think probably the biggest thing is that you are your client. Your book is your client. And so put that calendar time either in your Google Calendar or in your planner and mark it off and don't let anybody touch it. And that can be a really hard thing to get in the practice of doing, is setting such a hard, appointment on your calendar, because you know that it can move. If something happens, you know that you can push that writing back, but so many times then it doesn't happen. And again, I think this is a struggle that so many writers face. And some of the greats though, when they talk about their writing process, some of the amazing writers, some things that they had in common were they put that writing time first and they never let anyone mess with it. And so that's kind of a goal that I have. And so hopefully that's goals that we all have. The other thing and the last thing is allow yourself to have what I call the messy draft. And so no matter how you're choosing to publish, no matter which kind of book or genre that you're writing in, that first draft, maybe it's the second and third draft, let it be messy and let it be for you. If anyone in here is like a perfectionist, it's so tempting to try to edit yourself as you're going. So where you can't move on to the next chapter or the next scene or the next section because the first one isn't perfect. And I think what we have to remember is if you're looking for an agent contract or a book contract with a traditional publisher, they're not looking at the whole manuscript at first. So while your novel pretty much has to be done, that's kind of the general rule for publishing, they're only looking at the first maybe 50 pages when you're submitting your proposal, when they're asking, and then they'll ask for the full manuscript. So those first pages really have to be tight and clean. If you're writing nonfiction and you're also looking for an agent or an editor, they're only looking at most 3 chapters. Sometimes it's 2. And so those are the ones that you want to have super clean, super tight, make sure they're edited. But until you're ready for that point, just get those words out on the paper and then go through and edit them after. My last tip of advice is something that my mom says when she's working on her novels, or when I get stuck and I have all these ideas, but I don't know where to write. And she'll say, you can't edit a blank page. Get the words down, because none of the editing, none of the craft, none of the process happens until those words are actually typed out, written out, or however they are out for you. So I know that was a lot, but thank you so much for having me here. I hope that gives at least a couple of ideas on how to and make time for your writing.
Wow, that was like amazing. You can't edit an empty page.
I'm gonna go between.
You can doodle on it though. You can do. I mean, like all today, I feel like we've just been building on the craft of writing. Anybody have questions, comments? Well, you have a lot of thank you, and that was wonderful and amazing. And anybody else?
I will say the largest nation in the world is the procrastination.
Agreed.
I think I just posted yesterday, you know you're procrastinating writing when you're like, I could do some more exercise.
Literally,
I'll write later.
Literally, we were both exercising. We were like, you know what? We need to write this book.
One more round.
All right, 5 more minutes, 5 more minutes.
Bethany, I love that. That was awesome. Thank you so much. I've been saying similar things about editing for years, and I loved everything you just said. It was really very true. Very true.
Thanks for having me. I literally cleaned behind the stove one time because I didn't want to write. Pulled it out, scraped the whole thing down. Like, we'll do anything to get out of it. Thank you.
Or Janet, Todd, or Suzanne, did you have any questions about editing? Because I know earlier you had a question about editing, Susan.
Wait, no, it's Stephanie.
Was it Stephanie? Sorry.
See, this is why we don't say names.
This is why we don't say names.
We mess everything up.
Stephanie, you had a question earlier about editing. Are you good?
Okay, well.
Okay. Janet, did you want to say anything?
Can I see?
Yeah.
See, I just came in so late and I keep thinking of things I should have said and might have said. You know, I'm very good at thinking of what I should have done. And one of the things I should have said is that when I was at Lucy Cavendish, I started a fiction prize for a first fiction, and it's called the Lucy Cavendish Prize, and it's doing very, very well now. And nearly all the winners do get published by, you know, quite big presses and so on. So I push it towards all of you. Something you might, you know, want to push yourself towards, or suggest some other writer write towards. It's for women, and it's for our first fiction. And I started it maybe now 8 years ago, and it really has taken off in England. And I think it would be good for it to be known more in the States than it is.
Okay, Janet, can you spell that for me? Because someone wants to know about it in the chat.
It's called Lucy Cavendish, Cavendish, the same as the college.
Okay, Lucy, right?
Prize for first fiction.
All right.
And if you look it up there, they've done very, very well. A lot of the winners have gone on to be real bestsellers in England.
Oh, we had one person.
Like Eleanor Oliphant, a book like that was one of their winners, and so on. So they really have done well. I mean, they've done a lot better since I left, but I did start it, is what I want to say. Okay. And it was a great thing.
Thank you so much for putting that in. We do have a question for anyone that would like to answer. How did anyone get into editing? Starting, we have a couple of minutes. Anyone?
Well, it took me years to start editing my books because I didn't even know where to begin. And then I sort of developed processes along the way. Like mine involves a spreadsheet, and every scene, every setting, every basically moment of the book has its own little part. And that way I can sort through and figure out where I've got timeline errors. Those are things like, you know, a death happening in September and then 6 weeks later it's Christmas Eve might be something you want to fix. But it's easy to see that when you've got it in a spreadsheet.
I'm gonna mention, I'm so sorry.
Oh, that's okay.
Oh, also I was gonna mention that Brandy does a lot of my personal solo editing. So
yes. So
she does editing as professionally as well.
So I can absolutely answer your questions if you want to even just direct message her in the chat. All right. So thank you so much, Brandy, for answering that question. And we will move on to our next speaker.
Sean P. Connors. You are here, right? I thought I saw you coming.
I'm here. Yeah.
Okay. Hi.
I was waving.
All right.
So Mr. Connors, should I call you Dr. Connors? You have a PhD.
You can call me Sean. Sean is fine.
All right.
Would you like to introduce yourself?
Sure. I can dive right in if that's okay.
That would be perfect.
Absolutely. All right. Okay, so let's make sure I stay on time. Hi, everyone. Thank you for joining in from wherever you happen to be. And a very special thank you to Jade and Nona for allowing me to be here and to learn with you all at this amazing conference they've put together. I had the opportunity to talk with them for their And I Thought Ladies podcast almost exactly a year ago, I think. And it means a lot to me that they thought to have me back to talk with you all about writing this morning. So as they said, my name is Sean Connors, and I'm an associate professor of English education at the University of Arkansas, where in addition to teaching courses on literacy, I also teach courses on young adult literature and graphic novels for teenagers. And you're probably thinking, wait, you can actually get paid to study and teach young adult literature and graphic novels. And as it turns out, the answer is yes, you actually can get paid to do that. Not only that, but it's a really interesting topic to study. As I'm sure some of you probably know, it's not only teenagers who are reading young adult literature anymore. More and more, we're seeing adults who are buying and reading these books for themselves, which only expands the audience for the genre, making it one of the stronger markets in the publishing industry, but also one of the more competitive markets to break into as a beginning writer. Although I'm a writer, the bulk of the writing I do is academic writing, and I don't know that anybody wants to talk about academic writing. That said, a few years ago, my interest in young adult literature led me to begin a podcast called The Storyteller's Thread. And for the past 3 years, I've conducted long form interviews on a monthly basis with authors for teenagers. In some cases, the people I've talked with have been seasoned writers like Kirsten White or Cora Doctorow, whose books have appeared on the New York Times bestseller list. In other cases, they've been new authors who only recently published their first book. And in other cases, the writers I've talked with have been new authors whose first book unexpectedly catapulted them to success. With that in mind, I thought I'd share a few of the insights that I've gained about writing over the past few years as a result of talking with these different writers. Whether you're toying with the idea of finally sitting down to write that novel that you've always wanted to write, or whether you've already written a full draft of the manuscript, I hope you'll find some of the insights that I want to share with you helpful. So the first thing I want to tell you is this: whether you think it's the case or not, you're creative, you're a writer, and you have stories to tell. I want you to think back for a moment to your childhood. I'm guessing that when you were small, you wrote and drew and danced and sang. And not only did you do those things, but I'm willing to predict that you did so believing that you were absolutely amazing at them. But once we get into school, that begins to change, and we start to question or doubt our capacity to be creative or to be artistic. And we buy into the idea sometimes that in order to call ourselves writers or artists, we have to have published a book or we have to have sold a painting, right? So as an example, this past summer, I worked with a high school teacher in the area near my university who wrote the most beautiful poetry. And prior to reading me her first poem, she said, "Just so you know, I'm not a poet." And I thought, well, that's weird. When she finished, I said to her, "How could you possibly say you're not a poet? That was the most fantastic, beautiful poem." And she replied, "Well, I've never published my work." Well, that's crazy. And I tell my students all the time, if you devote the time to writing poetry or stories every day, or if you make it a point to sit down in your journal, sit down at your table each morning and write in a journal on a regular basis, you're a writer and you should feel comfortable claiming that title for yourself. So talking with writers, one of the things that I've come to appreciate is that what distinguishes the people who manage to complete a book manuscript from the people who don't isn't necessarily talent. Rather, it's their willingness to commit to doing the hard work of writing. On the surface, I know that sounds self-evident, right? If you don't write, then you're unlikely to ever produce a book, but that's not quite what I mean. If you write, then you know it's hard work. And for a lot of people, the idea of sitting down in front of a blank computer screen is scary. And rather than face that fear, and I know I do this myself, it can be easier to come up with excuses to get up and walk away from your laptop or your writing pad to do something else. And I'm guessing some of you know what I mean, right? Oh, I'll get started writing just as soon as I have another cup of coffee, or I'll get to work once I throw a load of laundry in the washing machine and fold it and put it away, right? And on and on and on. So one of the things that impressed me with talking with these different writers, young adult authors for my podcast, is that regardless of how experienced or successful a person is as a writer, that fear of sitting down at a blank screen or of struggling on some days to find the words never goes away. And in the end, it's the people who succeed as writers are the people who show up every day, put their butt in the chair, and do the hard work, even when that work's a struggle. So part of being a writer, I think, is learning to discipline yourself to write regularly. And as we all know, the more time you devote to anything, the better at it you're going to become. Another thing that I've come to appreciate from talking with other writers is the importance of finding people that you can share your work with. When we write, we make ourselves vulnerable, right? We put our thoughts and our ideas on paper or on a computer screen, and we're sharing part of ourselves. And that can be intimidating. And when people critique our work, it can often feel like they're critiquing us. But we stand to become better as writers when we share our work with other people who aren't as close to it and who are, as a result, able to see things in our work that we can't see. So as an example, I talked with Jeff Henningsen, who's a writer in Seattle, Washington, whose first book, Warhead, the true story of one teen who almost saved the world, talk about a great title, is a memoir about his experience battling brain cancer as a high school student. When Jeff began writing the book, he envisioned writing it for adults. But whenever he shared drafts of chapters with his writing group, there was one particular member, a woman, who would tell him, "I just don't think this book is for adults." Rather than have an adult narrator, it would be so much more powerful if you were to tell the story from the perspective of your teenage self. So Jeff told me he resisted her advice for months until one day he finally broke down and he took her suggestion. And not long after that, he finally found success and he secured his first book contract. So the moral of the story is that while it can be intimidating to share your work with other writers, finding people that you respect and who you trust to comment on your work and help you and provide you with useful feedback is only going to make your work better and help you grow as a writer. And there's one last thing I'd like to share with you. And it's something that came up in virtually all of my conversations with the writers that I've talked with. And that's the importance of writing the book that you'd want to read as a reader. Several of the writers I talked with described chasing trends early in their careers, meaning that they would look at book bestseller lists to see what books were popular or what genres were popular with the readers, and then they'd go try to emulate those to sort of ride that wave. The problem they discovered, though, is because they were chasing trends, they weren't telling the stories that they wanted to tell or needed to tell. It wasn't until they stepped back and asked themselves, what did I want from literature that wasn't available to me in the books that I read as a young person, that they finally found their story. And I'll give you a quick example. Kaylin Bayron is a Black and queer writer who described loving fairy tales as a child, but never ever seeing people like herself represented in those stories she read. So years later, her first book, Cinderella is Dead, features a narrator who identifies as Black and gay and a supporting cast of characters that's comprised entirely of people of color. In other words, Kaylin wrote the story she wished she'd had access to as a young person. And so I ask you, what are the books you loved as a young person? And why did you love them? And equally, if not more important, what didn't you see in the books that you read that you think your younger self would have liked to see and would have benefited from seeing? Once you've answered that question for yourself, go write that book, because I promise you there are other readers out there in the world who need to read it. Thank you.
Okay, first of all, y'all, you are a professor. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Any questions for Sean?
If there aren't any,
we have some questions.
I have a question.
Okay.
Oh, no, Tanya, go for it.
Tanya has a question.
This was fantastic. Thank you for this. I'm over here tearing up just with the validation that I'm on the right track, you know, that kind of thing.
I know the feeling very well.
But that isn't my question. You have a podcast and you say you speak to young adult writers and graphic novelists. How can I connect you with people I think should be on your show?
You can find my email address. You can email me, University of Arkansas. It's sconnors, SCONNORS @uark.edu. And I'm always happy to take suggestions. I've had the podcast has been on a temporary pause, but largely because things got so crazy with the pandemic last spring, but I'm planning on coming back to it. So thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Tanya,
See,
you
and
stole my question.
and this is why she's our wonderful co-host on our podcast sometimes. She just steals our questions. It's beautiful, beautiful thing.
But I do have another question. What was it like to go after advanced degrees in writing in English?
It can be intimidating, right? Because I think for some of the same reasons that probably you're talking about with creative writing or other forms of writing, it's intimidating in the sense that you're getting into a genre of writing that might be new to you. You don't have a lot of experience with, and it's hard to learn, it's hard to learn the forms and the genre conventions, all of that. So I think that was the intimidating part. But again, I think, the more you do that kind of writing, the more comfortable it becomes for you and the more your confidence grows in it.
Personal question. Is it worth it?
No question.
What, the higher education? Which it depends on which day you ask me. Some days it is, some days it is, some days it isn't. I think it's certainly made me a better thinker, a better reader, and a better writer. But it has its frustrations as well, for sure.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate that. So we have so many great things in the comments.
So please stick around and read them. And also, can you please stick around for a few minutes because somebody else might have some questions, concerns.
Oh, we also forgot. Can you please also put your website podcast thing in the chat as well? There we go. That's everything, right? From us.
Yeah, that's everything from us.
Adding to the
that's
list.
everything. That's everything.
We do better on our podcast. You know that.
Thank you guys for having me. I really enjoyed it. I'm really glad you're doing this.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is
Victorine.
Yep,
She's a New York Times bestselling author.
I am so excited to be here, you guys.
I'm so excited. And we're back with the cat in the tree, which I totally love, and
All right, I am going to share my top 10 tips for designing your own book cover. I'm going to share my screen if I can. I think you have to enable me.
Yes,
we have to make you a co-host.
Okay, now you're good to go.
You're good to go.
Awesome. All right. Let me get that shared for you guys. All right. So here are my quick and dirty top 10 tips. I'm going to go through this super fast because I know I only have 10 minutes. So feel free to go back and rewatch it over and over if I speed through it really fast. So the first thing before I get into my tips is I want to impress upon you how important your book cover is. It is your first impression, your reader's first impression of your book. So they say when you walk into an interview, the person interviewing you has about 7 seconds to decide whether or not they're going to hire you. And then they spend the rest of the interview, you're trying to overcome that bad first impression, or you're trying to reaffirm that really good first impression. So this is your first impression for your book. And if it's a not nice impression, then people are just going to go on by because there's many books on Amazon, and usually indie books, they're shopping on Amazon for your book. So this is my example of a bad first impression. So don't do a cover like this. All right. Tip number 1, stay away from free fonts. So why do I say that? Number 1, they're overused. Many are poorly designed. Many are meant for titles and things like that. So a lot of people use the fonts that just come on their computer, and many of those are designed for copy instead of a title of a book cover. So if you don't know anything about fonts, it's much better to observe what other people are using for their book titles and use a font similar to that. Also, they make your book look bad or homemade or anything like that. And that's that first impression thing. We don't want to have a bad first impression. Also, you may not have the license to use them commercially if you're using a free font, especially if you're just downloading it off a website on the internet. A lot of those are sketchy. Some of those are fonts that people have stolen. And we as authors know how that feels to have our book stolen and out on pirate sites. So we don't want to do that to other designers. So that's why you want to buy a font. Here's my example of a bad font to use. This is, I don't even know how to say this, Segoi script. It comes with every Microsoft computer since the
1990s. You see it all the time, and it's a bad font to use, so don't use that font. Here's the same title redesigned with some nice fonts that I've purchased. You can totally tell that this cover on the other side looks really well designed, whereas the other one it's just typed out and doesn't look very good. All right, so where to buy good fonts? You can buy them at myfonts.com, designcuts.com, fontbundles.net. Those are my top 3 places to buy good fonts. If you are unsure what kind of font to buy, at myfonts.com, they have a really awesome thing called What the Font. And you can go on there and you can upload like a screenshot of book cover that you really like, and it will pick apart those fonts and tell you what font that is. Or if MyFonts doesn't carry that font, it'll find similar fonts for you and it'll tell you how much they are. And yes, this is Desire, the font Desire, and it is $99 to buy the font, but it is well worth it. I've made thousands and thousands of dollars on this particular book that I used that font on. So your investment in your book cover is well worth it. All right, tip number 2, don't just type your title. You want to design your title. So on the left, I have How to Write a Swoon-Worthy Sweet Romance Novel just typed out. And on the right, this is my book cover that I designed. And so I used several different fonts. I used fonts that work well together, some sans serif fonts that work well. And then I designed Sweet in a cursive font to make it stand out. So you want to look at your cover and design it. Pay attention to how other people design their titles. You can see romance is a smaller word than novel. Novel is bigger, and they both line up on the sides, and that's another design tip we'll go over. Here's one just typed out, Every Breath, and then designed. So I'm just going to go through a couple other examples, just typed out and then designed. Same with this one. You can see this is the same font. I used the same everything on this book cover, but on the right, you can see I made oops, I misspelled it in the other one. I made Ms. smaller and I put it in between the 2 bigger words, and it just looks better. You want to pay attention to the negative space as well as the positive space in your design. All right, tip number 3, stay away from free photos or images. Again, you may not have the license to use them if you're just grabbing them off the internet. You get what you pay for with a photo. What you want to do is you want to choose an image where you can tell there's space where you can put your title. So on this one, you can't hardly even see the title on this one. You want to avoid smiling couples, especially if you're writing romance, because romance, you want to imply that tension between the couple. And if they're all smiling and happy, that implies that you have a really boring book. You want to avoid bad lighting on your images. So here's the same book cover, different image. It drastically changes how this cover looks, right? All right, where to buy good images? iStockPhoto.com, dreamstime.com, depositphotos.com, shutterstock.com, and bigstockphoto.com are all websites I've used in the past. You can buy a subscription to most of these and save money. If you're making several book covers, or if you're a designer like me, you want to buy a subscription, or you can just buy a single photo from them. Tip number 4, make your title legible. Couple examples on the left, you can see it. You can't really read that title. On the right, all I did was made a gradient behind it so you can read it much better. Also, pay attention to the font you're using. On the left, you can't hardly read that because it's a superscripted font. And oftentimes, if you're going to use a script, you want to use just maybe one word as a script font, and then the rest of the font, you can make it more legible. Don't use drop shadows unless you know what you're doing. I have used drop shadows when I design covers, but oftentimes they will make your title harder to read. So here's an example. I used a drop shadow to make it easier to see that one on the left, but it's not as easy to read as the one on the right. So sometimes just using a darker photo behind the words can help it be more legible. Also, if you're using dark type, don't put a drop shadow behind it. You only want to do a drop shadow behind really light type, because you can see on the left, it makes it really hard to read when you have a drop shadow behind dark letters. Tip number 6, look at other covers in your genre. You don't want your cover to not look like the other covers in your genre. The number one thing your cover should do is scream the genre. And if it's not screaming the right genre, then the people won't know, people shopping for that book won't know that your book is what they want. So if you see my examples, the sunset doesn't go with the other covers in the cozy mystery style. These are all illustrations. So if all the books in your genre are illustrated, then you want a cover that's illustrated as well. So here's a couple examples of, here's some romance books. You can kind of see the trend of these books. You can look at the trend of these rom-coms and see these are all vector art. So you want yours to match. Tip number 7, alignment. So here's a quick and dirty tip. If you want to make your title look really good, just align it on the sides like I did on this one. Here are some best-selling books I just pulled off of Amazon recently. You can see the titles are aligned on the side. Not every book does this. You don't have to align every single book you do, but it is one easy, quick tip that you can do to make it look good. Tip number 8, repetition. You want to repeat colors in your cover in order to make it look inclusive. In the first example here, Pack Up the Moon, you can see they picked up the color from her dress and put it up in the title. Same with Family Money, they picked up a color from the photo. In the last one, they used red and blue alternating so that it looks more conclusive and more put together. So repetition is one trick you can use on your cover. Contrast, if you think about it, the thing that has the most contrast on your cover is where your eye is going to go first. So you can create a focal point by creating that contrast. And here's a book cover by Michelle Pennington. She created that focal point with the woman, and then the type is forming around the woman, which is such a cute way to do the title. Tip number 10, use professional software if you can. So Photoshop is number 1. That's the biggest professional software out there. That's what everybody uses who is professionally designing. If you don't have access to that, or if it's too intimidating, there's also GIMP. I know people who use Canva and BookBrush to make their covers, and they're decent. You can't do as much with them, but they're a decent way to do it. So figure out what other people are using for their software and use a professional software. All right, if you're unsure of your skill level, here's what I would do. Try to copy a few professional covers that you see on the market. So just pull a screenshot off of Amazon of a cover doing really, really well, selling super well in your genre. Copy it as much exactly as you can. Try to get the fonts right and the images right, and try to copy that. If your copy looks like that book, then you probably have the skills to design your own book covers. If you can't copy the professional looking cover, you may want to hire a designer to do that. There are pre-made covers out there that you can buy and save money on. So designers will make up a cover and say, I'll just put your title on there. And there are many, many genres out there. So you can go look at pre-made covers, and that will save you some money if you need to hire a designer. And that's my presentation, top 10 quick and dirty tips on cover design. If you have any questions, feel free to email me. There's my email right on the screen. And anybody have any questions right now?
Can we talk a little bit about you becoming
a best-selling author? Because you have to tell that story quickly. So
I'm sure.
Were you traditionally published and became a New York Times, or?
No, I self-published my book. I think it was a partly because of timing. I published early on in the days of Kindle, when the Kindle was just starting to sell really, really well. When I published, I would say probably maybe 3 or 4 months after I published, Kindle was the #1 selling thing on Amazon. So everybody was buying the Kindle. Everybody was looking on Amazon for cheap books to buy. And you know, when indies were first starting out and selling on Amazon, the consensus was you need to price low so that your book looks like a super bargain, because all the traditionally published books were, you know, $14 on up, you know, and so for an ebook, if you're looking to buy one, you're going to buy the cheaper one, maybe, if it's an author that you don't know and you haven't tried before. So that was a really popular way to sell your book. And then Amazon said, all right, for indie authors, if you price between $2.99 and $9.99, we will double your royalties. Because at the time, they were only paying 35% royalties. But they said, we will make them 70% royalties if you increase your price to $2.99. Because a lot of indies were pricing them at $1.99. So everybody started increasing their price to $2.99. And I did for about a week, and my sales just completely shut down. And I said, all right, I'm not doing that. So I reduced my price to 99 cents, and everybody else was increasing their price to $2.99, and my sales just shot up. And they went up every month. My sales went up, and I could see it at the 30-day mark. My sales just increased by like a lot, like 100 a day. It would increase by, and then that month I would sell, 300 copies a day. And then the next month it increased even more, so it was amazing. And by the time I was at the peak, I was sitting around, maybe 23 in the Amazon bookstore. I was selling about 1,000 copies a day. And this is when the New York Times just had started counting ebooks on their New York Times bestseller list. And so I think it was the third month that they decided to count ebooks that my name just showed up on the New York Times bestseller list. And I actually didn't hear about it by looking at the list. And an agent emailed me and said, congratulations on making the New York Times bestseller list. And they must have had advance notice of who was going to make the list, because it wasn't out yet. And I thought they were crazy. I thought they misunderstood or something, because I knew I was on the USA Today bestseller list, but I didn't know I was on the New York Times bestseller list. So when it came out, I was just floored. I was like, oh my goodness, my name's on there. So it was crazy.
So fabulous. Thank you so much. Can you stop sharing your screen?
Yes.
Thank you so much. And I mean, I hope you can stick around for a few more minutes if anyone else has some questions, comments, or concerns for you.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. And we will move on to our
next person is I'm gonna go with the Parisian hostess. I
Yes.
think her name is Tamara.
Right,
For real.
But we don't want to mess it
So
up.
yep, nope.
Camera
No.
like a camera.
Yeah, yep,
There
see,
you go. See, I knew I was gonna mess it up. Oh my goodness.
Of course. It's fabulous. All of the
Except
time.
now my hairpiece keeps disappearing every now and then. Yeah.
And I thought I got dressed.
I bite, right?
I
was
want to go change.
Right, absolutely. And she's going to talk
we're
about
dressing up.
how to dress your brand.
Yes. I'm gonna have to take my flower off because it might be distracting here. So yeah, there we go. Normally I'd wear a flower, but it looks like Zoom likes to make my flower disappear. So here I'm in Paris.
It's disappearing in the Eiffel Tower. No one minds.
No one. No.
Enjoy, guys. Enjoy. Am I able to share my screen? Let's see.
Yes, you can share your screen.
All right, let me see if I can get this here. All right, and I'm going to share my screen. I was trying to practice this last night because I haven't done. All right, share my desktop. All these beautiful ladies. Are you seeing my screen now? Oh, you are. Okay, great.
We're seeing it.
So
okay. Wait, now I gotta move that over, and here we go. Presenting. Haha.
Well done.
Well done.
Thank you. All right, can you guys see all of that? Oh, wait, I went wrong way. I hit something else. Go back. I skipped. Okay, there we go. All right. Well, hello, everybody. My name is Tamara Davis. I am also known as the Parisian Hostess. I did not pick that name, but I was given that name by my customers because I used to have a shop in a historic downtown area where I created my own brand of essential oils and beauty products. So people just started calling me, hey, you're the Parisian Hostess. So that's how I got my name, the Parisian Hostess. Today, I'm going to be talking about how to dress your brand. And as you know, branding is everywhere. Everywhere you look, you go on Amazon, you go to Target, you go to Walmart, you go to Publix, any of the grocery stores. If you're looking at a product, it's a brand, there's a story behind it. And as writers, we all have our own story to tell, But even though you might be hiding behind your words, people are going to see your face, how you present yourself. And today I'm going to be touching a little bit about, how to find your brand as a writer when you're going for like a look. So we'll go over here. And if you guys have any questions, please go ahead and ask those questions. I'm going to try and move this over here, just in the center here. So I have created a number of brands. The Parisian Hostess Apothecary, as I said, those are all like my handmade products, skincare, essential oils. I'm in over 100 spas and boutiques in the United States and soon to be in Paris. So I'm excited about that. I own Pinup Database, which is a database of pinups all over the world. As you can see, I kind of have this like 1950s kind of vibe, and that's my brand. I created Glitter Glam Studios, which is mostly like what I'm going to talk about today, because I am a photographer and I help capture looks, your look, each person, and I work with a lot of brands and I help them create the look they're going for. I also have RetroWire, which is an event database for the retro community. And then I'm also a publisher and editor of Modern Day Pinup Magazine. And that's an international publication. So we have lots of publications. And I also shoot for a lot of other pinup magazines and have done lots of other covers, which it's halfway disappearing in there. There you go. So we have Retro Lovely, and then I produce a number of calendars. So there's a lot of imagery involved in what I produce. And do I have something on the bottom of this? I have a couple other companies, but I think those are the ones that I put. Okay. So here are the questions that you should be asking yourself if you have not asked yourself that already. Who are you? We ask ourselves that every day, I think. Sometimes I look in the mirror, I'm like, who are you today? Are you going to be a farm girl? Because I do have a farm and I have 2 donkeys and lots of chickens. Am I going to be a farmer today? Or am I going to be the modern day pinup editor? Or am I going to be a photographer or a pinup? So there's always rules. Am I going to be a mother, a writer? So kind of asking yourself the question as a writer, as an author, who are you? Okay. So are you telling a story? Is it like an action-packed? Is it poetry? Is it mystique, horror? That's my favorite. I love horror stuff. So kind of like starting to ask yourself these questions can help you kind of come up with what your brand is going to look like in the end. So then the next thing is, how do you want the world to see you? Because sometimes we think that we are one way when in fact we're another. And my brand kind of evolved as I listened to my public. I listened to feedback. I heard, people saying, do you have this? Or what about that? Or I love this. Why can't you do this? So listening to your customers and your readers out there are important. If you're writing something and people are saying, oh my gosh, I love that so much. Give me more. Or some people are saying, that's good, but maybe if you did something along this end. So your fans are really, really important in helping you figure out, how the world is wanting, how the world perceives you and how the world sees you. And then you have to mix that with how you want to present yourself. So does that make sense? So it's only like a 15-minute session. So I'm kind of like glossing over a lot of stuff, but I do help a lot of people go more in depth with all of this, like creating their own persona. The next thing, how to stand out from the masses. So what can you do to be different than everyone else? They say, don't judge a book by its cover, but let's be real, people do. So this is a very social media driven visual world. So that cover that you present, your profile picture on the back or inside of your book, all of that, people are perceiving you. People are looking at it, they're judging. Do I want to read this book? Do I want to grab this one or the other one with the flashier cover on it? And not to say that that person with the flashier cover is better than you, but people are like on the demand. They want something that it gets their attention, because their attention is lost very, very quickly. So that first impression is really, really, really important. So how can you stand out from the masses? Is you can create a really intriguing, engaging cover, making sure that you yourself, you're not doing like a profile picture, like, and that's going to be, the back of the cover photo of yourself. So really making sure that you present yourself in the most professional way right off the bat sets the bar. You start kind of like low and doing like profile pictures and kind of like, grabbing things that other people have seen. Because even Adobe Photo Stock, I was driving around town the other day, and I noticed a huge condo company was using an image that I had seen being used on a Xanax ad. And it had like a couple playing on the bed and stuff, and they had used it on a Xanax ad, but then this condo company had used it too. So, be careful, do your research when you're picking stock photography, when you are creating your own cover or a presentation or a packet, like advertising packet. Let me make sure I have time here. Am I still good? Oh, okay, I have like 6 minutes. And then, lastly here, creating your look and vibe. So how do you create who you are, what you want the world to see, and how do you stand out to the masses? You can collaborate with different individuals to create your look. You can do it on your own. I always feel like a team is going to be much stronger for you than having just yourself, because we're stronger in numbers. There's more opinions, there's more resources out there when you are working with multiple people, like to kind of collaborate and create a look and vibe for your brand and what you're doing. So that's where I come in and I can help. Oh, let's go to the next one here. So I do like image consultations. We have meetings in like multiple areas here. I do image consultations where I actually will meet one-on-one with people. I do this a lot with different kinds of businesses. I've been talking with a Porsche calendar company to promote like their vehicles. I do have other people that have like books that they're working on right now, and I'm working to collaborate on helping them with their image, because they're using their cell phone to create these looks, and we want to make something more dynamic. So I usually do those 1-hour consultations for $199. And then if you're looking to do a photo shoot, which is what I really love doing, because that is where the creativity really happens. Trying to move this here. So usually I charge like $9.99, and I'm only doing a $7.99 during this session. So if you guys want, you can reach out to me if you want to book a shoot. I'm here in Vero Beach, Florida, but I do travel up and down. So like I'm going to Vegas in April, going to North Carolina in March. So I do travel around, and I can collaborate with everybody, whoever books with me. But what I really like to do is I really like to talk to you, meet you, hear your story, and then come up with something just super unique, and then capture that on film, and then put that as your cover, as your back cover, your website, because, don't forget, just because you have a book and you can't just focus on the cover of your book or the back cover, having your own website to promote yourself, like who you are. Readers want to know who you are, tell your story, so making sure that everything is cohesive in your color choices and the way that you present yourself, in your vocabulary that you're using. So there's a lot that goes into creating that brand, dressing your brand. It's not just yourself, but it's also how you're perceived online, because that's where people are looking. They're going really quick, like how Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, the internet, all of those places are where people are looking for new writers, new contributors, new creators. So that's, I kind of help with that as well, because I do a lot of marketing, digital marketing, and social media content and all of that. Let me see, and I think I'm 2 minutes. All right, let me move to the next one here. Oh, and I got to the thank you page. And so I'm open for questions here. And like I said, it's very short presentation here. I have so many companies. I've had years, over 25 years of experience, with all the brands and creating brands and all of that on TV, in print, all of that. So if you guys have any questions, I'm here. I'd be happy to answer them. And then we'll just open for questions now.
Tanya, I have a question.
Yes. When are you going to be in Vegas? When in April?
I will be in Vegas. I'm gonna turn the screen sharing. Stop screen sharing. I'm gonna be in Vegas, April 18th to the 22nd. And I actually rented a really cool mid-century modern home there, and there's actually backdrops, and then we can shoot poolside, and there's so many sets there. And so depending on what type of brand you're trying to present, we can work on all of that. We can create some really cool shots of you.
And then I missed your email address if you put it in.
Oh, yes. So it's theparisianhostess@gmail.com. Let me see if I can put that back up here. Here, I'll reshare the screen again here. Oh, can I share? Yeah, here we go.
Todd, are you done asking questions?
I am. Thank you.
Okay.
I do have one question. Did you talk about your magazine?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, very briefly. Okay, am I sharing the screen? Can you guys see that?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay. Sorry, I can't tell. I have so many windows up in here.
Yeah.
So there's let me go back to
no, the last.
There you go.
There it is.
So yeah, so I created the Modern Day Pinup magazine. Can you guys see me at all in this? I don't know if you can see me.
Yes, we can.
Okay, all right. So I created the Modern Day Pinup magazine. It's an international pinup publication, and I create it from start to finish. And this is now 2 years in the making. This magazine, I have we publish now almost one volume to 2 volumes a month now. And we have people who contribute to the magazine that I don't even pay for contributions, but I'm also a writer in the magazine, and I promote small businesses. So I actually use other people to help promote my brand with this magazine, the Modern Day Pinup magazine, which is another concept for marketing, is how can you get other people to sell your brand? So I have, and I use my Glitter Glam Studios, photography studios, everybody who shoots can be published. So any of you who book a shoot with me, I can feature you in Modern Day Pinup magazine in a 4-page spread where you have a chance to write, tell about yourself, put your content information inside it. So it's quite a unique opportunity. And then you can also share all of those images. It's like reshared and reshared and reshared, and it's constantly available. So that's the Modern Day Pinup magazine. And we have all kinds of information in there.
Okay, thank you so much. Hopefully she can stick around and maybe answer some more questions in the chat.
So Yvonne would like to know if everyone who's spoken so far can leave their information in the chat, just to make sure
that everyone
double checking on it.
Yeah, just to make sure that everyone. Thank you so much.
And I want to say to Tamara, thank you so much for coming and discussing how to do a brand. Every time you come, I'm like, I need to work on my brand some more.
Hello, yes, you should, because listen, we will take you from like here to here. I mean, all the images that were in my presentation are all images that I have done. Like I've photographed all of those, and I work with each person individually. So, it's all about you. How do we make you look as glamorous, fabulous as possible? Because we all have that inside of us, and it's just about having fun, feeling good, and presenting our best face forward to the entire world.
Thank you so very much for coming on. I'm going to have to ask you to stop sharing your screen.
Okay, I'm going to stop sharing, but I'll be in the chat for a little bit if anybody has questions, and please email me.
Thank you.
All right, our next speaker is.
We have to start our video. Hold on. How about that?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, so our next speaker is Tanya Todd, our lovely co-host. So we like, hi, Tanya. Take it away.
Meow ladies, thank you so much for having me on today. I'm sitting here just in awe of all these amazing speakers, and it's like they included me among this group. So thank you. I really appreciate it. And I will try to keep this quick to keep you ladies on schedule. Today, I'm going to be talking about.
Sorry, Tanya. Of course, we had you on. You're fabulous.
Well, I love you for that. I'm going to discuss 5 acting tips to help improve your writing. I actually started out as a writer, and I wrote a book about an actress, and somehow along the lines, my life manifested into hers in some regards. I didn't get my, sexy, broody British guy yet, but we'll see. But I did learn some tips through my acting career that have helped improve my writing, and I'm going to share those with you today. The first is very similar to what Brandy was saying earlier, is you need to know your character's backstory. More than what's on the page. We need to know, we as writers need to know what shaped our characters to become who they are in the scene. Why do they react the way that they do? What else are they carrying in their heads and in their hearts? A good writer can show those details and the consequences of their backstory without having to state it outright. So it's something that informs what they do, but you don't have to say it, so you don't have that info dump that Brandy was referencing. We can capture these details with body language and responsive dialogue. And I'll give you an example. Let's say there's a woman who has suffered from an assault, but she wouldn't mention this in her scene if someone is approaching her. If a stranger is coming close and she's scared, her heart might race. Her shoulders might tense. She could shrink away, or she could reach for a weapon. The type of person she is informed by, these actions, and it tells the reader there's something going on there, and they create questions that keep the audience engaged. Tip number 2 is related to this, and this is another acting tip. Gestures have meaning, and this is classic show versus tell. Gestures convey emotion without words. So think about the different implications between, say, raised eyebrows versus one raised brow, or a smirk versus a smile, crossed arms versus hands on hips. All of those things convey different meanings. How does your character show frustration? Grinding teeth, clenching a jaw, ripping fingers through the hair, chewing the inside of their cheek, furrowing a brow, or stamping their feet, or wringing their hands, just things like that. And pro tip, all of these gestures should differ from character to character. You don't want all of your characters wringing their hands throughout the story. Number 3 that I learned from acting is to create a character playlist. This list of songs is going to help you learn more about your character and get inside your character's head and heart. So when you're selecting the different songs, think about why certain songs fit the characters and others do not. What do those variables mean? I mean, not all party girls are going to be the same. Some of them will have different party songs. Some of them will have kind of violent tendencies in their party songs, and some will have morose and more maudlin, sad things going on in their lives, and they'll have that kind of music, and they hide themselves behind the party. So you want to think about that. Then listen to that playlist when you're working on the character scenes. So then you're immersing yourself. Let the essence of the music help you sink into the role. Then we have tip number 4, cut the fat. Nothing drags a scene more than unnecessary words. So filler dialogue is just boring. Don't make your audience trudge through mundane hellos and goodbyes or other small talk that doesn't move the story. Skip those exchanges unless they're said in a way that conveys subtext, or the accompanying body language conveys subtext. So when executed well, a greeting can become the most memorable part of a movie. And I will give you the example of Michelle Pfeiffer's Meow. That's one hell of a hello. And that brings me to my last tip, which is role play. Role play is it's a fun way to learn about your character and the way the world responds to her. Go out into the world as your character and shop at a store or sit through a restaurant meal and then see how people react to the behaviors of your character. Do they find her offensive? Do they think she's quirky? Do they think she's strange? Are they drawn to her? Do they find her endearing? Test your character's behaviors in the real world and then apply that experience to your story. And I do have another pro tip for this one. Practice this method in unfamiliar surroundings so that you don't slip into the scene. Because if you go into your local favorite restaurant and you try to act like someone else, they're going to think that you're behaving oddly for yourself. And then you're just going to sink right back into being you. But if you go into some place where no one there knows you, you just decided, you know what? I'm Cleopatra for a day. Let's see how everyone's going to respond. They will fall into line. So whether acting or writing, these tactics have helped me discover intricate details of my characters. And I encourage you to try them for the next story you write and see what you learn. That's it for me.
All right. So Tanya, first of all, we love it.
And I'm gonna try doing the Cleopatra thing more often.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Sounds wonderful. Sounds wonderful. So questions for people in the chat.
I will tell you, I even went out in the world wearing a crown just to see. No one thought it was weird.
That's because you can carry it off though.
Yes.
How do you know that you can't until you try?
That's very true.
Everyone
That's
thinks
very
I'm
true.
childish. They were like, oh, that's so cute. Anyway, never
Well,
mind.
you are cute.
She is cute. All
Thank
right.
you.
So
the chat so far is saying, I love this. If they did, they didn't say so. More often means you do it now. Haha, cool.
yes. So anyone have questions for Tanya? And where can people find out more about you and your podcast, Tanya? But you know we're gonna say it.
My podcast is the 52 Love Podcast. It offers 52 love lessons in 52 weeks. And Brandy was one of my guests. So I encourage you to listen to that one or watch it. I have it on YouTube and it's also on the usual podcast places if you prefer to listen. And then these are my links.
Absolutely. And someone wants to know, where you are.
I'm in Las Vegas, which is why I was asking when Tamara would be here.
I understand.
I understood that. I figured.
Actually, when you asked, I was like, can I catch a plane? Because I can be in Vegas too.
I feel like I could be in Vegas. So any more questions?
All right, then we're moving on.
Wait, give it a minute.
I hate the crickets.
Well, we have to have the crickets so people can feel comfortable asking the questions.
I was just going to say,
some people can't type quickly, you know?
Yeah. I was just going to say, do you create like an emotional playlist? Have you ever done that? Where,
I've done that for characters that I play. I haven't done that for characters that I write. I'll do it for scenes for a character that I write. Like, okay, this scene has all of this music in it. And so that gets you into the emotions of that scene. But I guess it is an emotional playlist, but I didn't call it that.
Yeah. And Kim Davis was like, she's just busy over there following. So I'm assuming that means she's following everyone on Instagram and Facebook now.
Yay!
All right. So our next speaker is.
And Tanya's gonna hang around. So if you have some questions for
yes,
her,
I'm here.
She will be able to answer you in the chat.
Charles, and I'm not even going to try to say your last name. Charles, so go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hi there, I'm Charlie Rossiter. Glad to be here as part of this very interesting event. And well, here we go. I'm supposed to talk about poetry in your life. And of course, the wonderful podcast, Poetry Spoken Here. I'm here because of Poetry Spoken Here. Our lovely ladies were featured on it in episode 168 about 6 months ago. So we've been doing the podcast since 2015. So if you go looking, you could spend a long time checking out the 180 plus episodes that we produced. And what I thought, well, since I don't know what you know or where you are in your individual levels of writing, we're trying to make something here that's applicable to everybody. So that could be interesting. I hope it'll be interesting for you. Anyway, on the podcast, we've had people like, in fact, most recently, I have to mention this because recently I'm really proud of this. We have alerts out there, and when more towns are having poet laureates, and the cool thing about that is poet laureates do stuff and the local newspaper writes about it. And then we find it. And that's how we got the poet laureate of Saskatchewan, for God's sake. And we just had the first Black woman poet laureate of Alabama on our show. That was after she did Good Morning America, because everybody was excited about that. And we had a guy from Baton Rouge, poet laureate of Baton Rouge, and he is reviving or trying to maintain, I got to read it, Kudivini. It's a Cajun Creole language that is almost extinct. And he's one of this handful of people that are working to make it happen. So making poet laureates around states and cities and stuff like that are just good things. So here's the complete poetry. Here's the MFA in 15 minutes. Number one, here's what you do if you want to get poetry more in your life. And if you want to be a published poet. Now, people have different goals. Some people just want to write for themselves. Some people themselves and their friends and their families. Some people want to get a Pulitzer Prize. And some people just want to write and publish, and they're just like serious about poetry. And I don't know where you stand on all that. And if you don't care, you're more of a fiction person, that's okay, because poetry in your life will improve your life no matter what. That's just true. And it'll put something into your prose if you're thinking poetically. So to start with, I'm just going to tell you, I made up a quick little thing here. You learn, you write, and you publish. That's what you can do. Learn, write, and publish. And I'm amazed at some of the wonderful resources out there that everybody doesn't know about. Just this morning, I went to openculture.com. If you haven't been to openculture.com, a magnificent, massive resource for free books, everything on it's free. That's part of getting onto the thing, is it's free. Books, readings, articles, just fabulous information. If I go into Open Culture, I found that somebody has a lecture series by great writers. Anyway, it's just an amazing resource. You want to go to things like that. You want to use your interlibrary loan at your library. You got to believe your librarian is your friend. And if you want to recommend a book to them and you're a reasonable person, they'll probably buy the book. And if they don't, they'll get it for you on an interlibrary loan. I can get any book from any library in the state of Vermont, where I am. And that's not exactly, like Massachusetts, which is bigger with a bigger budget, but it's there and I can get it. And there are two levels of interlibrary loan. There's the one you get at first, but then there's that other one that the college campuses have. And public libraries, many of them can access it too, which means if you wanted, I just got a book, I don't know, I think it was published in 1942 or something. Some woman who wrote about winter in Taos. And I found her because in the New York Times, somebody being interviewed mentioned that she's the person that introduced Georgia O'Keeffe to New Mexico. And these kind of odd things interest me. I'm kind of curious. So I went and followed it up. And sure enough, I managed to get that book. The library got it for me. It's just great. And I got to mention that this may seem obvious, but YouTube, you'd be amazed it was at YouTube. I saw Rita Dove give a reading. I think it was at Lorca's grave outdoors. It was incredible. There's so much there. And then there's Penn Sound, which may be less well known, certainly than YouTube. And Penn Sound is from the U of Pennsylvania. And they have a massive archive of recordings of poetry readings. And you go there and you get a big alphabetical list of all the authors. You just click on it. Just because I knew there'd be a lot, I went this morning and I clicked on Allen Ginsberg. I think if it was printed out, it would have been like 5 pages listing the readings and the poems that he read at these different readings over the years. And they're all there to listen to anytime. Inspirations, where you get inspiration. Go to readings, participate, listen, read your own poems. If there's not an open mic in your town, start one. It's not hard to do. any cafe owner with a half a brain would realize that 6 poets coming to his place is better than not having 6 poets come to his place. And your public library is another good place for this sort of thing. So getting poetry in your life in that way, other people's poetry in your life for inspiration and information, to see what they're doing and how they're doing it. And that's the first thing to do for learning. Now, once you're learning, you want to write, right? If I had one big thing to say about writing poems, at least, this may sound cliche, but mindfulness. Really being aware. That's where you're going to get the poems. You notice things every day, but if you're going to use it for poetry, you have to notice that you're noticing and catch that and go, oh, how about that? And I'll give you some examples of that. But for instance, well, in terms of doing it now for mindfulness, if you haven't ever done any workshops or anything like that, it's nothing to be concerned about. It's basically pretty easy, but a lot of people have tried to formalize it. You know, there are certified people to lead you out into the woods for forest bathing. And forest bathing is good for you, but really all you have to do is go out and be in the woods. You don't even have to do anything. Just sit there, stand there, lie down if you dare. And if you do that, you are forest bathing. So, and it actually does feel good. There are these things called phytoncides that the trees have. They exude. It's proven. It's true. But, you know, yoga, meditation, Tai Chi, any of those things. Who am I seeing? I'm seeing Kim smiling. That's great. These guys crack me up. You know, they formalize it and make a big institution out of going out in the woods, walking down the trail. So things like that, or you can just lie down on the living room floor and breathe slowly. The trick is to try to increase your awareness, to try to get to that sort of zen-y mind. You know how you can do, how you can lie down and then feel the earth or the floor beneath your body, feel the pressures in all the various points, and just get yourself to notice. And, you know, without going away to a Himalayan mountaintop, you can do this. And it's a good thing to do because it gets the crap out of the way and lets you be open to notice things. And that's a good thing. So now that you're so aware and you're learning so much from all these sources, oh boy, just reading a note there, I get distracted myself, but keep them coming. Anyway, if you're going to write, here's a few tips on writing. Well, as I said, number one, you notice yourself noticing things, or you can give yourself assignments. I suppose my most elaborate assignment that I can recall over the years, at one point, I decided to give myself the assignment of writing a poem about every room in my grandmother's house. I have a concept I call the growing up house. So in wherever the places you live with your family, with whoever, there's this more significant kind of house where a lot of things happened. And then I just had to sit down and in my mind, look around the living room. And what was there? Oh, that old black and white TV was over in that corner there. And there was a what do they call it? A pipe stand or something? It was like a tobacco, like a kind of a table thing with a door to it, where my Uncle Fred kept his can of tobacco. And then a little rack on the top with pipes on it. But these details did start coming back that I was not conscious that I recalled them all. And new things came to my mind that I went, whoa, I remember that now. Just an amazing thing. But giving yourself an assignment, getting down the details, and then using the information, of course, to try to turn it into a poem. So I'm checking my notes here because I'm that kind of guy. So let's say you have written a poem. The next thing to do, I'm actually going to give you a tip for revising, even though It's kind of hard to do. I try to think, what is the biggest thing to think about? Do you really need the first stanza that you have there in your draft? A lot of times we're real inclined to want to tell people where we were, why it happened, or something like that, that isn't really a part of the action, and that the poem starts in stanza 2. At any rate, it's just a general idea. Whenever you got a draft of a poem you'd like to improve, take a look at the first stanza and say, do I really need it? Or can I start later? The same thing with the last stanza. Another mistake a lot of us make until we catch ourselves enough times is trying to wrap it up and tell the reader what to think. So, and here's the moral of the story, folks. It's rather like what we just heard about the character who's not going to tell you everything. It's going to figure that you can figure it out because her shoulders tensed up or whatever it is. And it's that kind of thing with have faith in your reader, give them the poem, and in the end, don't tell them what it means or what it's all about. At least look at it. Look at both the first and last stanzas. Those are my big deal revision tips. Okay, so now we got something to submit. And this is, again, may seem obvious, but a lot of people don't do it. Follow the submission guidelines. If they say 25 lines max, don't give them 26. Count the spaces between the stanzas. You got somebody receiving a couple of hundred things. So they're not being jerks by saying follow the guidelines. You've got to be a little bit helpful here. They haven't got time to give you special treatment. Get real. So you follow the guidelines, whatever it says. Send 3 to 5, send 3 to 5. If they want your mother's name in the subject line, put it there. Or whatever they want in the subject line. Always look for that too. If you're receiving this stuff, you can imagine what the point is. It comes in and you know what folder to stick it into for when you have your big, review and critique and all whatever. So follow the guidelines and persist. Of course, you get lots of rejections, but you persist. You persist and read the place that you're submitting before you submit. It's silly to waste your time and the editor's time if they just don't do the kind of, funky poems that you write or the nature poems that you write or whatever they are. Just follow the guidelines. And, well, that's what you do. Now, in terms of finding places, you just look around. Don't put a note on Facebook. Where should I send my poems? Ask Google the same question and you'll get an answer. Probably better than what some random person will send back. But hopefully, if you're going out to some readings, you'll meet some people who can also be helpful. You can talk with and find out where they submit their poems. Or if you have people you like and you like their poetry, where do they submit their poems? Try those places just to give yourself a little bit more of an advantage. Here's another one that I'm surprised a lot of people don't know about. People know about self-publishing on Amazon, but I ran into something a few years ago called Smashwords. But we're going to forget that because they merged and it's now Draft to Digital. Draft number 2 Digital. And it is a service. It is completely free. Try going to drafttodigital.com and opening an account, email, password, boom, you're in, it's free. And they are set up so that you can put together a manuscript and send it to them. And like following the guidelines, you got to do it the way they tell you to. But you have an ebook and it can be made into an actual physical book too. And they have all the info and they give you all the info about how you might reasonably price your book if you want to. So if somebody comes up to me and says, how can I publish my poetry? I say, well, this is one way for sure, because nobody's going to stop you. They're not censoring it. They're not bothering to critique it or whatever. They're just putting it on. If you send it in the right format and all that, and you've got an account, you can do it on Draft to Digital. So I suppose I should stop there because I'm supposed to leave a couple minutes for questions, and assuming my watch is right.
Thank you so
All
much.
right.
Wow, we didn't even have to do it. That's amazing. Anybody have any questions for him? Because if not, we're gonna have the questions.
Go girl.
So let me look.
Aren't
at
they great?
You're so nice.
You are so nice.
So Kim Davis also suggests getting a submittable account,
which kind of helps you with submitting things, because Submittable has the open submissions. Thank you, Kim,
Definitely.
for that.
Yeah,
definitely. And when you go to some place, if you don't have one, it'll pop up and tell you, sign up.
Yeah.
Do sign up. There's nothing screwy about it. It's not a scam. It's just a convenient way for some magazines to receive their stuff. And some will only take it through Submittable. So good point.
Absolutely. That was a great point. Any questions?
Tanya Todd had a quick comment about when you were talking about like getting lost in the moment, and she was like, "Oh wait, I forgot."
What did you say, Tanya? Just unmute yourself and tell us what you said.
When he was talking about just lying on the ground and absorbing the essence of the earth, he inspired a scene. I have a character who does not like to get dirty, but I bet that would be an amazing scene where her beau is convincing her to get dirty in a non-sexual way. I mean, he's going to do that
too. And a non-sexual.
Very cool.
Well,
it'll be very sensual, but it won't be sexual.
So
Okay,
can
that's
you
cool.
tell us where people can reach out to you, and also put it in the chat?
Oh, yeah. Well, let's see. Well, of course, poetry, you can always get to me at poetryspokenhere.com. That's our website that goes with the, I don't have a personal website. We have that to go with the podcast. And there's a contact thing there. And so I guess that's the simplest thing to say, poetryspokenhere.com. And the podcast, we're putting up a new one today. A sweet little poet from Connecticut with her first book. Very interesting young woman. You should check out.
Fabulous. Thank you so much for coming on. And hopefully you can stick around for a little bit longer so people can ask you some questions in the chat. If
Or
you
hey,
like.
if you
Sounds good. I'll try.
Listen to somebody else, maybe you can ask some questions.
Absolutely.
Uh-huh.
Absolutely. All right. So our next guest is Susan Wingate.
All right.
Hi.
Hi.
How are you?
How are you?
I'm great. You guys, thank you again for having me on. I just love what you do. Your energy is incredible.
Thank you,
Thank
Susan.
you. And wait, it's early in the morning where you are.
And thank you for taking the time out, because you know you are a busy lady. So we'll let you.
And to that, I'm going to have to boogie right after. I've got 3 books coming out this year, and I've got 2 anthology inclusions. So I'm super busy. Plus, I'm in the MFA program, which we're going to talk about right now.
All right.
Okay. Thank you again. So my talk is on podcasting and MFA programs. And I'm going to start with the podcast subject first. So my background in podcasting started in 2010, right? And it was October of 2010, and I started this dialogue between the lines. That's what it's called, with Joshua Graham. And you can find it at susanwingate.com/dialogue. So if you just go to susanwingate.com, it's the podcast page. Just click on that podcast page. But anyway, we started it because at the time, and this is crazy when you think about it, there were a ton of nonfiction platforms for authors, but there were very few non-paying fiction platforms. So the fiction platforms, if you had a book out and you weren't like James Patterson or somebody, you would have to pay like $250 to $750 to get on, just to promote yourself. So we thought it was just terrible, for one, and we wanted to do something that was available free of charge for fiction authors and their agents and publishers as well. So we started Dialogue Between the Lines, and we're on Facebook and Twitter and Instagram and all those places. Anyway, and of course, SusanWingate.com. So we started that. And at the time, again, it's like coming up on 12 years. At the time, all that really was available, there were a couple others, but they were extremely expensive. They were more like real production oriented types of podcasting. But there was Blog Talk Radio, and it was live streaming. And that's what we wanted. We wanted something that we could do live, and just have a clip for people to be able to download or embed or whatever they want to do to share their media on our show. And they could, do it anywhere, Facebook and Twitter and all the social sites, but also on their own website. And so Blog Talk Radio was great because it was live, it was fast, it's not very production heavy. And so it was really nice. There was also at the time, which is come and gone, was called Spreecast. It was a podcast, but it also had like a Zoom video capability, but it's gone. And it was awesome too. It was incredible. It had tools that you could use to sign books. I mean, it was wicked, crazy, wonderful software, but Zoom kind of eclipsed everything. So they're no longer, but they were great. And of course, Zoom, which has the video capability, you can do all sorts of podcasts. You can do podcasts on Zoom, but if you want to do the video and audio, of course, but Blog Talk Radio is just audio, as are other podcast platforms like Podbean and Buzzsprout and Blueberry, and that's Blubrry. Podbean is one of the most popular and considered one of the best podcast platforms out there. In fact, I'm going to try to, and I've been trying for the last couple of years, move away from Blog Talk Radio simply because it just is easier functioning. It's out there more, it's more available, it's easier to share via phones and other peripherals. But I need to find out how I can get all of my many, many years of shows over to Podbean. And I'm not sure if I can, but if I can't, then I just have to download them or upload them to Cloud or Dropbox or whatever. But anyway, so there's a massive amount of different types of podcasts, but the best are, and I simply did a query that was like, what are the best podcasts out there right now? And Podbean is always up at the top. Buzzsprout, of course, is a really popular one too, and it's a lot of fun, and I've checked it out. Also SoundCloud, but it's a little lower as far as I think they're basing it on ease of use. So we've got those types of considerations, but Podbean is awesome. And like Charlie said, you can do things on YouTube Live. You can do Facebook Live. I mean, there are really so many capabilities right now to podcast. And so it's really open right now since 2010. Okay, so I want to segue over to the MFA programs. And like Jade and Winona said, I am currently in an MFA program, and I chose Lindenwood University, and they're out of St. Charles, Missouri. It's an actual physical place, but they also have a fully online creative writing program, Masters in Fine Arts in Creative Writing. So I looked around, and the reason I chose it was because it came up in the search as number 2 in quality under Harvard's fully online writing program. So I thought, well, I didn't want to pay, $50,000 to $75,000 for the program. I wanted to pay something a lot less. And as a number 2, I thought, well, this is a really decent program. And I looked at a bunch of other places that are fully online. And again, this happened during COVID when everybody was like, okay, what can I do to fill my time? So not just writing, of course, like that doesn't take enough time, but I have a very busy sort of mind, and I need to fill my time. And which makes me exhausted at night. So I'm usually like, oh, I'm so glad I'm in bed now. So anyway, but that's just a personal aside. But anyway, it's just a great program, and it's difficult. And I wasn't expecting it to be difficult. I mean, it's a master's program. I should have known that at some level it's going to start getting more difficult, and it does. But it's awesome, and you're learning so much. The cost in time, it costs around 24 to 28,000, give or take. And I spend it depending on the how heavily the professor has assigned reading material. I'll spend like 2 days reading, so I spend like Saturday and Sunday doing a bunch of my reading, some writing as well. But then Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, I'm doing assignments. So it's a lot of work, and it's a lot of great work, because as somebody that's been writing for God ever, I've been wanting to take an MFA. I wanted to get a master's in fine arts in creative writing, but I just didn't know when that was going to happen. And I got so many questions like, why are you doing this? You've got so many books out, and you've got this and that, and this stuff. And yeah, I guess I do at some level, but it's really great to have somebody say, this is what we do, and hear it again, and hear it again, and do whatever it takes just to keep that learning coming. Because the learning to me is like one of the biggest things. If we stop learning, I don't know what happens. I think our mind begins to melt, and it starts to come out of our ears. I think that's what really happens at night, of course, never in the daytime, because that would be wicked weird. But mostly it's just a deep desire to keep learning. And so I'm doing it, and I'm getting I'm graduating at mid-July. I get my certificate and everything in August. And I'm just so stoked about having just done it. And I can say I have this now. And plus, they introduce you to things that you wouldn't typically read or learn. For instance, as a fiction author, I don't really necessarily want to write screenplays, but I'm taking a narrative arc in film class. And I'll tell you what, it's like the best thing that I could have done. A lot like Todd had mentioned about how one thing can influence fiction, how acting can. Well, screenwriting can, because they focus on what the viewer sees, and beats and turning points and things that are critical to the eye of a story, and the ear, of course. But we think in character, scene, setting, all of these things, and elements, conflict, and but we don't hear, this is when we need to have beats happen. We need certain beats at certain times. And this is why. It's not just we need to have them. So it's great. We learn things that we wouldn't typically learn. My emphasis is in fiction, but there's creative nonfiction and poetry. And some of the faculty members are working authors as well, but also some are just academics, but they know the subject matter inside and out, and it's so amazing. So to find fully online MFA programs, and some are part, you can do both online and in person, or just in person if you have the time and the if you're in a good proximity. I'm not, I'm on an island, so I need this fully online. So I just did this query. It's best fully online MFA creative writing program. And in several, Lindenwood came up. So it was really good to see that the course I am getting my degree in is considered one of the best. So I'm thrilled about it. I did my research though. I went out there. Okay, I want to shut up and take questions if anybody has any.
Thank you so much, because
You're
you
welcome.
are amazing.
Okay, someone
has a question, and that would be Tanya. Was that Tanya? Was that you speaking?
It is. And you said so many amazing things, but the thing that just snagged my attention is you said you're on an island. Where are you?
Yeah, I live on an island off the coast of Washington state. And it's called San Juan Island, and it's in the San Juan archipelago. And there's like 142 islands. Some of them are non-inhabitable, but there are several that are. And so it's really pretty up here. And I live in the woods, Charlie, if you're still out there, and I'm always out there. So yeah.
Does it help
so
inspire your writing to be on an island like that?
Oh yeah, and the town is called Friday Harbor. And so the last, I think, 8 books are part of my Friday Harbor novel series, and they're not related in character or anything like that. They're more related in setting and town and small town. So it's really a great place to write for sure. Yeah.
Thank you for sharing today.
Thank you, Tanya. Same to you. Yours was great.
Wasn't she?
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I have a question. Where can people find out to listen to your podcast, and how can they be on your podcast and read your books? All of these questions.
Right. Okay. So you can go to blogtalkradio.com/dialogue. And that's dialogue with an UE on the end. And you can also find it through my website, which is susanwingate.com/podcast, or just go to susanwingate.com and click on the podcast page, and you can submit that you want to be on the show, and it zooms right over to me, to my email address. And I would love to hear from people too. It's great to have people that I love authors. I just love talking to authors because we have so much in common, and there's that energy, and that once you talk to somebody like in these minis, you just want to go out and do everything, so it inspires.
Thank you so much for coming on and taking
You're
time out of your busy schedule. We really
Thank you.
appreciate it.
Thank
And congratulations on graduating in the spring.
Yes.
Okay, I
Take
just have
care.
one question. Can you send us graduation pictures? Because I got to print it in our magazine. If you
Right,
guys-
she did it.
I will. Thanks.
Bye.
Bye.
So our next one is a quick replacement because
Unfortunately, it couldn't come today.
Bowman couldn't come today.
But we have our favorite director here today, BD Watkins.
BD, hi.
Good morning.
Okay.
I know it's morning on the West Coast, right? She's like, good morning.
Why is your voice always like perfect?
Right? One day when I grow up. One day.
Well, they say that, you got to have some attribute to yourself. And since I'm not showing my face, at least I sound well.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. So you are a fellow author, but you are also turned director.
How did you do that?
How did I turn from author to director?
Yes. And we should have asked
Well,
why.
And
we
we're
kinda
why
skipped
and how.
over. We definitely skipped over the screenwriting part. You kind of like skipped a step. So we'll say because I started making movies after I had published, I believe I had published 3 books at the time when I wrote my first screenplay. And then I directed my first film a year later.
Okay. Can you tell us how you went from
novel?
No, I lied. My next question is going to be, what should authors think about when they're going from novel to screenwriting? Because that's a big ask.
They should think about if that's something they truly want to do.
I mean,
because honestly, it's such a difference, and I just went back this year after 8 years of not writing novels, and having to write a novel again after writing nothing but scripts for 8 years was beyond challenging.
So
only because I had,
continue. No, this is.
No, I was gonna say only because I had conditioned myself to telling less of the story, right? So the big difference is screen is exactly for screen. You're writing for people to see, and writing a novel, a fiction novel, is you're painting a world for somebody, and there's such vast difference.
So how can an author do that? Like, tell us more about writing screenplays also, because as novels, as you said, we build the world, but doing a screenplay, you see the world. So,
right.
So in essence, you are just kind of taking the heart out of your novel.
Basically, what a screenplay is a blueprint, and that's it. because once it's in the director's hands, everything about that world becomes the director's vision. As opposed to a novel, once it's in the reader's hands, it's still the novelist's vision because they have painted it for you. So it's almost like, I know a lot of times when I'm writing screenplays, there are things that, I put in there and say, the camera will show this. However, the camera may not show that. And if people see the movie, they never seen the script, right? So they never know what you actually wrote. And a lot of times it's not the same. And as an author, coming from author to screenwriter, you're attached to the story and the world. And you can't be going to screen. You just can't be.
So my next question, the follow-up question, is a bit jump. It's a bit of a jump because I don't do segues.
We don't do segues here.
My follow-up question has to be, what is your job now? Because you're not just the director.
I'm a everything. I am currently, my official title, I guess, in the world of life, is I'm the chief programmer for I Elevate Plus TV, which is a television network that we are actually getting ready to celebrate our 1-year anniversary on March 1st. And with being a chief programmer, that means I built out the interface, I approve the content, I set the schedules, and I do all of that for the programming itself.
So that means that you're one of the people that gets to say yes or no to if a program makes it on the television show, on the television network. My
team does, because the Lord has blessed me with the team. And by the time it gets to me, they have already approved it.
Nice. So what does an author have to do to even think about presenting a show to a person? Like, I don't know if y'all know about pitch decks and
I was going to say, yeah. So
can you just run us through that real quick?
And Tanya has a question.
Yes.
Okay. Basically, if you have an idea that has not already been produced and your thought process is you want for us or another network to pay for it, you must come, I hate to say it like this, but you must come correct. You have to tell us what you want first. You have to tell us what you want, what it looks like, and what your expectation is. And that's when pitch decks and things of that nature come into play. Some people just send us scripts and say, hey, I want to, produce the script. Can you do something with it? We will more likely look through a pitch deck first because it gives us the answers than read a script first.
And what's a log line?
A log line is a 1 sentence. Tell me what this is about.
Okay.
Can you just, Tanya, and then we'll have another question. Tanya.
I'd like to hear about your decision to start directing your own films versus writing something and letting someone else direct it.
I decided to direct because the first time somebody took my script and changed it, it infuriated me. I didn't understand how the story could change so dramatically. And I had to make a decision. If it was the story I truly wanted to tell, it couldn't be in somebody else's hands.
Exactly. And then
I hear that.
Yes, absolutely. I think as all authors, when we send our stuff out to an editor and it comes back, you'd be like, wait, but that's not my story.
Right.
So, I have a question because I think we need to have a clearer vision of what a pitch deck is, kind of a little bit of what it entails.
Okay, so a pitch deck is the visual representation of what your project is. So, for example, if you have a character that might look like Tatiana Ali, you'll have a picture of Tatiana Ali, the name of the character, and under it, it'll say something like, in the style of Tatiana Ali, to give us an idea of what you're looking for. It also has the synopsis of the film, but in addition to that, or series, it will tell us what it's like. So if you have a show that's like Unsolved Mysteries, you will say, my show is this, and this, similar to the 1990s Unsolved Mysteries show, giving us a look into the world that you want to create and giving us a reference point. And everything doesn't have something it's like, right? You always want something to be new, but it has something everything has a fundamental everything, right? So it has something that will get you to a point where you say, okay, I can see where you're going.
Okay. We just got asked for a link. Kim Davis, can you tell me, did you want to link to the page? Oh, Tanya took care of it. Thank you, Tanya.
And this is why she's a co-host. She's always so wonderful.
Okay, so now my next question was going to be about, oh crap, I think I forgot it.
You forgot your next question?
No, give me 1 second.
Well, actually, we need to ask the audience if they have any questions. So not just.
I just want to say I'm not so wonderful this time. It's self-serving. I'm on that platform, so I just want Kim to see me.
No, I have one more question, Petey, before we give it to the audience. How many years have you been directing or in a writer's room?
How many years?
Yeah.
Wow.
How long have you been doing this?
Writing professionally since 2011. Screenwriting 2013.
Okay. And what's it like being in a writer's room?
You know, some days it is amazing. The largest writer's room I was ever in had 8 of us. And some days it is one of the worst things that you can ever experience.
I forgot to ask, what is a writer's room? Yes. Yeah. I just
So a
assumed.
writer's room is when a bunch of writers, screenwriters get together and they're working on the same show, each episode, each everything, and the ideas are bounced around, and the best of the best is what comes out of it.
Does anyone have any questions now? Yvonne, do you have questions?
Actually, yeah, I just want to give a shout out to you, Danielle, because I am currently writing a novel, but even before I started, I had fully planned to then adapt my own novel into a screenplay. So I come from a film background. I'm also an actor as well. So yeah, so you sound like you've gone down the path that I'm planning to go down on. So I would love to connect with you. So I just want to say a quick hello.
Hello, and I saw your message, so I already sent you my email.
Yes, that is fantastic. Where are you based?
I am currently in Las Vegas. However, because of film, I travel all the time. I just happen to be home today.
Oh,
okay. Oh, thank God. Whoa, I was worried. I was like, I bet you she's on her way to Atlanta or Los Angeles. I have followed her in the middle.
Yeah. Because I'm in Atlanta, guys. So if you're ever in Atlanta, and also that goes for Tanya too, please connect with me.
I'll be in Atlanta. I have to record my audiobook in the studio on April 7th. And then I will be back because we start filming in Atlanta April 16th through the 25th. So I'll be there 15th through the 26th. So I'll be in Atlanta a lot of April.
That's great. That's great. I'll leave you my phone number as well.
Okay, cool.
Well, see, this is what the conferences are all about, y'all, to make these connections so we can be like, we were there maybe when it happened. We're just going to take credit for it. And one day somebody's going to invite us to craft services and we're going to be excited. Okay. One day we're going to eat crafty.
I know no one cares about what that would happen to the host, but I'm going to explain to you. The reason that we started interviewing directors in the first place is because we heard of this thing called craft services.
And we wanted
to eat at a craft service table. And since then, we have interviewed, I counted yesterday, over 50 directors trying to get to craft services. We still
One day, I'm going to get a bag of chips from Crafty. One day.
We've now scheduled 5 more directors. One of them is getting us next to Crafty.
Getting one. But anyway, thank you, Danielle. Danielle, see, now I'm calling you the wrong. Thank you, BD, for showing up.
It's fine.
Actually,
See, Susan has a question.
Oh, so sorry, Susan.
I keep muting and unmuting myself. Let's see. Hi, Danielle. I really appreciate your talk, and we don't want to do that, do we? Let's go back into not showing.
You look great.
I look horrible. Thank you, though. I'm actually in Atlanta, and I live here, and I have a book. Do you ever think about screenplays with the book in hand, or do you have to have a screenplay already written? My book was The Pocket Wife. It was
pitch deck.
Wait, I want to make sure I understand what she's asking. What do you mean? Do I ever think about them with the book in hand?
Okay, well, you were talking about screenplays, and actually the phone rang and I missed part of what you said. But I have a book. I have a novel that's been published actually in 9 countries. But is there a way to get the book into a screenplay through you?
Me personally?
Well, I mean, or do you have some suggestions as to how to
Well,
do
yeah,
that?
I mean, I do that. So, I mean, if you wanted to do that, we can definitely talk. I've done that several times with my own and other people's projects, turn them into screen. I do suggest if you're going to take a novel and turn it to screen that you have somebody else do it, only because we are so attached to our stories, we don't know what needs to be left out. And someone who has no stock in it can read it and say, okay, this is what needs to be done for screen.
Oh, I would not attempt it myself. No, I tried, and it was just something about beats and this and that, and you know, it was way over my head. Well, as I said, I live in Atlanta. Is there some way I can contact you?
Yeah. Send me your email in the chat and I'll message you.
Susan, I'm sorry, I'm jumping in. I apologize, but I do know someone that writes screenplays. And if that person that's here today wants to offer to write screenplays for said pay, let them know.
And I could put you in a
breakout room, and y'all two can chat. You know who I'm talking about, right? I just want to see, because I can see her face. Can you nod if you know who I'm talking about?
No.
Oh, there we go, Tanya. We're looking at you. How did you know? All right. We can definitely put y'all in
I love you ladies, but I am booked for like months right now.
I know. I was thinking like 2022.
We're in 2022.
2023.
Late 2022. Okay, well, anyway, we're behind, of course, because we're just chatting it up. And y'all, I mean, seriously, if BD would be open to it, we can put people into a breakout room with
but
her.
She has stuff to do, so it really would have to be like 5 minutes max.
Breakout room max. And
Okay, well, I'll put my email address out there in the chat and whatever. But it was a great talk, and I appreciate it.
Of course, I just put mine in there. So if anybody needs to get in contact with me, go ahead and just email me. I'll put my email in the chat for everyone.
All right, thank you so much, BD, for coming through.
I want y'all to know she did this with 5 minutes notice.
And so she's so she's amazing. And we thank you so much, BD.
No worries, no worries. I'll talk to you guys soon.
All right. All right.
Bye.
So our next person coming up is Gabriel Cleveland, and we will have him unmute and introduce himself.
Hello. As you said, I'm Gabriel Cleveland. I'm the managing editor for Cavendish Press. We are a nonprofit literary press that operates out of Fort Lee, New Jersey. We have a number of community-based outreach programs as well. But in terms of the books we publish, we specifically go after books that can be accessible to as many readers as possible. The way I like to put it is basically it's our author reaching their hand out to you as a reader and saying, come with me, step into my world, inhabit it, get to live in it a bit. And then as you read, by the end, you close the book and your own world has grown. That's sort of like I don't know, maybe a little bit of a cutesy way of putting it, but I really stand by it because every one of the books that I've been involved in selecting have expanded my view of the world and taught me something new. Our 4 spring books that are coming out in the next couple months and this month are A Half-Life by David S. Cho. I literally just got the physical books 2 days ago, so I'm so excited. It's a beautiful, beautiful collection. Tantu Tantu by Marina Carrera, which comes out in March. Mausoleum of Flowers by Daniel B. Summerhill, which comes out in April. And In the River of Songs, which comes out in May by Susan Jackson. We publish 6 books a year, the majority of which are from authors who have 3 or fewer published collections, emerging voices, the kind of names you want to know and say, hey, I read their book back then, you know, but also we do publish a handful of selections from notable voices who are more established or late career authors. We believe very strongly in making a home for, you know, any author, regardless of like, oh, they're going to be a bestseller. That's less important to us than, oh, their work is top notch. It's got, you know, extremely good craftsmanship and it teaches you something about life or about the author's life. We also publish a series of books called Laurel Books, which are books focused on the lived experience of illness and or disability, and a small selection of creative nonfiction and or memoir. But again, most of what we publish is poetry. So that's sort of a very, very brief rundown of the press. I didn't know if you all might have some questions for me.
Absolutely. Well, we're gonna first open it to the audience because we've been talking way too much lately. So Tanya.
All right.
Hi, Gabriel. I actually have 2 questions for you.
Sure.
First one is, I run an author meet and greet called Dime Grinds. I would love to invite you to send me some of your authors to present their work for it. I bring in 3 authors a month. They read from their work, share their backgrounds, and sell their books.
Awesome. No, what was that called?
That goes out to Kim as well. Like, I would love to help showcase some of your authors.
Great, thank you. What was the name of that?
It's called Dime Grinds. It used to be a local event where we would meet in a coffee shop and have them present their work in person. But since the pandemic happened, we've moved it online and now it's kind of international.
It makes sense that you'd have to go online with that, but I'm glad that it's gained that momentum.
Yeah, and Rose already knows that she's already connected me, but you know, always Rose, please send me your authors. It's a way to connect readers and authors with all different types of work.
That's awesome.
Also,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Tanya, can you put that link like where people can find out about Dime Grinds? If people are asking in the chat. And
okay, yeah. As soon as I'm done asking my questions, I will.
So when Dime
Yeah.
Grinds used to happen in a coffee shop, it was our reason to go to Vegas. It was
Oh,
very enjoyable.
Yes,
it was so nice.
Yeah.
The ladies came down and they presented, and Brandy has presented.
Does anyone else have another question?
You know what? BD presented too.
Well, I was just going to add something on the subject of those kind of series. We also went online for a virtual reading series, as a lot of places did, in 2020, and that has been ongoing. I'm posting a link in the chat to our YouTube page, which at this point has, I want to say 20, 25, something like that, full readings from our authors over the past 2 years, which are really excellent. So I encourage you to check them out, get to know some of their worlds and their work. And Tanya, did you have a second question?
Yes, I'm curious. Do you ever publish gift books or anything like that?
We
If so,
publish-
what is the process for submitting to you? Because I have multiple projects. I do have an agent, but one isn't fiction. It's a gift book that has to do with my podcast, The 52 Love Lessons, and I'm curious if that would be a good fit.
What when you say gift books, what how do you define that?
Well, it's very short, so it's not long enough to be a typical nonfiction book. It's kind of like about a 600 pages or 600 words per page, and there would be 52 of those because it's one love lesson per week.
Yeah, okay. Our books of poetry, I'm just going to give for numbers sake, our books of poetry typically are 50 poems or more, or I should say 50 pages of poems or more. A selection of nonfiction kind of work, as you're describing, that is at least that length would potentially be publishable for sure. If it's considered a series of essays or what have you, however you want to package it. Again, the primary thing that we're looking for is if it's something that is a connection from the author to the reader, then I would say by all means. We have open submissions coming up in August of this year. The last time we had open submissions was August of 2020, so it doesn't come around.
Jump on it.
Yeah, mark your calendars for sure. I'm going to put the link to the submissions page as well, just for reference in the chat. And we love getting the chance to read and consider all the different, it's time consuming, but to consider all the different manuscripts that are sent in.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Thank you, Gabriel, so much for coming on. We appreciate it. Hopefully you may be able to stick around for a few minutes so to answer any more questions that come up in the chat.
Sure.
All right, thank you so much for that.
You did a wonderful job.
Great job.
Yes, you did.
Thank you.
All right, so Madeline is here to talk about publicity.
And it's an interview. So we're going to put on our interview again and try to do better.
Try to do better today. All right.
Can I just say, I'm so excited about these speakers, and I'm really thrilled to see so many people from Las Vegas. I spent like 15 years of my career there. So it's like so fun to know so many people living there. I'm now in California, so I'm on the West Coast again.
Welcome back to the West Coast.
Yeah, I'm so excited.
You live on the East Coast,
but still, you were on the East Coast and then you're on the West Coast. So let's talk a little bit about publicity.
So my first question is, how did you start your own publicity house, like your own PR house?
Actually, it's not just publicity, it's marketing more. I actually working on the Las Vegas Strip in marketing, PR, and advertising for so many years. And then I just got to a point where it was like such a crazy job that I wanted to focus on clients that I sort of handpicked. And so that's where I started my own business. It's called Madweek Marketing. And I beyond just marketing casinos and shows and all of that stuff that we do in Vegas, I was able to focus on book marketing, nonprofits and other businesses, and just a lot of people that I really like to work with.
That's fabulous. Thank you so much.
So, can you tell people what the sides of publicity and marketing are, like how they're different?
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because I always tell people that marketing and advertising you pay for and publicity you pray for. because publicity is free, and it's free, but it's not so free because it's really, really helpful to have relationships. The difference is you're pitching media. Media has changed so much over the years since I started a million years ago when I was stuffing press kits by hand and sending out. Actually, everybody here is probably too young to even remember that. But I just with social media, it's changed, and it changes every day. But it's really a matter, publicity, of getting the word out there, creating brand awareness. And as Tamara was talking a lot about brand, and really, really getting in front of the right people to get your story out there. Marketing is more of a, it's finding the right plan for whatever you're marketing, whether it's your book, whether you're trying to pitch to a literary agent, whatever that is, it's building a plan and sticking to it, a strategy that has a lot of things that involve, paid media, for example, if you're buying advertising, if you actually have a budget to do that, or, different types of special events, in-person events, this and that, promotions, merchandising, all those things that go into a marketing plan. PR is kind of its own animal because it really, really makes you have to put yourself out there and get in front of people and have a prepared message and always be repeating your message and being on brand. Does that make sense?
No, it makes a lot of sense. So how can an author do that? I mean, you're yourself. So
you know, the one thing I learned as an author, because I mean, I've written my whole life, but I was writing ad copy and PR and marketing plans, press releases, all that stuff. When I actually wrote novels, I wrote 3 novels. I started in 2013 because I write under a pen name, Adele Royce. And you have to think about PR and marketing while you're right before you even start writing. Like, buy your domain. You know, I bought AdeleRoyce.com, and there's a real Adele Royce that didn't get her name because I bought it early. So I always tell writers, buy the domain, even if you're not going to, do a website right away. But you really have to think about the PR because, and even if you hate social media, I know people hate social media and they're like, ugh, what am I posting? Where am I posting? I started with Twitter. And I didn't know what to post. And so I thought, well, I just, I always say to writers, be helpful, be positive. There's a really major writing community. If you hashtag writing community, every time you post on Twitter, a lot of writers and other fellow authors and artists are, recognize that hashtag. And so you develop a community of followers and you really, really start, like I always tell people, start with something simple. Retweet things, writing tips, retweet something about writing or that you want to know about, ask questions, say, something like what Tanya was talking about. How do I get my characters and my dialogue to come more to life? And you'd be surprised how many people just start, talking to you. And so it's really like, I always tell people, start thinking about that brand because you never know. And, even if you're going to traditionally publish, that literary agent is going to go back and look at what you've been doing. And they're going to want to see what you've been doing, what you've been talking about. Are you positive? I always tell people, be positive, and you find that it's a building process. And it'll help you in the long run to have some type of a presence on social media, whatever you end up picking, whether it's Instagram or Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, whatever it is.
We do have a question in the chat, but I'm going to ask Gabriel if he wants to unmute himself and just say the question.
Sure. I basically was just saying, I've heard it's better to figure out how to do one social media page really well, and then rather than try to have all the different, I'm on Facebook, I'm on Twitter, I'm on Instagram, and then you don't actually give any of them their due. Would you say that's probably good wisdom?
Absolutely. I couldn't have said that better. I always tell people, they come to me and like, I hate social media. What, you have to do it and look at it as a job. Look at it as part of your job as an author. Even if you don't want to post anything, put a calendar together. I put a calendar together and I'm like, okay, I'm going to post every day, or I'm going to post 3 times a week. Be consistent. Like Gabriel said, pick one outlet that you like, that really speaks to you, that you find that you're comfortable with, and do that. And do it consistently, and don't, I think the term is post and ghost. you don't want to post something like, let's say I post a question and it turns like everybody's responding, and then I don't look at it until 2 days later, and then I'm like, oh, and I'm on there trying to keep the momentum up, and it's already gone. So I always tell people, like, post and then listen. Social listening is as important as putting stuff out there, as like engaging.
I like that social listening. That was fabulous. Gabriel, you have another question?
Just as a follow-up to it, in my own experience, I would imagine it's probably good to set a pace that you think that you can keep up with from the get-go. Like, if you don't think you're going to always be able to post once a day, maybe don't start by posting once every day, right? Like, if you're more of once, twice a week kind of person, do that right from the get-go. Because in my experience, I used to post a lot on one of my social media pages, and then I haven't for a while. And anytime I would post back, I didn't really see any engagement. So it was like it was already done for. There's kind of a drag.
Absolutely. That's something that it's so true, because you'll lose followers, you lose, people just give, like, you have to be consistent. That's the one thing I always stress. So like you said, you can post twice a week or 3 times, you say Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays. I interviewed an author recently who's writing a workbook about nutrition and diet. And, and he was asking me, what should I post? And I said, well, go Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Mondays, you're going to post, I don't know, some type of an article that relates to what you're writing. Because I always tell people, post things that relate to what you're writing and that what, your brand is, what you're interested in. And do it 3 times a week. Wednesday is going to be a question about something that's interesting to you. Friday is going to be maybe some kind of a statistic that you want to put out there. And then also the other part to that is see what people are engaging with. Like, for example, every time I post something that's self-serving about my books, like let's say I say, oh, Kirkus just gave me this great review. And no one, it's crickets. No one cares. So I'm like, okay, I'm not posting anything like that again. That's just, a waste of time. So look at what gets engagement and keep doing that, because people will start to recognize you and see you as an authority at whatever you want to be an authority on in social media. Snowball and momentum. Yes.
That is so fabulous. Thank you so much. Anyone have questions for her? Madeline.
What's the best way to connect with you?
Yes.
Yeah. Let me put it in the chat. I will add it in there.
I had a question, but it was so personal. I was gonna be like, did you like California right now?
She's warm.
I love it. I just put my email in the chat. So yeah, anybody who wants to contact me, please feel free. California is amazing. I came from Miami after spending 9 years in Miami, and I loved it there. But I am from LA, so this side of the country is just feels like home. So yeah, thanks for asking that.
You're welcome. And also, where can people check out your books and your website?
Yeah. Oh, you know what? Check out my website. I'd love anybody's opinion because I just redid it. It's Adele Royce. I'm going to put it in here. AdeleRoyce.com.
You see her following her own advice right now?
Yes.
Put a question out there.
Put a question.
I would love feedback. Yes, I'm sorry.
No, I would love feedback because I redesigned it, and there's some really cool features on there. You can go and actually hover over the characters, their silhouettes, and they turn around and you can see all their sort of stats and kind of get to know the characters in my books. But yeah, if you have feedback on it, I would love it because we just literally relaunched it.
All right, thank you so much.
And thank you so much, everyone. I'm going to continue to stay on so I can hear more great speakers.
Okay, and also people have questions. Okay, so next is our pre-record. So Amy Ferris was supposed to be live today, but then something happened, and it was a good something. It was not a bad something. So we're excited. So we were like, all right. She was like, well, let's do a pre-record. And I said, yes, this is a great idea. So it's a pre-record of Amy Ferris. But still super inspiring.
Definitely.
So let us share our screen.
So we'll share screen and then we can,
Why are we
big. There we go.
Hello, everyone. And I think you guys have thoroughly enjoyed, I'm going to guess you have thoroughly enjoyed the speakers before Ms. Ferris, but we now have Amy Ferris, and she is going to, I'm going to let her introduce herself.
That is just so wonderful. Well, this is a love letter to all of you out there. Dear women, be good to each other. Be kind to each other. Be generous, a gracious plenty. Champion each other. Give her kudos, they are invaluable. Give her credit, they reap dividends. Give her the floor and applaud her audacity. Give her a seat at the table. Help her replenish her life. Be kind in your criticism. It will give her courage. Be generous in your wisdom. It will fill her with brave. Do not take her for granted. She will one day not be here. Do not compete with her. It will not serve either one of you. Do not feel threatened by her. She is, after all, shaking in her boots. Do not envy her good fortune. Good fortune is meant to be shared. Do not demonize her or vilify her or victimize her. Humanize her. Do not put her on a pedestal. She is not unlike you. Allow her her mistakes, her flaws, her foibles, her fuck-ups, her messes, and no doubt you can be each other's polished mirror. Be forgiving of her fears and her worries and her self-doubt. They will lead her out of her darkness. Be her map, her torch, her lamp, her North Star when she loses her way. Be her heart when it's cracked open. Almost done. Be her heart when it's cracked open. Be her muscles when they ache. Be her eyes when she's blindsided. Be her voice when she's choked up. Be her cheerleader when she's feeling less than. Be her skin when she's bruised. Be her legs when she cannot go another inch. Be her shoulder when she needs comfort. Be her rock when she needs strength. Be her spirit when it's broken. Be her words when she is silent. Include her, invite her into this crazy ass wild world. It will make you look more beautiful. Do not be stingy or hoard your compliments. She can always use more fuel and energy to continue. Include her in your prayers, your wishes, your mantras. Include her, inspire her, invite her, encourage her, and activate her gorgeous soul. Have her back, hold her up, protect her, and love her. She is me. She is you. She is each of us.
Oh my goodness, that is so beautiful. I think everyone here is absolutely floored. Oh, and we're all wishing we could write like you. So first of all, I want to say thank you so much for that. That is just touches my heart. I feel like I don't deserve to be a woman right now. I don't think I can live up to any of the stuff in there. Anyway, Ms. Ferris, if I may ask a few questions before I know you have to go because you have a busy schedule, especially because you're about to go on vacation. But if I may ask like 3 questions.
Sure.
First of all, we would love to know about any challenges that you have faced during your writing career and how you got over them.
That is an incredible question. I have faced a lot of obstacles, and mostly they're my own. They're self-inflicted obstacles, because I really truly believe that each one of us can do anything. I do. I think women are absolutely made of magic. I think the biggest obstacles that I faced were feeling that I wasn't good enough to do a project. You know, feeling like, no, someone else can write that, or someone else knows that, or someone else is more informed than I am. And the thing that I would love for it to come across is that we become more informed when we educate ourselves. We learn things that we don't know. And so projects that I took on that I didn't think that I should take on, those were the things that made me a better writer, because I had to deal with the fear and overcome my own personal limitations. and become, a woman of unlimited self-esteem.
I think you need that in order to be in the arts and be a woman, or just be in the arts, period. You need unlimited self-esteem.
Absolutely.
I know every writer here wants to know how you went from book to screen, or was it from screen to book?
It was actually from screen to book. And I had the great, wonderful fortune of working with Julie Dash on the movie Funny Valentines. And that was probably the most extraordinary experience I ever had as a screenwriter. It was working with her, the goddess, Julie Dash. I thought I'm never going to have another experience like this in my life. It's kind of like you want to walk away from something when you really know you feel good. Because Hollywood is a place that wishes you well, but not too well. And so I went from that to writing a YA book and then writing my memoir. And that was lovely. It was like a lovely transition because I felt so confident after working with Julie, because Julie gives women hope and confidence. And so to me, I walked away from that project feeling I can do anything now, and stepped into what it was that I really wanted to do.
So I think we're all hoping to step into what we really want to do. I apologize because I think I lied, because I need 2 more questions. Number one, the first of my last 2 questions is, can you tell us what is different about being a writer in Hollywood compared to what we have as a writer as a book? What can we expect if we became a writer in Hollywood?
Well, being a writer in Hollywood is a little bit, I know this is going to sound a little strange, but it's kind of like being in foster care. And you're not sure if you're going to be, if they're going to want you, and being a writer of books, you're revered as an author. The word is golden or platinum. And so no one's going to replace you when you're an author. They're going to edit you, they're going to work with you, but in Hollywood, you're replaceable. And I'm not the strongest woman in the world, and it's very hard when you hand in a script and then you're told, yeah, we really like it, but we're going to give it to someone else to write. And that's heartbreaking, because we spend so much time working on a screenplay, and then we're told someone else is going to do that. And that's very much what Hollywood is like as a writer. But as an author, even as a playwright, you're not replaced, you're not replaceable. That's an extraordinary feeling to have as a writer.
So my last question, I have so many more questions because you just said playwright, and I was like, oh my goodness, I gotta go into, I don't have time for that. Oh my goodness, there's so much to talk about. So my last question is, you do a lot with the written word and helping authors get to where they need to be. Can you tell us a bit about what you are doing now or have done in the past?
What I'm doing, sure.
And part B, where can we find out more information about you? Told you it was going to be one question.
Okay, well, right now I'm the co-director of the Story Summit Writers School, and that's pretty extraordinary. In a 2-year period, it began because of COVID. And in a 2-year period, we've gone from having 8 people show up for a class to having over 700 showing up for a class. So that's pretty extraordinary. And it's all about mentoring. It's about lifting other writers. It's about working with other writers. It's about giving other writers a platform. And a lot of the writers that come to the Story Summit Writers School now have book deals or movie deals or getting their projects made. So it's extraordinary. And Deborah Engel is my co-director. And it was started by David Kirkpatrick, who was the head of production at both Paramount Studios and Disney. And so he comes from the Hollywood world and really he's revered in Hollywood because of the movies he's made and the people that he's given opportunities to. And so he created this out of love for mentoring writers.
And where can people find out more information about you and purchase your books, or at least watch the movie?
They could actually watch Funny Valentines. They can watch Mr. Wonderful, which I also wrote. And they can go onto my Facebook page and storysummit.us. So they can go there and find out all about Story Summit and all the work we're doing.
Ms. Ferris, it has been an absolute pleasure to have you speak today. The way you started off with the love letter to women, I'm still just thoroughly moved, and I hope I can write like that one day. But all in all, it's been amazing. Unfortunately, we've run out of time, so I have to move on to our next speaker. But if I hadn't, I'd have definitely spent an hour just chatting with you. So let's get ready to, oh, I forgot who the next speaker is. So we're just gonna go ahead and get back to the live section of the conference. Have a lovely day.
So we're back. Yeah. So we're back. All right. So hope y'all enjoyed that. Having lovely.
I was so surprised when she came. I was like, oh my goodness, that love letter was just
so beautiful, so touching. That we have to move on though.
Yeah, we do.
So Alex is our next speaker. Alex Kraswick.
She's there. Yeah, I see her. Yep.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Hi. Yes, we can.
Awesome.
Love your hair.
Yes,
Thank
and
you.
let's have you introduce yourself, and we're gonna talk about what Hollywood is like now.
Or whatever you decide on. I don't really care.
Sure. Hi, I'm Alex. Hello, Tanya. I'm a kind of jack of all trades in Hollywood. I started out as a VP of development and production for film companies, and now I'm on my own, primarily working as a sensitivity reader. Just got certified as an intimacy coordinator, and I do physical producing and just kind of a little bit of everything. I was asked to kind of give an overview of where we are in the industry. So in my opinion, and from what I've seen on the film and theatrical side, independent film is still very depressed. We're still very much struggling with COVID because COVID compliance is adding upwards of $1 million to a budget just on the outset. And it is very hard for independent films to kind of overcome that and mitigate it. So from a writer standpoint, if you can write something that is like grounded and has a limited number of characters and can be shot for not a lot of money with not a lot of actors, there is a huge market and there's money sitting out there because we can't really make anything. Grounded sci-fi, grounded horror, always something good to keep on your docket and to work on because there has never not been a market for that. On the TV side, I'm seeing kind of a trend towards more positive stories, not necessarily like laugh, funny, haha, everything's fine, but more like a Station 19, the HBO show, Station 11. Wow, I'm just industry mashing right there, trying to get a Shonda Rhimes firefighter story at the end of the apocalypse, which I'd actually be here for. But Station 11, which is a post-apocalyptic story, but definitely has a more positive bent about community and sort of what it means to be human at the end of the world. A conversation I think is germane to all of us. And yet it's still very focused on kind of voices and what people bring to the table and your kind of original ideas and showing off what you can do in that respect. So it's my general weather report on the industry at the moment.
General weather report. I love it. It's clouds in this. Okay, so
I have questions.
I know.
No.
Winona has questions.
Yeah, no, I have questions. I lied. So since I'm hosting, I think I get to ask first, right?
Okay, sure.
So what does a development person do? A development executive?
Okay, so that's a very complicated thing because it really depends on who you're working for, what the project is, in a broad respect, a development person is responsible for kind of playing the editor role for films. So we deal with story, we give out notes. If a development person is good and lucky, they can be the kind of point person for all of the producer pool, because you can have up to like 3 different camps giving notes on a script at one time. And so usually there's one development person who will stand up and be like, this is my project, I'll be point. I will be the one who liaises directly with the writer, and hopefully makes those notes make sense, because some people will be in diametric opposition to one another. So they do a lot of that. In my case, though, I was kind of a hybrid doing producer roles. We also are talking to agents and managers and looking for the next writer. We're looking for that script that nobody's seen yet that our company can make. Sometimes if you're in TV, you're looking for the next staff writers, you're looking for just unique voices that maybe we want to pair up with these people in some way. So it's a very diverse and complicated job, and it's very time consuming.
Wow, thank you so much. I have a question. So should writers really get to know producers, and what exactly do producers do?
That is also a very complicated and job with no one answer. It depends. Producers, some people are very physical producers, and they're not what we call creative producers, in that they don't have a head for story, but they are very good at recognizing, like, this will make a good movie. I will go out and I'll find someone. Like, sometimes I get hired by producers who aren't creative development people to come in as their like de facto development person for this project. So I'll play that role for people who aren't good at it. Some producers, when I produce, I'm very hands-on for story development wise. So I'm making connections with money on behalf of my project and working through the script to bring it to a place where I think it's good for market. Producers often find money and are there from the beginning of a project towards the end of it. There's a reason the producer gets the Best Picture award at the Oscars and not the writer or the director.
Fabulous. And Tanya has a question.
Hypothetically, if we had one of these scripts that fits the outline that you were saying, where would you direct people to start searching for that money that's waiting and available for them that you said?
You probably want to pair up with a producer, and that's going to give you, so kind of piggybacking on what a couple of the other people who've worked in Hollywood have said here, you don't have a lot of power as a writer in Hollywood once you sell your script, because your script is not a final product. It's never a final product. Your script is intended to be a picture. So you are the outline. Very important, because if your outline's not strong, if your foundations aren't strong, then your project only can go so far. So you as a writer have to like sort of stack the odds in the favor as much as you can to protect yourself and your project and like find the good partners. So do your research. What is your movie like? If you know your comps in the industry, look at those producers and be realistic, y'all. Like, you're not going to walk into a studio and sell a movie unless you've worked in Hollywood and you have connections there. You're looking for the independent producers who work on their own, who have like a staff of 4 people. Be targeted. And when you approach them, however you get them, be very clear about why you're approaching them. Hey, I loved your work on these movies. I have a movie that's the same but different, and I think you would be a great partner for it. Here's like, however you can kind of make yourself stand out from the person who's just sitting here like, I wrote a screenplay. I have been in this industry for 10 years. Everybody but my mother has a screenplay. Like, everybody. And that's great, but I don't have a lot of time. And if you can show me that you have done the work and you are thinking of this industry not as like, I want to make a movie, but as a business, you're thinking strategically. You're not just like going at me because you're a producer, you have producer in your title, and I found your email, I will send you my script. That's how you stand out from other people, is to show me like you've done some work. And so when I go out there and do work, you're going to be like right there beside me as a partner and not as, you know, like a dead weight that I have to haul along.
So it's just like got to be a literary agent, right?
I mean, yeah, basically, like they're the person.
Someone who takes your genre. Are they the kind of person that will want to work with your type of story?
Exactly. And like people in this industry know, like I have the one thing that I will just never read is what we call torture porn, like the hostels where people are just being, you know, mutilated for no reason. If you hear that and then you send that to me, like You have, I don't care what else your writer has written. Like, you've just put that person in a bad position with me. And also, like, I don't trust your taste anymore because I don't think you're listening to what actual people, like, as a writer, that would make me upset because you only get one shot with a lot of people. And if your agent or manager is messing that up for you because they're not being strategic. So yeah, be strategic and treat it like a business.
Well, thank you. I love the phrase targeted, like targeted focus. That's excellent.
Yeah, because nobody has time.
I don't think I've ever asked you, what do you like to read? I'm sorry.
Oh, I just like,
I've known you and I've never asked.
I'm just a giant story nerd. So as long as you give me a good story with interesting characters, I'm going to just want to like dive into it and wrap it around me. I love a good sci-fi, a good grounded sci-fi that's really about something, like District 9. I love a good horror. But I just really anything, as long as there's something to it for me to kind of sink into, I'm pretty happy.
So fabulous. Thank you so much.
Does anyone else have
any questions?
Oh. Yeah, can we get your contact info again? Have I missed that somewhere?
No, we haven't asked that question yet. We were
okay.
Still waiting.
I'll drop it in the chat.
Had some like questions.
Yvonne, is that you?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I know you said you had a screenplay, so I thought you might want to ask questions. I'm not sure.
No. I didn't have a screenplay, but I'm writing a book, which I'm going to, I was thinking of either adapting it into a screenplay myself or, have somebody else adapt it for me.
Okay. So let's see. Small producers are like small presses, it seems like.
Yeah.
So are you like a small okay.
You get your own banner. I guess that's similar to like your own imprint, but really most of the producers working in Hollywood only have like them, another executive, and they'll have a support person, maybe 2 support people. So we don't have a lot of like big industries. We pretty much have the studios, the mini majors, managements, big agencies, and then like very small entities running around.
I know what a sensitivity reader does. Just I don't know.
So I read and evaluate projects for unconscious bias and problematic content, basically where authorial intent and the actual impact of what's being said is not matching. My sort of tagline is, I'll tell you why the internet's going to come at you with pitchforks and how to avoid it. And really maintain what you want to say, because this is really a kind of job that's based in what is your intent and how can we make sure that that matches for as many people who will be interacting with your work as possible, because specifically in film and TV, audiences are very hard to come by. There's a lot of noise out there. There's a lot of people vying for attention. There's increasingly numbers of ways to access content and more content being made. Cannot afford to siphon off viewers or readers or fans.
Exactly.
That is amazing. Thank you, Alex, so much for coming.
I had another great question. But
We have to move on. Winona, we have to move on. Winona.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I got one last question if I make. Alex, very quickly, I'm an Asian American writer. So are you guys do you feel the industry are really looking for more diversity in material and from, different minority writers?
Yes, people say that. Whether or not that's going to hold true in the long run, we'll see. The industry really is very hard to move off of where it likes to be, but right now there is some really good content coming down the pipe. Specifically, there's going to be an influx of some Asian content. What I'm really waiting for is when we get to both Afrofuturism and Indigenous futurism, which I think is on the horizon, but that's going to be a ways away. But the first stop that we're going through is both some AAPI, and we're getting a little bit of India, specifically Netflix India is about to come through huge with some original television that is intended and made specifically to try and cross over into like US markets.
That's great.
Yeah, and a lot of people are buying, like Korean dramas are becoming huge and are buying those, and I anticipate those popping in and those formats getting adapted similar to what they did with Good Doctor.
Right, and as an AAPI, I really would love to, and I'm passionate about helping move that needle forward.
Yeah, we need your voice. We need like more people willing to take one for the team, because it's exhausting, and this industry really does work very hard at grinding voices down. So it's always nice to hear people who are still gung-ho about it.
Great. Thank you, Alex. I'll reach out to you.
Awesome.
Yes, and you can find out Alex, what's going on with Alex at alexpresswick.com. Okay, our next speaker, Lauren.
Oh, you did move us on quite nicely.
I did, right? I totally did. High five for me.
Hi there.
Hi, how are you today?
I'm good. How are you doing?
We're doing okay. Coffee is keeping us awake.
I love your
All right.
hair.
Yeah, so
Nona, good to see you again.
we're gonna have you introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about yourself.
And don't forget
Sure.
about your book.
Yes, I will. I am Lauren Marino. I'm a longtime book editor. I've been publishing nonfiction for 25 years. And I am also a writer, and I tend to write books about strong females who have been trailblazers that I admire and that I learn something from and that inspire me. So I have a book called What Would Dolly Do?, which is life lessons from the life of Dolly Parton, who is so much more. I mean, I think the world is finally starting to see that about her. But she had to deal with incredible sexism and misogyny, and people focused on her appearance. But the reality is that she's one of the great American songwriters. She's written over 3,000 songs. She's a film producer, a television producer, owns many, many businesses, has been an actress. So she's a hugely accomplished person, and she grew up one of 12 children in a 2-room shack in Appalachia with no running water, and was the first female in her family, actually the first person to even get a high school degree. So this is about all of her accomplishments, and I wrote it at a time when I was going through a rough time and needed some inspiration. And she did inspire me. She inspired me to write this book, which is, doing very well out there in the marketplace. Another book that I wrote, which is probably, maybe better, more suited for female writers, is called Bookish Broads, Women Who Wrote Themselves into History. And this is really an homage, a bit of a guidebook, looking at female writers throughout history, all of the many, many obstacles that they had to overcome. One of those being lack of education, or lack of access to education, really until probably the early 20th century, because women were not traditionally educated, and you had to be a reader. You had to have access to books, and literacy was not big until the early 1800s. But women were not taught to read and write unless they came from a very wealthy family, or they had a very progressive father who had access to books and to a library. So this starts in 10th century Japan with Lady Murasaki, who wrote Tale of the Genji. And it takes us all the way up to Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie, who wrote We Should All Be Feminists. And I cover about 65 women altogether. I show how all of those women have built on one another over time and support one another. The themes that they wrote about, which are the female experience, which has not been really honored, is still sometimes not honored, as we know, just because when women write books, they call it chick lit. And this is not chick lit. This is really showing that females are serious writers, the amazing things that they do, and they speak for more than half the population. So this also inspired me, not only as a longtime book geek and reader, as a book editor and publisher, but also as a writer. Just reading about these women and hearing their stories inspired me. It made me think, if they've dealt with the things that they've dealt with, what is holding me back? It really lifted me up, and I feel like it was getting a PhD in women's literary history. So for me, it was super fun writing this project. I've been a long time book editor and publisher. I decided early on in my career to focus on nonfiction. I love fiction, but it's very hard to publish. And I think for me, I have so many different interests on the nonfiction area that to me, being an editor and reading book proposals all throughout the year and editing books really, it's like, for me, it's like an ongoing education. I'm always reading new voices, learning about new things, new movements, new ideas. And it's, so it's really fun for me. I really love women's stories and strong, bold female voices who are sassy and funny and bringing new ways of looking at things out into the world.
Well, we do have some, thank you.
Yeah.
For all of that. And I think we do have a question
for the book, because people asked about
how they could get your, they were like, I need your book.
Okay, no, the book is available on Amazon, on bookshop.org, Barnes and Noble. It's available online. You could just look up Bookish Broads in Google and it will show up. And it's deeply discounted at Amazon. So, I mean, even though I don't like to necessarily endorse them over independent booksellers, it is a good place to get it, and it's inexpensive. And if you have Prime, you can get it overnight. So,
thank you so much. Stephanie had a question.
She said, I would be interested to hear how you became an editor. Oh no,
sure.
Yeah, how you became a book editor.
So,
also, do you have a podcast? And I have to agree with her. You need a podcast.
Well, this is what I'll say I'll answer the podcast question quickly. Yes, I would love to have a podcast. I think that would be super fun, but I am technologically challenged, so I need like an expert. Maybe you two can advise me and help me get something set up. But it's also an issue of time because I'm a single mom. I've got 2 kids in high school. I'm a writer, I'm a book editor, I work all the time. My children complain that I work all the time. So would I love to do a podcast? Yes. Maybe if I did it once, maybe every Friday, or if I took a week and just banged them all out and then loaded them up. But honestly, technology holds me back, and I'm embarrassed to say that because I know it's dumb, and it's just dumb of me. So we'll be in touch. Maybe you guys can help me out.
It's absolutely, we'd be happy to help you out. And so with this next person that has her hand up, Tanya.
Because we made her do one too.
We made her make a podcast too. So
yes, they roped me into co-hosting for them. And at the end of the year, they're like, so when are you starting your show?
Oh, that's awesome. That's great. Well,
I wasn't planning on it, but it happened. It manifested, and they're amazing. And you're not dumb. Your strengths lie elsewhere.
Right. I just need someone to help me out with the things I don't know how to do. And I admit
right.
it.
And you're smart enough to know that. You're not like, I can do it. I don't need any training, you know. I need to show this book to people. And I don't think you were here when I mentioned I run an author meet and greet online called Dime Grinds, which connects, we bring in 3 different authors, they read from their work, share their journeys, and then they sell their books at the end of it. And I almost want to bump someone I have for next month to do because it's Women's History Month, you know.
Right, it's Women's History Month, yes.
But
yeah.
even if I can't justify bumping that person, I would love to have you on there, and I can think of at least 2 other places that would love to present your stuff. And I'm curious, is there a preferred place for us to purchase your books? I understand you said it's better for the individual to buy where it's cheaper, but what's best for you? Is there a spot that's best for you?
It doesn't matter. You could buy it at any bookshop. I don't know if it's how many indies have it. You know, it's hard for me to know across different parts of the country where it is. I mean, you could obviously go into your local neighborhood bookstore and ask
request it, yeah,
and then they would order it. That's one way. Online you can get immediate gratification, obviously, but Barnes and Noble should have it, and if they don't have it in stock, you can always ask for it. Bookshop.org will direct you to a local independent publisher, and they will fulfill the order. So that's a good way to keep.
Okay, and then one last this question's mostly for me. What's on your wish list right now? What are you hoping to find that hasn't been sent your way yet?
For a book project to publish as an editor, oh, it's hard to say. You know, I read so many proposals every week, and you know, I just like, I have a book coming out in September. I just finished editing it, and it's called Hysterical by a woman named Alyssa Bassiste. And she writes about how she had all of these horrible ailments after the last election. And she had these migraines. I mean, like, her body was falling apart, and she kept going from doctor to doctor to doctor. And they all told her there was nothing wrong with her. And it took her seeing 20 different medical professionals just to get rid of her symptoms. But she writes about how women throughout history have not been listened to. And that when they complain about, you know, it's not a medical book, but that's how she sort of that's the jumping off point, where she talks about doctors just poo-pooing her symptoms. It's like, well, my hair is falling out, so how can you say that that's psychosomatic?
You're preaching to the choir here.
Right. And she goes into the whole history of hysteria, like how women who are emotional or outspoken or have unexplained illnesses, like even fibromyalgia and things like that, they basically say, oh, she's hysterical. And she gets into the whole way that we as women have been fed, you know, living in this culture, how we internalize all of this and how we, as a result, we don't speak out. So for me, I always love strong women's voices that are saying things that maybe have not been said before, that are bringing, you know, starting conversations and bringing things to the forefront. You know, parts of what it's like to be a woman that maybe people haven't written about before. That's what I always love, and I don't have a wish list because I never know until it shows up.
I love it. I love it. Quick question: how did you become an editor, and who have you edited for?
So I came after college. I was waitressing, I was bartending. I knew I had to move to New York City, so I moved to New York. And back then, I know this sounds crazy and it makes me sound so old, but I had to take a typing test at a temp agency. I did really well on the typing test, and they gave me a placement working for a literary agent. And I was working like as a receptionist at the front desk. Anyway, over time, I was there for about 1.5 years. And then I knew I wanted to be an editor. I wanted to be on the publishing house side of things. So I just really worked. I heard about a job, and I just went in there, and I worked really hard to convince this guy to hire me. And I wrote a nice thank you note. And he said, it was because of that thank you note that I hired you. But, you know, it's like really a low paying position, and it's an apprenticeship, and it's a tremendous amount of work starting out. You're probably in it for like 10 years before you really get to the point where you're buying your own books as opposed to working at the assistant level. It really depends. And it's an ongoing growth experience, but and those jobs are very competitive. But I think like I just hired an editorial assistant, which is the entry level, and 400 people applied for that job. But I think at the end of the day, being well read and showing a lot of passion and saying, I know it's not a great pay compared to some other industries, but I love book publishing. This is what I want to do. I'll do whatever it takes. I think that passion is really what helps.
Wow, thank you
I
so much.
have a personal question. If you have an editor, assistant job where you work, I would really love to know. I'll send you my application, and I'll quit fiction writing.
No, she won't.
To work for the
I just hired.
Oh, yes.
No, I just hired someone. And she's starting on March 8th. So
no, I'm an assistant to that assistant.
Oh gosh.
She's making a joke.
I'm joking.
I wish. I bet she'll wish too as soon as she starts the job and realizes. Anyway, if anyone wants to reach me, you can go to Lauren. I know my time is up, but it's laurenmarinobooks.com. There's a way to email me. There are links to my books. There's an excerpt from my books, and you guys are great. I always appreciate your support. And
someone asked, who did you edit for? I'm sorry. That's okay.
Right now I work for Hachette Books. Hachette Books and Hachette Go. So, but I've worked at Random House, Penguin, HarperCollins. I've been around. So I've worked at a lot of different companies over the course of my career.
Thank you for making Christmas shopping easy this year.
Right.
LaurenMarinaBooks.com and send me an email, Tanya.
I will.
All right. Thanks. Thank you.
All right. And thank you so much for coming on. We really appreciate it. And to our last speaker of the day. Yes, y'all. We're at the last speaker of the day, DC.
Hi, everyone. Let's see.
Hi, DC. How are you?
Hello.
Ride safely. Yay.
It's been a long morning. I have been up since 2:30 Central Time. So yes, I made it. I'm here. I could have missed this. So I'm excited to be with you guys.
Well, we're excited to have
I'm
you.
not gonna lie. I had your when you did this the last time, I had your YouTube on standby just in case.
Just in case you didn't make it, we were like, okay, we don't know.
We've been in that situation where we were like, we're gonna make it with plenty of time, and then 3 planes got delayed, and we were like, we're never gonna make it at all. We'll see you at midnight for cocktails.
So you're gonna introduce yourself and let's talk about what you're here to talk about.
Awesome. Hi, everyone. I am beyond thrilled to have joined you guys, and I actually made it. I flew from Texarkana, which, if anybody's familiar, I'm in East Texas, border of Arkansas, down to Corpus Christi. I'm doing a Teen Book Fest by the Bay, so this is pretty exciting. It's my second time doing it. I am an urban fantasy, technically I'm a multi-genre author. And today the ladies asked me to talk to you guys a little bit about becoming a USA Today bestselling author. So I want to talk to you guys a little bit about the mechanics and kind of what most people don't tell us. And we're not going to talk about, this is the confusion. Everybody says, I want to be a USA Today bestselling author. And then they get mad because the book didn't win an award. There's a little bit of difference. We're talking selling books, not how good the book is. So just keep those two separated, please. And don't get mad because some people's like, well, how did they become one? It was like, that's not what they're there for. So let's get very to the point. I'm going to talk specifically about the USA Today. Because if you guys are familiar with the New York Times, that's a curated list for everybody who knows, which means it doesn't really matter how many books per se people sell. They still got to pick which ones they're going to select out of their top. So New York Times bestsellers are a curated list. I'm never hating because I want to be there, but still it's something a little different. USA Today, specifically numbers. We're talking specifically how many numbers you sold of a book in a time frame. And we're looking about a week. So when you're looking at a USA Today, on average, any person to make it, and it's usually that 150 books that makes a list. You're looking at about selling about 5,000 books, okay? And here's where it comes in. It sounds a little bit like, oh my God, that's a lot of numbers. You're looking at 5,000 weeks in a week period, which means usually from Monday to Sunday. And if you're thinking about it, most of the times when you're trying to say, okay, I want to do this, I want to make this list. Most people usually are looking at doing at a new release. Why? Because you can do a pre-order. You're working between 6 to 9 months if you're brand new or if you're an indie or if you're trying to build your brand to get you to this point. So you're literally going to work 6 to 9 months of your life to get you here. And here's the catch. It's 5,000 books and they cannot all be on Amazon. This is the part nobody tells us. 500 of those books have to be either Apple, Kobo, or primarily Apple, that combination of books. So it cannot be one sole store. And Amazon cannot rule the world. I know, don't tell Jeff I said that, but to make the list, he cannot run the world. So you have that little combination of things. That number can vary depending who's coming out, how many books are released that week, how many you can be high, can be low. The fun thing about it, just to give you guys an idea, usually if you guys are watching releases, specifically for major publishers, they're releasing on a Tuesday, right? Monday, nobody's going to buy a Monday. We have the Monday blues. So let's be honest, don't release a book on a Monday. So most of the times, if you're aiming for a list, you're aiming on a Tuesday because you're trying to market and you're trying to maximize your sales through the whole entire week. And it counts all the way up to 11:59 on Sunday. The list comes out on Wednesday. So yes, you have to suffer a little trying to figure it out, am I going to make it or not? But that's okay. The goal is to see how many books you can sell in that period of time. The good news is with pre-orders, you have been selling for 6 to 9 months. It technically doesn't come into effect till the actually release date, which is kind of interesting because I have a book in pre-order right now. My book has so many sales and it gives you different ranking on Amazon, but it doesn't technically count till it actually gets released because at any given time, Somebody's credit card might be bad. That order might fall through. So those sales are not truly confirmed until there's money in the house. So that Tuesday or whatever your day you pick, those books, those releases are going to hit, and then the clock starts ticking. So here's the thing. So let's talk about, how do I do it? As a single author, if you're trying to do it by yourself, can you do it? Absolutely. It will probably cost you anywhere between $3,000 to $5,000. Yes, it might cost you that much money to work on advertising, campaigning, and actually doing a strategic campaign to get you here. Good, bad, or indifferent. It costs money to promote. If you're new, it costs money to get you in front of people. As an author, we have two options. You're either going to spend some time or you're going to spend some money. We're going to spend something. Can you do it as a group? Absolutely. So when I did my USA Today run, so if you ever see anthologies or you see authors saying, hey, I'm doing a list, aiming for a list, sometimes it sounds like, a varsity, like I'm looking for my letters. That's what I'm talking about. If you ever hear somebody says, I'm looking for my letters, they're trying to hit the USA Today bestseller. One of the things that we do is you're doing a collection of anthologies. I've heard so many different people that says, but that doesn't count because you did it with a group. Let me tell you, I've never worked this hard in my life for a book that was a collection of authors like I did for that group. And they don't take it away because you're in a group. They don't say only the top 5 people it doesn't work that way. Everybody in the group actually does it. It makes it a little easier because you're not spending $5,000, $6,000, and it's not guaranteed. So depending how many people you can have 10, you can have 5, it doesn't matter. The bigger their pool, the easier it is, but everybody has to pull their weight. You still do a long 6-month pre-order. You're still promoting. You're probably going to be promoting more than anything you've seen because you want to get in people's faces. Here's the part. When it comes to selling, especially for books, you're still battling a selling mentality. Most people are not going to buy right away. You have 25% of your audience who's going to your one-click wonder. You have a book, they're clicking. Avid readers, we're there. Once you fall in love with an author, you're doing it. The other 75%, those are the ones you're trying to reel in and grab them. So you're doing a lot of things. So if you guys are watching those anthologies, the anthologies are usually going for like 99 cents. Here's the thing. Are you going to make money? Are you going for list aiming or are you going for the money? Because you got to remember, if you got 20 people here, you're selling 6,000 copies at 99 cents. Which means you're only going to get 35% out of that out of Amazon. Let's do some math. And then you divide it by 30. You're not going to get your money back. Sorry. Does it help to have a title? Because that's usually the question people ask. Because we always want to have, what is it in it for me? One of the things that I had on my bucket list when I became an author is I wanted to have this as something that I accomplished. I wanted to be a best-selling author. Why? Because then I'll show you, it looks really good in the covers. Good, bad. It might be the ego talking. It might be straight ego, but one of the things that it has done, it has opened doors for speaking engagement. It has helped me to monetize different things. And it has actually given me a lot more credential than just saying, I have 15 books. They're like, oh, that's great, but what have you done? It is a seller's mentality. One of the things that we're competing is not just with traditional publishers, with other indies. You are competing with mentality of what is good. They're looking at credentials, and our sellers and our readers really want to know what you're committing to. The good news is your tribe is going to support you. So if you're interested in doing a run, be honest with them and tell them. It's like, hey, I'm participating in this anthology. My goal is to make it to the USA Today bestselling. Please support it. And then you have to be honest, like, do you mind buying this book in multiple outlets? Can you please buy an Apple? Hey, do you mind buying an Amazon? It sounds honestly like we're begging sometimes, but you're being honest, you're being authentic. You're not trying to give them some strange line of what you're doing it, because it's going to take a lot of work. So once you committed to this, one of the things that you have to remember, just because you're doing an anthology doesn't mean the book you're putting out has to be poor quality. You still want to have a really good story. Usually you do either a short story or you do a novella between, depending on the group, depending on the number of authors, they can give you between 15,000 to 30. That's usually the average page count, word count for your books. So that way they can actually publish it. You know, you have a good file, you have really good collection. Ideally aim to have a group that has your same genre. So that way the readers are picking it up. Not only are they helping you get your letters, but you're also picking up hopefully new readers who are in the same category. So you're trying to do a cross promotion, cross branding, and still make lists. And I know I talk extremely fast and I've given you quite a big skeleton, but I wanted to open it up to you guys to have any questions, because I can kind of go down the list, but you guys got to tell me where we at and what do you need me to delve a little deeper.
I want to know if you can do it for me. That's what I want to know. I'm joking. Does anybody have any questions? Yvonne, I know you were looking forward to this part, so, and you're coming out with a book, so do you have any questions?
Yeah, well, no, and my book is still a work in progress, but I really, you're right. I mean, I aim to be on the bestseller list. I'm sure as similar to a lot of people, and you're giving me some really, really great information. I'm going to have to take it, just sort of digest everything. But also, if you can leave your contact, I'm sure once I wrap my brain around everything you're saying, I will contact you when it's closer to the time that my book will come out. And I don't mean that facetiously by saying, oh, everybody wants a bestseller, because there's some who, like you said, are more interested in, say, perhaps picking up literary, honors and, but I think it's two separate things. Very rarely you find a Pulitzer Prize winner that is also on a best-selling list. You sort of have to go either direction. Am I right in that? Or there are not that many Margaret Atwoods out there in the world. Let's put it that way.
Usually one door opens the other, but you got to remember, if you're going to, most of the readers who are reading the publishers are not going to be that diverse. Right now, we have to be honest, romance sells like crazy and they sell fast. So if you wanted to make a bestseller, you want to make some money, we're still in a business. I think that's the part that sometimes people get lost. This is a business. I love what I do. Let me put it out there, my friends. I love everything about it, but I still run a business and I still need to be able to pay for these books because they're not cheap. And, when you're running your own publishing, you're doing a lot of these things. So yes, depending on where you want to go, one door can open the other. It can happen. I've known people that have started trying to do the whole bestseller because they want to get in front of people. And then they switch gears to go for the awards category. Can you do both? Yes, you can. Can you do it at the same time? Probably not. You'll probably be pulling your hair out. But I totally, hey, whenever you're ready, call me. I'm here because there's some stuff I wish somebody would have told me when I started out. Like there's some stuff that I was like, somebody should have said that. Like, because you would have told me some of this stuff. I would have thought about it a little more like, that is a lot more time consuming than I thought. And honestly, given me a better expectation. So yes.
I'm typing in the chat to you right now.
Rose, would you like to ask your question? Can you unmute yourself? Because I'm having a hard time finding it in the chat. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, that's all right. I'm here. Can you hear me now? Yep. Okay. There was a book over here that won the Costa Book of the Year award because the author, it's a great book. Don't get me, it's a great book, but it's like you had said, the best-selling book isn't always the best book, but it's also a good book. But the author crowdfunded $25,000 for a marketing campaign. And I mean, I can throw money at it, but I actually want the money to go one place, to a good place. And I've tried little bits and pieces and it's not really working. And we've tried to do it, but it's really just the two of us. And so where is the best bang for the buck? I really like your idea of the different people, but try to get 5,000 people. So yeah, I'm just really, all of our books are good. And I want them all to have a decent chance.
So here's what he is out of the UK, love him to death. He has mastered his business and teaching people how to do newsletter. So Nick Stevenson's, if anybody sees him, he does amazing copywriting. He actually got his USA Today bestselling author last year, recently. And what they ended up doing was they did a fundraiser for a charity. So 6 authors, they're all mystery thrillers because they all went in the same genre. And this is what they did, and I thought it was amazing because they all put together, right? Their promotion was specifically, and Nick has a huge emailing list. So he emailed, because I know I bought the book, probably haven't read it, but I still love Nick, so I'm going to buy the book anyways.
Right.
That's besides the point. But what he ended up doing was saying all the proceeds for the book sale were going to this charity. They did not discount the book. So it wasn't like it was it was I think it was like $2.99 or $4, whatever. This whole entire, and what they did is they marketed that collection as a charity. So it was amazing and brilliant. I was like, you're pulling on my strings because like my heart is feeling it because I'm going to help you. But I knew exactly what they were doing. They were aiming for a list. They all got together. He actually, so the way that you're doing it, so I forgot to mention this, I apologize. One of the ways to get people incentivized to actually buy the pre-order ahead is you give them a little bit something more. Why would I buy this now instead of waiting to come out 6 months down the line? If you buy this book, and by the way, you can't really, it's not like a giveaway. You can't promise to give them something. But every person that buys this book from my newsletter, you're going to get access to extra chapters, or you're going to be put into this giveaway, or I'm going to give you, Nick actually was giving away like 3 of his other books. So if you bought 1 book, he got 4.
Oh gosh, yeah. I do this at book tables, Alan has a fit and I'm like, buy 2, get 1 free.
But
People
it was
like
all
something free. They really do. They like something free. We all like a bargain. They just do. All right, that's good. And I'm here in the UK. I have an American voice, but I'm over here in England. Yes.
Look at Nick Stevenson. He actually does it every 6 months. He actually does a study back again on how he did it, which is really fun. He focuses a lot more, not in advertising. He wasn't doing ads. They did ads as a collection, but he had built his list. And I think Nick must have over 50,000 people on his list because he's always selling classes, but he marketed to the list. And then he compared his Amazon ads, Facebook ads to his list. His list did 85 times better than what he had on ads. And one of the things that he did is he was giving away ebooks. By the way, he was giving away ebooks from BookFunnel. It wasn't like, I'm going to send you. No, it was all his marketing campaign. So if you got his ebooks, guess what? You still sign up for his newsletter. So if you were not on his newsletter, he grabbed you that way. So it was a self-licking ice cream. Let me put it this way. I was like, oh my God, you're brilliant. I love you. But that's how he did it. So if you have multiple books, look at one of your books from your backlist. Like, don't be giving a new one. Right. Something that will start off a new collection, a new reader.
Exactly.
You can do 1, you can do 2, make it enticing enough. By the way, if you get a group of 2 or 3 more, because that's the catch, get a population of couple new authors that can be in your genre that you guys can all benefit, because then you're tapping into different things. And if you wanted to really pull at people's strings, do a charity. You'd be surprised. Like all of us are going to be like, oh, it's amazing. Let me give you some money.
That is a really good idea. Thank you.
And you're helping. And you're giving back.
Yeah, exactly. You're helping the charity. There's a couple over here I would help.
Okay, so thank you so much, y'all. Continue. Tanya, I did see your hand up, and I'm really sorry, but we have to move on to our next speaker. We have like a bonus speaker, y'all.
Bonus speaker for everyone.
Please continue to ask DC questions in the chat if you want more answers, and I'm sure she's gonna put down a contact info so y'all can contact her. Bonus speaker time.
David.
Ira.
Hey. Hello, everybody. So, yeah.
Go ahead and introduce yourself and get started if you like.
Yeah, I'll jump right into it. So thank you, everybody, for having me here today. I'm David Legere of Woodhall Press. All these books behind me were a relatively new press, having been around since, I think, 6.5 years now, but we're long in experience. I've been in publishing about 15 years now, and I still work in publishing, even with other publishers as an editorial director, in addition to Woodhall Press. And Woodhall Press started as a wonderful writers group. And one of our members had a great book that wasn't getting published. And I was crazy. And I said, why don't we just publish it? Not even understanding what we were agreeing to do. And now about 6 years later, we publish about 35 to 40 titles a year, distributed by IPG, subrights teams, movie deals in the works, potential Fuse network deal for the summer. Just so exciting, and all of it organic. And today I'm going to talk briefly about how to get what you do when you submit a book. What do you do? So for some book submissions, you first have to say, do you want an agent or do you not want an agent? And that's a whole separate discussion altogether. That could be like hours of just going back and forth. So do your homework. You don't always need an agent. If you have a little bit of, I'd say, business sense, if you can go online and figure out from other contracts what to look for, there's not a lot that changes in most contracts. Generally, every publisher works from a pretty standard template. So if they look intimidating, they're meant to look intimidating because they all come from the same cloth to be intimidating. If the contract doesn't look intimidating, then you probably actually want to look more closely into the publisher slightly just to figure out what it is that they're doing. Because generally most templates, they all kind of look the same. So how do you, in terms of book submission, so what do? If you have an agent, your agent will generally do that work for you. You just want to make sure you have a clean manuscript. And of course, if it's fiction or nonfiction, you have everything, a whole separate discussion altogether, even right there. If you are going to do fiction, you generally want to have everything already written. If it's nonfiction, you can sometimes pitch an idea, but still, I would try to have the whole thing written. And most of the time, just have it written. But if you go the agent route, they will walk you through the steps and they will find you a publisher in theory, but of course they're getting paid handsomely for that, anywhere from 10 to 25%, depending on the agency. 15% is pretty average. If you're over 15%, be wary. If you submit directly, such as to Woodhall Press, most publishers that aren't, the big four will accept direct submissions. So do your homework and look into the websites, check out, like, for instance, woodhallpress.com and see the types of things that we publish. Then based on that, you get an idea, is this the kind of publisher that I want to submit to in the first place? And of course, you could submit through the general submissions channels at just about every publisher, but usually that ends up in the slush pile. And you don't want to do that, right? You want to try to get into the hands of the editor a little more directly. So if you do your homework, you can usually find very minimal amount of detective work in most cases, who the editor is that acquires the things that you're interested in, and then just email them directly and just say, hey, I've got a submission. Be really friendly about it. Be very succinct. Don't do a long submission, right? A lot of times when we submit a book, we'll try to include 4 paragraphs, and the editors have no time because we're doing so much reading constantly. So just keep it very brief and say, hey, I have a submission here. Copy and paste the proposal into the minutes. Sorry, Yvonne, I'm going faster. Submit it into the email, and then because a lot of times we don't want to download attachments. So if you submit it directly into the email, it's a little safer and you're more likely to end up in that editor's hands. And that's kind of the submitting a book in general. I think probably many of you might have known some of this, and I'm going to open up to questions on everything related to publishing. What do you want to know about submitting a book?
Wow, that was fast, but it was so much information right there. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it so
Too much?
All right. I'm so glad this is recorded because I'm gonna be like, come back. Okay, now what? Let's see. Anybody questions? Because we have questions, but anybody else have questions?
Tanya, go ahead.
Tanya, I know you have a question. Go ahead.
Did I see you on Writer's Bridge?
Woodhall Press, probably. Maybe, I don't know. I do a lot of stuff.
Allison Williams.
Yeah, so that's one of my partners, Matt Winkler. He's on, in fact, we published Allison Williams' book, 7 Drafts. Wonderful book for everybody
she's
here.
fantastic.
Yeah, she's wonderful. We're talking maybe another book with Allison Williams in the future. We'll see. Yeah, we really love Allison.
I am not seeing on your website what types of books you're interested in. Where should I be looking?
So I'm at this point, because I do the publisher CEO stuff. I don't list what I'm actively looking for anymore because I mostly do behind the scenes. But right now we're a generalized press under the submissions. We currently haven't we're heading in the direction of young adults and non anthologies and a couple how-tos. But at the moment, we're still pretty broad. So we do everything from romance to science fiction to, we even have some children's books here that I'm trying to avoid them because they're very costly to produce. So at the moment, we publish everything under the sun, but the direction that I personally am gearing the company toward is young adult and nonfiction. Those are 2 areas that I'm very interested in.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
My question is, can you give us 3 reasons we might want to have an agent?
Yeah, so it's hard to give any
before, because I apologize. I'm reviewing your speech in my head and I'm like, oh wait, he might have already done that.
It's hard to come up with any reasons why an agent's needed. And I think agents really hate hearing that. But a lot of times an agent gets a piece of your pie forever. And what you could do, if you can contact a publishing house directly and get in the door, you can just hire a lawyer to vet the contract for you, a book lawyer, and provide feedback. You don't need to have the agent unless you need the agent's connections. So the big four will not look at you, right? The larger publishers without an agent because they're the gatekeeper. But there's a lot of other presses now that don't have the gatekeeper and enjoy working with authors directly because sometimes agents, they can be difficult to work with, and sometimes they can even cost an author a book deal because they'll make unreasonable demands that an author doesn't even really think is necessary. They're not even discussing what they're negotiating with the author, and they're demanding all these things. And then the publisher will say, no, I'll pass. And then all of a sudden, an author loses the deal. What an agent does really well, a good agent, is that they're supposed to be your biggest advocate. They're supposed to edit your manuscript, do a developmental edit, polish it up, make it look so presentable, have contacts with maybe subrights agents so that you can negotiate those terms out of your contract, have friends in the industry, can recommend publicity for you. But most agents don't do that. I get a lot of scripts that come in. In fact, I had one come in that was agented and it was a mess. It cost me a fortune to developmentally edit it because I had thought it would have come in a little cleaner from the agent. And it just was, I could tell that the author wrote it and then the agent just sent it out. So if you do use an agent, just do your homework and make sure it's an agent that's really going to represent you and care about you. And preferably Zoom with you, if not meet with you in person. If you can only ever get your agent on the phone, that's not a good thing.
Wow, okay, all right. Anybody else have questions?
Is DC still here?
No.
Oh, okay.
Anybody else have questions?
There's a lot of information.
I'm sorry, you're coming in at the end.
And so I think everybody was like, oh, we've had about all the coffee our body can handle today. I can't have any more coffee. But
it's Friday at 3 o'clock.
I have
So
a
yeah.
question. As a publisher, how do you decide book covers?
That's one of my favorite
I mean,
parts
because
of the
listen,
process.
look at these book covers behind it. They're amazing. I was like, what? I need to know how he does this.
Yeah, like fast. And actually, one of my favorites is this one, very spooky. Look at this, like so we become monsters. So creepy. So the whole way we do covers is a lot of research and experience. And everyone hates to hear this, but set guidelines and forms. So I have the author fill out a cover design, like routing form that goes to the agent, or not the agent, still on my mind, goes to the layout artist and the team. We do a lot of comp research, and you have to have talented staff. So we have a few really talented cover designers that we work with regularly, and it's a team effort. The author's input is just as important as the cover artist. So what you don't want is a publisher that just makes the cover without any input from the author and then just says, okay, here's your cover. That's a dangerous precedence, and a lot of publishers do that. Covers, very important.
Thank you so much. Tell everyone one more time where they can check out all the wonderful books that you are producing.
So you can email me at david@woodhallpress.com or go to woodhallpress.com or dlegere.com. That's my website. And we currently, like I said, we'll take submissions on just about anything at the moment, though I personally have been really enjoying young adult lately. Mystery, we've been getting really into mysteries, and to a degree, some science fiction, though that's a really hard area to crack into. But we're willing to take a risk on any book if it has a voice that resonates with us. If it's a good book, and we'll take a chance on it.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you
for being
Thank
our
you,
bonus
everybody.
speaker, which is so exciting. Thank you.
All right, see you, everybody.
David, I wanted to introduce you to two other people who might be coming out with a small press magazine. It would be Rose Drew from the UK, Stairwell Books, and Kim
Davis.
from Advil Press.
Yes, so we're hoping to see all that in the future.
Or
Definitely.
you?
Well, I have my camera off because I'm in my gym jams, as they call them over here in
Well,
England.
you're in England. You're in England.
Yes, it's 8 o'clock at night and I get up at 5. But anyway,
Oh,
if you want to, we've ended up getting into sci-fi fantasy fiction just kind of by accident. But the big thing that made it for us, David, is we went to fantasy cons and sci-fi things, and you just book yourself a little time to get a cheap table. And they just got money in their pockets and they want to buy fresh stuff. And young adult and sci-fi and good covers and a decent price, and you'll get a new market out there. I've sold like 50, 60 books at a time on a convention. It's not bad.
Okay,
thank you so much. Yeah,
Okay,
but thank you so much for everyone that joined us today. We really appreciate it. You can find out everything your ladies are doing on www.andithoughtLadies.com. And I guess we're just gonna leave you with our tagline, y'all. Remember, wisdom is all around you if
you're open to finding it and accepting it. So peace and love, you guys, from Winona and Jade, and have
and
a
all the
wonderful
other
day.
speakers. Bye.